threatened them with violence. Che Guevara, Sangakkara, Joseph Stalin, Douglas Jardine, Robespierre, Darrell Hare, Vladimir Lenin, O'Brien Kevin, guerrilla cricket. It's not about the winning, it's about how many rules you break. Even in cricket commentary, this is the best advice to take. Pick guerrilla cricket, it's the finest choice you'll ever make. There's so much more to cricket than rev counters and a slice of cake. At first they tried to sanitize us and clean up our act, but people like it filthy, and we know that for a fact. Fidel Castro, Lenny Pascoe, Carlos the Jackal, Umar Akmal, Mahatma Gandhi, Grant and Andy, Brendan Behan, Austin Ian, guerrilla cricket. Stick with us, cause you know we're not the kind of thing that you see on the TV and the radio. So vive la revolution. First they tried so vive la revolution. Okay we were, but then we ran away, and we will not be caught. Would not give up the ghost when they left us all for dead. They decapitated us, but we just grew another head. Chairman Mao, Jamie Howe, Ho Chi Minh, Asif Din, Václav Havel, Graham Saville, No Surrender, Percy Fender, Che Guevara, Sangakkara, Joseph Stalin, Douglas Jardine, Robespierre, Darrell Hare, Vladimir Lenin, O'Brien Kevin, guerrilla cricket.
Welcome to Guerrilla Cricket. We are on the final leg of the series. The Ashes are won by Australia, of course. The whitewash averted, thanks partly to an English improvement in Sydney, but mainly to an overly cautious declaration by rookie captain Cummings. But with the shift of this final test from Perth to Hobart, there is interest and intrigue aplenty, with injuries and questions surrounding coach, captain, players and preparation for England. Cometh the hour, cometh Sam Billings, who will go after his 500-mile Mercy Dash. It's a day-night test, the second of this Ashes. Australia just loves them. They have played 9 and won 9, all at home. England, on the other hand, well, a distinctly less than stellar 1 win in 4, and that was their first one at home. They certainly didn't take their A game to Ahmedabad, Auckland or Adelaide and got thumped every time. This is only the 14th ever test in Tasmania, the kingdom of David Boone and Ricky Ponting and the eponymous Tasmanian Devil. Is Australia hungry for a 4-0 win? Are England desperate to go home with a victory, or just desperate to go home? I'm Tony Bishop, and talking you through events in Tasmania will be the devil in disguise, cricket bat Cat. Hi,
there?
Cat.
Hi there.
And
fantastic venue, Tasmania, to watch cricket, and it'll be wonderful to see. I think we're half an hour delayed. It's not too bad, so looks like we'll still get a fair bit of cricket in today if the rain holds off.
Coming on to that, but we are indeed. At the moment it's just standard session times, but everything pushed back half an hour. And the devil himself, the old devil himself, Messi Jez.
Oh,
hello,
well, I'm not entirely sure how to take that, Tony, but thank you. I'm glad you didn't refer to me as a Tasmanian tiger, which is now extinct, of course.
Well, Lord. Well, most importantly, let's get to the team and toss news. That is that Joe Root won the toss. He looked at the verdant abundance of green beneath his feet and decided to bowl at Cummings. Well, he said, yeah, might have done, but then again, we're better batting, so he's happy with that too, as indeed he would be. Teams, well, Australia, Scott Boland is in. So other than that, it's as expected. Usman Khawaja does open with David Warner. Harris is out, so it's Warner, Khawaja, Labuschagne Smith, Travis Head, Cameron Green, Alex Carey, Pat Cummings, Mitchell Stark, Scott Boland, and Nathan Lyon. England, they will line up as Rory Burns, Zach Crawley, Darren Milan, Joe Root. Ben Stokes plays but as a batsman only. Ollie Pope comes in because Johnny Bairstow's finger's not up to it. Sam Billings, after his 500-mile drive, becomes the 700th player to doff the England cap. Chris Wokes is back in. Ollie Robinson is in. Mark Wood, and then Stuart Broad, no. Jimmy Anderson, well. Cat and Messers, there's some talking points there. Cat, I'm going to start with you. England's best ever white ball bowler, Jimmy Anderson. Is he really on his last legs? Would this not have
No,
been?
I think he just wanted a bit of a holiday in Australia. Why wouldn't you? He may never come back here again. He's probably gone to the Gold Coast and doing a bit of snorkeling. You know, I'm not convinced he's there running the drinks today.
Yeah, it just seems odd to me though, unless he really is broken and simply cannot move anymore, or they think he can't get through 5 days if it goes that far. I mean,
it's also really dangerous because we know that Jimmy Anderson is an absolute linchpin if it comes to, say, the fifth day, some tailender having to bat out the rest of the test to save a draw. We need Jimmy Anderson. We absolutely need him. I'm not at all convinced that the new number 11, whoever that is, who is the new number 11?
The new number 11 should be Stuart Broad.
Crawley.
Yes.
No?
No, not Crawley. No. Good thought. That's an interesting thought. Well, Messers, one for you. So he would drive 500 miles. He'd probably drive 500 more. Sam Billings, fairy story or disaster waiting to happen?
Well, I mean, it's got to be a fairy story for him because, a month ago, who would have thought that Sam Billings would be playing a test match when Ben Foakes should be? But he's a decent batter. He's a decent wicket keeper. That's probably as much as England are looking for in that position. It'll be interesting to see how well he keeps, but let's face it, he can't keep much worse than his predecessors had, and if he makes runs, that comes through as a bonus. So I think he's in quite a good position unless he drops some real sitters like a la Joss Butler. I mean, I know Butler took some spectacular catches, but when you drop real sitters, that's just unforgivable. So yes, I think for Sam Billings it is a bit of a fairy tale. He drove down from Queensland in the ute, covered in the livery of his Big Bash team, and apparently they followed it online from one of the commentary boxes. I think the ABC Grandstand box maybe. But I do think most of the England team are just waiting until they can bugger off home, quite frankly.
Well, it's only his seventh first class match in 4 years or something, I think. Sam.
Yeah, well, no, less than 4 years.
2 years, maybe.
Two years. But yeah, I mean, obviously, you'd have to question how fit he is in terms of being able to stand behind the wickets for a couple of days on end, given that most of his games have been T20s in the last 9 months at least. But, he's a man who's made 3 first-class centuries in consecutive innings, so he's not to be dismissed either.
Indeed. Cat. So, Usman Khawaja pushed up to open. Resting Harris makes sense, I think. But are you, after all that time, are you asking quite a lot of Uzi to get straight in as opener? Is that really where his forte is, do you think?
Yeah, he's capable of playing as an opener. I think he's a bit similar to someone like Moeen Ali, who's been batted in every single position. Khawaja can bat pretty well in most of those positions. But anyway, I think Khawaja's form is he's clearly had his run, right? He's had 2 centuries. It's a bit risky expecting him to back it up in this match. But anyway, poor old Harris, he's dropped, even though his average is more than pretty much all of England's top order. So it's a bit unfortunate for Harris. If he was playing for England, he'd be opening with Joe Root.
Oh, he'd be lauded as the next second, either the second coming or the next big thing.
Although that average is significantly affected by the fact that he's batted against England a lot of that.
Yeah, but they're good bowlers. Oh, they're taking nothing away from England's bowlers.
Yeah, fair enough.
I think that is fair enough. Well, that brings me to a question for you, Messrs. I mean, Hasib Hamid is probably the time. It's sort of a mercy to remove him from the firing line, isn't it? He's shown that he can stay around for a while, but he can't stay around and score runs at the same time.
I feel like he's been
harsh.
He's been set up to fail almost. When he was first selected, I think it was back in the English summer that he got a game, didn't he? That there was a sort of general sense of relief that he'd been brought back in. But do you know what? He had no form to fall back on, and he was really put in a situation where opening the batting for England on an Ashes tour is about as tough a gig as you're going to get without that form behind you. So I feel really sorry for him, because I think he was brought in undercooked and on the basis of potential rather than actual achievement. And I think that's often been a problem with selection across the world, but for him I think it may prove to be a killer blow.
Well, we can tell you Khawaja did open in a day-night test, scored a ton. He averages 97 as an opener in Test cricket, but he hasn't been playing there recently for Queensland, so I think that answers that question reasonably well enough, I think, as to is he ready. But he's going to get an examination here, I would think. Kat, Scott Boland, find of the series, or just one more cab off that incredible Aussie rank that keeps churning out the quick bowlers?
Yeah, I think he's taken the place of some of our other fast bowlers, but we've certainly got lots of them, and it's just a question of where he will tour next. People are saying that it's likely that he'll go off and play county cricket in your summer over there, and that's reasonably likely. But I guess he's got a young family as well. He'd have to take everyone over with him, I think, and so then he'd be ready for the next Ashes, the Ashes in England, where he can smash you all again.
Well, I'm sure there's going to be a queue of counties that are going to be more than keen as we wait for the openers, which of course is Khawaja and Davey Warner. Let's jingle them up.
He's quite good with a bat. He's got a scoop in the start. He's short and he's fat. He's got a scoop in the start. He's a bit of a twat. He's got a scoop in the start. David Warner's got a scoop in the start. For overseas now, plays for Australia. We fell in love with Usman Khawaja. For overseas now, plays for Australia. We fell in love with Usman Khawaja.
Indeed, and we don't know who's likely to be opening the bowling, although I suspect we'd be surprised if it wasn't Broad or Robinson, would we not? Jimmy Anderson, of course, not playing today. Despite being England's most successful ever bowler in day-night tests. He is rested, which is causing some merriment to Messi Jez. Is that what makes you laugh, Messrs?
Well, I just think, Jimmy's played 3 tests and 2 of them were the wrong ones. It's pretty fucking good, isn't it?
I think, thereby, of course, is one of the key questions that sits over the captaincy and coaching question when they examine. It is going to be the Ninja Warrior himself, this man who's going to bowl.
Sweep the leg, Brody. Got the best headband around. Something has got to keep her down. Got the best headband around. Your ego ain't gonna be kept down. Got the best headband around. Even though your hair is thin now.
Indeed, it is going to be Stuart Broad at is it still close? The Blunston Arena, isn't it? Similar, it's the Bellarive, it's the Blunston Arena.
We'll call it Bellarive. Blunston is just the bloody sponsor.
It's a shoe company, isn't it? A maker of rugged boots, I found out. Curious. I assumed it wasn't anything to do with Colin Blunston. So I found out it was boots. Broad in. Oof. And he's gone full Mark Wood first ball, looking up, took the pad, bounced away to the offside, and there is no run. Broad's got a smile on his face, and he's immediately started with a ball that darted in to David Warner, and he did the full face plant. Warner's got a smile on his face, Broad's got a smile on his face.
It's going to be a comedy test match. That's brilliant.
Well, it takes Warner.
So Warner's kind of
high
padded that
on the
away,
thigh.
and Stuart Broad's fallen over at kind of full stretch because he was, I think, trying to appeal but still hadn't made his footing. So,
Yes, he did. He did actually collapse like a falling tree in an attempt to launch something of a celeb appeal. 3 slips in a gully in place, turned off his legs, but turned straight towards short mid-on by David Warner. Again, there is no run. And already we're hearing multiple chuckles from Perth. So you seem to be in a jovial mood this morning, Messrs.
Am I ever not?
Well,
so quickly get your social media in so that Messi. Are you on your socials, Messi? Yeah.
I am indeed. The Light Roller says, Johnny, once again, some interesting changes from both teams. Ravi's with us. Hi, guys. I've only got half an hour of you before I have to go to fix my motorbike. Make it a good one, eh?
we'll do our best.
Jay Grover. It's morning all. I've been asleep all day on the pop since midnight. I'm proper looking forward to it. Fucking hell, Bishop. Is your advertising pitch to spastic Morlocks? I don't know what that means.
I have no idea what that means. I was going to pitch the GPL in a minute, but we're going to wait for Broad, who's wide of the off stump, left alone with a big high bat above his head by David Warner. Through it goes to England wicketkeeper Sam Billings. 500 miles he drove. 90 minutes from getting on a flight to get out of the BPL and get home. But suddenly he found himself in Sydney, and from Sydney on to Hobart. And he becomes the 700th England Test cricketer. Surprise to him, surprise to most people. Certainly a surprise to Ben Foakes, we feel. As this one is driven. But a bit sort of inside edgy, really. I'm not entirely sure that's where Warner was thinking it was going to go, but it was pushed towards mid-wicket in the end, and again there was no run. Stuart Broad.
Yes, he was trying to stroke that through extra cover and totally mistimed that, and it's come in off and squirted off an inside edge and just gone out to short mid-wicket. So we're still none for none here, Tony.
We are indeed. No runs on the board as yet.
What colour would you call that pitch, Cat?
Teal.
Call the pitch. The pitch is lime, I think.
Oh, lime. Yeah, that's true. Does it have
not quite
much zest? Not much there. Not a huge amount of bounce at all, as that was almost taken down at shin height by Billings. So he's had a couple to get behind early doors, which I'm sure he will be relieved about.
Jesus.
Umpires and
that's a bad sign. Broad's wearing through the pitch on the crease already. He's bowled 5 balls.
Yes, and that was actually taken on the bounce by Billings, which does suggest not a huge amount of life. Joe Root might well be looking at that going, oh Lord, what have I done? England won the toss and have chosen to field. Broad is going to be in, round the wicket, to Warner. Again, squirts off an outside edge towards point. There is no run, and it is maiden over to start. No runs on the board, 0 for 0, and we'll go to some social media.
Jay Grover says, not being funny, but pre-Ashes people were saying the Australian batting looked weak. They're looking fucking terrifying to me now. Jay also says Billings replaces Butler to maintain England's posh serial killer quota. Ralph the Wonderlama says, evening Grillers, evening everyone. Why the fuck isn't St Jimmy bowling on this village green? Good question. And Grace says apparently he's not fit. Ralph the Wonderlama says, well, he's got a sad emoji. Jay says, switched on YouTube, stepping on toes, asking me to shave my balls, you scroats. Did we ask him?
I have literally no idea what that's about. We're going to. I think we probably want to move on from that particular conversation. And
you probably don't have to read out the ones you're not sure about in case there's secret swearing.
Yeah.
We need to rescue Messi
Anna
from shaving testicles.
Is with us, she just says, oi oi, lovelies.
Well, oi oi indeed, because it's Ollie Robinson.
Oof.
And he beats the outside edge of Khawaja, who was absolutely squared up by that. Hands go on head in the England slips. Joe Root goes, ooh, How different would the world have seemed if that one had gone? It didn't. It went through to Billings, but it's an encouraging start for Robinson. Let's jingle him up.
Oi, 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 Robinson.
Roger attempting to defend that up on his back foot, but instead it's clipped his pad on the way through to the keeper.
Well, very, very encouraging start for Robinson, who again beats that Khawaja outside edge. Testing start for him as opener. His long sleeves are billowing in the Blunston breeze.
It's more than a breeze, it's blowing a gale.
Meteorological messes. The Wincy Willets of Perth speaks.
Yeah, that one's seen down the offside.
Delivery.
The previous one was down leg side, so Robinson's really keeping Khawaja on his toes, literally and metaphorically. They've already got some sawdust out there too on the crease. Goodness me.
Jeez, this is going to be a fiasco.
He's bowling from, I think, that river end, isn't he? And he's bowling to Khawaja, who pops onto his toes again, but this one kept much lower and was played in front of his pad by Khawaja back towards Robinson. And again, no run. Australia.
This time he gets some bat on it though, so that's very encouraging. And in the third ball, he's got his eye in, I think, Tony.
Indeed. So for now, whether you read it the Australian way or the English way, the score will be 0 for 0. And ain't going to change. Well, it is going to change, but it doesn't matter which approach you take to reading it. Robinson in, worked off his legs, first runs of the morning, nicely backward of square. They take one, they will come back for two. And after a bit of a torrid start, Khawaja will be very happy to have got those 2 runs on the board. Australia are off and running. 2 for them. It's 2 without loss. Played that nicely, Cap.
Yeah, and Nackerley in the producer's chair is reminding us it's a bit controversial, but Robinson's decided not to open with his spinners.
Oh, yeah, you're not quite being asked to do that. Yes. due to bad light, he's right arm over. Again, he rather squares up Khawaja, but the ball is back down the track towards Robinson. I should remind everybody, the GPL, the Guerrilla Prediction League, that is open. There's 24 English pounds in the pot. GuerrillaCricket.com/competitions, and you just have to register. You can guess the number of runs that will be scored in the day's play. You have until lunchtime. You can have as many guesses as you like. It's £1 a guess, and you could win the pot. The pot grows, the money in it grows. Get it on the nose, you win that pot. As this one is left alone by Khawaja, comfortably enough as it turns out. So 2 runs from the over, 2 without loss. Yes, the GPL. GuerrillaCricket.com/competitions. £1 a guess. Just register. Many guesses as you like. Competition. It's singular, not plural. I always get that wrong, but I'm sure you'll be able to work that out when you get there. The pot is yours. If someone doesn't win the pot today, it rolls over till tomorrow. There's even more money in it. So it's a must-do. Go for it. And in the meantime, I'm going to hand over to Messrs.
Our own Brian Barry says, "G'day and good morrow, cricket nerds. Nice to see cricket, much like Australian football, pay token recognition that Tasmania exists and people live there and actually like the sport. Should be a fun test. Talk to you all soon." He's on very soon.
Indeed. In comes Broad, wide of the off stump. And past it goes David Warner's bat, through to Sam Billings, no run. This is, I think, is it the 14th test here at Hobart? Yes, it is. Australia have won 9 of those that they've played here, drawn 2 and lost 2, so they have a pretty, not invincible, indeed they were definitely vinced, but not by James, by South Africa last time out, although that was, I think, 2016 in a low scoring game. They got absolutely rolled. Broad in, a swing and a miss from Warner. That was a really loose shot, Cap.
He's had a wild swing at that. He hasn't timed that at all. In fact, he came over the top of it, I think, and straight through to the keeper. But he was convinced he was sending that out through point or over the fence.
Yeah, but it kept a little low for him as well, maybe, I think. And that also, he was looking to cut, but that definitely didn't happen. 3 slips, a gully, a point, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket. Wait, Stuart Broad as he is bowling from that Church Street end. Around the wicket he comes. Big shout, and in true Broad style, can't believe that the umpire's finger didn't go up immediately. Well, how did you read that one, Kat?
Nah, that was bouncing over, going down leg, pitching outside the line, all of the above. We know that Broad wasn't convinced about that, though, because when he's convinced, he doesn't turn around. So he actually turned around and had a half-hearted appeal at the umpire, but I don't think he was really convinced. It was a practice appeal.
Are you sure it wasn't an inside edge as well? I think he might have got some on that
Yep.
as well. So you've basically got a full house of reasons that it wasn't worth appealing. Broad very full, and Warner has to hurry a little to jab the bat down, even though it looked a little floaty, but it rolls its way back to Stuart Broad.
I owe Kat and you an apology. When I interviewed Kat for our Patreon listeners, which is available to anybody who joins Patreon, along with Mog and Hendo and Tony, she said one of the things she doesn't like is people on commentary saying "ooh" before a ball is described, which is exactly what I did this over.
Around the wicket comes Broad, left alone by David Warner, through to Sam Billings, the man of Kent.
Yes, it tends to, Messi, it tends to put off the ball-by-ball caller. So I think that's one of the main reasons. It also, I mean, it probably isn't great for the listener, but it does.
No.
It can really throw you off if you're trying to describe.
You've got somebody in the background trying to be Frankie Howard.
I should be more. I should be more restrained. I should try to be more restrained.
We wait for the. I think the last ball of this over from Broad again. There's again rather edgily to backward point. Not a shot that he looked particularly in control of, but it's the end of the over. It's 3 overs completed. Just 2 runs so far to Khawaja. Nothing to David Warner. And we will go to the man who goes ooh.
Anna Forsyth says, I don't know if it's just the amount of Aussies in Vancouver, but Blundstones are pretty much uniform here. I've spent 6 years resisting the pressure to purchase a pair. Mayank says that.
And once you buy a pair, though, Anna, you may well have bought one already, but once you buy a pair, you never wear anything else because they're so incredibly comfortable that you go, oh, shit, I wish I'd bought these before.
Oh, well.
They're not paying us yet, Kat. You can't say that until they do.
Well, Ollie Robinson, who won't be wearing Blundstones, I suspect, is
that was quick.
flicked away into the onside by Khawaja. 2 mid-wicket, and there is no run. I've had my Timberlands, I worked out, for 35 years now. Still wear them. Yeah. Did have to have the bit of work done on the resoling them at one point, but same pair. Walked a fair few miles. For some reason, we're looking at why Johnny Bairstow's not there, which is the big rap he took on the gloves, on the backhand. Robinson in, left by Khawaja, taken well enough by Billings. Billings has looked tidy. It's early to be reassured about his wicket-keeping readiness, but what he's been needed to do so far, he has done well. I should tell you, your umpires today are Paul Blocker-Wilson and Rod Tucker, all men behind the stumps. 14th Hobart Test. As in comes Robinson, and up onto his toes goes Khawaja, plays it down to his feet. There is no run. A ground dominated by the presence of David Boone, who has his stand named. He's actually refereeing and has a stand named after him. We were trying to wonder how often that might have happened, refereeing at a ground.
I mean, how often a stand gets named after a referee? It should be more often.
No more. Yes, that's an interesting way of thinking about it. Robinson in, left, through to Billings, who tosses it to second slip, and there is no run. And of course by Ricky Ponting. To Tim Payne, of course, but we probably don't talk quite so much about Tim, or indeed any parts of his body, or his face.
Everything's either black or white, isn't it? You're either in or you're out, and there's no in between.
Or you're up or you're
So
down.
what do we think of, Tony, what do we think of Billings so far as a keeper?
Well, I think tidy. He's done very well. I think he's been keeping in the BBL, hasn't he? As Robinson is in.
Any thunder?
Nearly takes that edge. Kawaja smiles. There's a big old grin on his face. I think that's the grin of a man who's quite relieved still to be there. That was a terrific delivery. Well, it leapt away. Actually, to be fair, he pulled the bat inside of it. I think there did Kawaja, but Robinson
It went a mile.
Well, it did, and Robinson seems to be getting substantially more bounce and lift than is Stuart Broad at this stage. One ball left of Robinson's over. Maiden so far. Full, and again he's past that outside edge. It's taken by Billings. Kawaja is having a tough time, but he's still there. It's the end of 4 overs. It's still only 2 runs on the board, misses.
Mog says, I should point out that apart from Rick Pontinger and Martin Bryant, only the best people are from Tasmania. And if you were a Patreon and had watched Mog's interview, you would know he was a Taswegian. Mike says that pitch looks like one of those green matting wickets they have here in the US and across Australia. And Brian Barry says the pitch at Exton Park outside of Philadelphia looks pristine in comparison. And again, so does Interstate 95.
Well, Broad's going to be bowling again from the Gillette Street ends. It's flicked to mid-wicket by David Warner. There is no run.
Now, Tony, is Broad bowling fuller than he normally does? I feel like he doesn't usually bowl this full.
No, and a couple have looked sort of fairly floaty, haven't they, as well? They've been... Yeah, he's been clearly trying to push it through. Rory Burns has got his hair done in sort of a... I don't even want to mention it. It's just...
It's worse than a mullet, is how I would describe it, whatever it is.
It's a sub-mullet.
That's really bad.
It's an undercap sub-mullet.
Undercap sub-mullet. Yeah, that's a new category, isn't it?
Undercap. I meant to say, did I say undercut? Undercap sub. It's an undercap sub-mullet. As we wait, David Warner taps.
It's a seriously shit haircut.
That's probably a good way of describing it as well. Stuart Broad. In he comes, past Paul Wilson. Down leg side on this occasion. And again, tidily taken by Sam Billings down to his right this occasion.
Knuckles telling us he's had the sides shaved as well, so it is an actual undercut as well.
It is literally undercut.
Good description.
Undercut, shit mullet.
Do you think this is probably sort of a side effect of bubble life, where you just go, well, we can't go out. What do we do? I know. Let's just go and have a ridiculous haircut. Let's get a barber in. As this one is full and pushed to mid-on. Except we can't get a barber in because obviously they're not allowed to mix with the team. So we'll just get one of the hotel waiters who's never cut hair before, but we'll see what he can do. And what you get is Rory Burns. There it is.
I'm pretty sure the team barber was subbed in for as a net bowler at some point.
2 without loss. It's been slow for Australia. Just those 2 runs worked off Kawaja's legs off the bowling of Robinson. But other than that, tight stuff from England. There might be runs here. There will be a single. Billings is going to have to chase away as there is no backward square. He will feel, but it will be another single. No, it's a leg by. Didn't quite get any bat off it.
That was interesting. Billings, didn't waste any time, threw his gloves off and chased that down between sort of fine leg and backward square, and whoever's there at square leg didn't bother. So it's like you're letting Billings do the keeping there.
Talk about impressive. Keen. He's the new boy, keen to impress, but he is super fit. I mean, he's an extraordinary athlete. From a family of sportsmen and athletes is Sam Billings, so it probably shouldn't be that much of a surprise. And we're looking at him getting his test cap handed to him by Jimmy Anderson, who was probably saying, I'm going to go and put my old feet up. Good luck, mate. You'll just find me with a strawberry daiquiri and with an umbrella in and my feet up and a pair of swimming trunks. As this one is pushed into the onside by Kawaja towards mid-wicket. No run.
That's the first ball
leg by so far. Yeah,
this is the first time they've actually changed ends, isn't it?
These 2 field, yes, it is, because so far just the single from the leg by, the 2 with the flick to backward square, and that's been it in 4.5 overs to date, just those 3 runs.
In fact, Warner's yet to get off the mark, so this is interesting.
2-1 for extras. Broad beats, that one was Fuller, and it did beat Kawaja, who was looking to drive. It was a loose drive too, and it was past his outside edge through to Billings once more. Broad will be happy that he's beaten the bat. We're less happy that it didn't take the edge. It was a cutter, wasn't it? It really did move away. Messers is chuckling. So with a score on 3 without loss, we better find out what's tickling.
Jay Grovers gives us an explanation of his earlier tweet. He said, now there were an advert for a ball shaver on the YouTube feed. I can only see comedy disaster in my future if I tried it.
Well, how did I get mixed up into that? Somehow that became a comment about me. I mean, was he thinking about my advertising career, or dare I say it, my ball?
The ad before you came on, and Mike says the I-95 between Wilmington and I-476 has been relayed, so it will be a dream pitch to bat on for sure.
Robinson, he's going to continue. Just those 2 runs off his bowling so far, and left by David Warner, who, as is his wont increasingly these days, tucks the bat under his arm in the manner of a company sergeant major and goes for a stroll as he undoes and redoes up his gloves. Broad and Robinson both went off after their first over to switch to longer spikes, apparently. Broad, of course, who face planted, he went full Mark Wood off the very first ball of this match. So you might not be surprised that there were concerns about grip. I remember everything delayed half an hour before the toss, so we're all half an hour behind ourselves. Robinson is in. Again, that leaps at Warner, who gets himself in a right old tangle, and just about every part of his body played that, but not his bat. But no harm done, still 3 without loss.
And Warner has now faced 18 deliveries and is yet to score, so this is a much slower start than we would normally be expecting to see.
Ollie Pope was appealing from backward square. Quite how he thought that might have done anything, I don't know. No one else was interested, and most importantly not Robinson, who is in again, and that was much better played solidly by Warner, but again it's only a defensive push towards mid-off, and again there is no run. Warner 19 deliveries, yet to get himself a run. England, remember,
and I think this is deliberate. They're just knowing that the pink ball is softening up pretty quickly. There's no need to really get going and score with any great rush until the shine's off the new ball. So I think that's what they're waiting for. Either that or Mark Wood, I would say. It's quite possible.
Robinson's lost the rag from the back of his pocket, and David Warner goes, hang on, that's put me off. And Robinson has to pull up. We saw it drop as he was halfway through his run-up.
I just squeezed in a factoid from Brian Barish. He says David Boone, the match referee, opened both innings of the first ever match here at Bellerive Test match. 179 run win over Sri Lanka. He got 41 and a duck.
Well, there you go. Certainly a giant of this area, as this one is left alone outside of off stump. Again, there is no run. Match referee, of course, famous indeed for more than just was it 52 or 53 cans? 52, I think, wasn't it?
So of course youngsters who are listening, which is the majority of who are probably younger than us three, they won't even know that David Boone ever used to play cricket. But of course all of these oldies who are now commentating, refereeing and so on, they all used to play cricket. We can remember them playing.
Well, you don't get a stand. Well, you do actually without playing sometimes, as this one is pushed towards mid-wicket, to square leg, no run.
The Lord Mayor of Brisbane and the curator of the Gabba famously got the stand name after him, of course. Clem Hill.
Clive Churchill. Did Clive Churchill play rugby? He's at the SCG, isn't he? The Churchill stand.
I don't know.
It certainly wasn't.
I think if you pay for the stand, you also get the stand named after you.
Yeah, that's fair enough, really, isn't it?
It is. It is. Well, I always watch my football from the Elton John stand, and I can assure you Elton John never actually he did once play for Watford, so that's not entirely true. As that one takes an edge and it's gone, and it's brilliantly taken straight into the gloves of Zach Crawley, into the hands rather of Zach Crawley at third slip. Warner has gone for a duck, a rather laboured 22 ball duck. Robinson has his man, he's deserved that, he's bowled quite beautifully. Australia are 3 for 1 and England have Aussie blood.
That was a glorious ball.
Then he waddled away, waddle, waddle.
Catch.
And Crawley took it really well.
Just
Nearly
seemed away from him and just took a really thick edge, and that's the end of David Warner for a duck. Fantastic.
But it was hard going for Warner, wasn't it? I mean, he just got himself into a Hamid-esque rut, not rusk.
You right there, Tony? Did you want me to give you a nudge?
Like Max Headroom. Rut. Anyway, the first wicket is gone. It's 3 for 1. Warner's gone for naught. He's been caught by Zach Crawley off the bowling of Ollie Robinson. Yes, as Knuckles says, fetch me my other teeth.
Totally justifying England's decision to field and bowl on this pitch, and it doesn't look that friendly for batting, but at least Khawaja's still there. It would have been disappointing if he'd gone early.
Well, we were saying, weren't we? I mean, there was some variable sort of bounce. Broad has gone rather fuller and has got noticeably less lift and bounce. Robinson slightly shorter, but you wouldn't say short of a length. He's been bowling on a good length, and he's got the ball to rise up more. But David Warner has to go. Did we jingle a fond farewell to him, Knuckle, and I missed it, or were we just chatting through it?
We did.
Oh, we did.
We did. We were about to get the jingle for the new dude.
Well, the new dude is this man. Cue probably thinking Mark Woodall fairly soon.
He kept floating on a light beam with an average that is obscene. His name is unpronounceable. The selectors have no trouble. It's Marnus Labuschagne. It's Marnus Labuschagne.
In comes Stuart Broad. Labuschagne won't face yet, because Khawaja has just tickled this on the 45, but there's a man at short fine leg, and there is no run. 3 for 1.
I'll catch up on a couple of tweets. Jay says, before I take a calm pill because of getting giddy listening to my favourite cricket show, I need to ask if any of you have read Treacle Walker by Alan Garner. It's jolly good. And he says, apologies to the bear, as the book is all made up, which is Bear's description of all fiction.
As Broads is going to be around the wicket to Khawaja. Again, not a huge amount of lift. Wide of off stump, comfortably left, taken at just below knee height by England's new wicketkeeper.
No, I have not read that book. Have you read it, Tony?
Treacle Walker. No, I haven't.
I suspect he called it out simply because of Nigel Walker the bear.
Who is it? I'm not aware of it. Who's it by?
I'll have to go back to it now. God, you're a pain in the ass. Alan Garner.
Hold on a second. Oh, Alan Garner. Yes, he did say that. As this one is driven backward of point, won't go all the way to the boundary. It's hauled in by Chris Wokes, and they will get 2 more.
Now that's gone very slowly towards the boundary. I think at some other grounds that may well have made it. So we have got a bit of a wet outfield from earlier rain, and certainly as it dribbled out to sort of a wide third man, not a lot of movement on that ball, even though it's come off the bat quite sharply.
Actually played that really beautifully. He angled the bat. It looked initially as if he was looking for fairly conventional cover drive, but then he angled the bat and steered it backward of point. Broad, full, lofted down the ground. He's going to take 1. They will come back for 2. That was a off drive. And we'll get him 2 more.
A glorious lofted drive there. So we're seeing some stroke play now from Khawaja, and it's wonderful to see. But again, that ball just pulling up inside the boundary didn't look like it was moving very quickly. So some work there in the field for the outfielders. Indeed.
That was by a long chalk, the longest test duck for David Warner. As this one is whipped away, or attempted to whip away, but doesn't lay any bat on it. Taken down leg side this time by Billings. So after 2 consecutive 2s, that is a dot ball, so Stuart Broad will be glad of that, as we have a lovely panoramic sweep of the grassy bank that is in between those the southern stand and the western stand, or more better known these days as the Ponting stand and the David Boone stand. Kawaja stands ready, 3 slips go down. Shout for LBW, think high and wide of off stump, and no real interest anywhere else.
So David Warner usually doesn't last that long before he scores, does he? This is he's never ever faced double figures, is that right, for his duck?
Well, he didn't. How many balls did he face?
22.
2 ducks on a pond, just the 1 duck for David Warner. Time for a change.
Knuckles telling us it's the longest Ashes duck since Darren Gough at the Gabba in 1998, which is remarkable.
Well, I think we are due a change, and we are going to see Kat, Brian and Jacob.
Hey there. Hi there, Brian.
G'day, Kat. How's it going?
Yes, really good. And we have Jacob as well.
Hello, good morning from the UK.
Fantastic. So we're covering many continents here, the commentary team with you. Thank you very much to Tony Bishop and Messi Jez, who have just gone off for a stint. That was a long 45-minute bracket there of not much happening in this test. Traditional test opener. We've had a number of overs with only 7 runs.
Yeah, it's been interesting but slightly slow going until that Warner wicket, a nice ball from Ollie Robinson, and as former Australian captain Tim Payne said, it's a lovely town, Hobart.
Yeah. Now we have Marnus Labuschagne on strike, and straight away he does something completely ridiculous with his leave as this ball goes through to the keeper. He swats across in a sort of Steve Smith imitation style. Ollie Robinson bowling a beautiful ball there, but no interest there from Labuschagne.
One could argue Labuschagne wakes up in the morning and takes his first breath in a Steve Smith imitation style.
Yep, we think that's pretty likely. So how many Ollies have we got here, Jacob? Quite a lot.
I think we've got a number. There's Ollie Robinson, Ollie Pope.
Yeah. So here's one where we're getting an ooh from the rest of the commentators, which suggests that something has just happened. And what actually happened is it's gone fizzing past the bat of Labuschagne. He's tried to defend this straight down the line, but no, Robinson's moving off the seam, and it's a wonderful delivery straight through to the keeper.
That has moved appreciably from the straight, which is, Ollie Robinson in particular, and the entire England bowling lineup will be happy to see that.
So Labuschagne trying to play inside the line. This time, though, he does get bat on this next delivery. Again, a flamboyant defensive stroke there from Labuschagne. Everyone's laughing. They're quite cheerful out there, Jacob.
Yeah, this whole series has been played in good spirits, much to the annoyance of some of the older school pundits who think that England should be basically wanting to murder the Aussies and kidnap their children or something. But I suppose it's easier to play in good spirits when you're crashing it.
So Labuschagne facing up to Robinson, and as he edged this through, it's gone to the keeper. He's grasped it, and from the reaction of the slips cordon, that was possibly a chance, Jacob.
I think that was first slips catch, and Zach Crawley's dived across him. Is what's happened there. We'll have a look on the replay.
It was first slip, yeah. Yeah,
that was Root's catch, and Crawley's dived across him, and for I think something like the 18th. But what seems like the 18,000th time, England have dropped a very significant catch, and I fully expect Marnus Labuschagne to go on and make 200 now.
Oh my goodness, it could have been a wonderful catch for Root, but this next one is also edged behind, only it's not given. The DRS timer is ticking. Robinson liked it, and so did Joe Root. What do you think, Jacob?
I mean, what a spell this is from Robinson in this over. He's beaten the bat. He's had a catch dropped. It doesn't look like they're going to review this, but Sam Billings was keen. But I just wonder how much England will rue that dropped opportunity, especially if someone like Marnus Labuschagne.
So we are seeing some hotspot replays here. Looks a little bit like There was a genuine edge on that dropped catch.
It's gone straight into Zach Crawley's hands as well. It's right in the palm of the hand, right where he wants it. Good catchable height, and he just shelled it.
Actually, I think it might have hit his pads. Did it hit his pads? I think it might have been a pad. Anyway, that was a wonderful spell and a wonderful little over. It's 7 for 1 wicket down, 7 runs, and over to Brian for some social media.
All right, Anna Forsyth joining us from Vancouver, saying, I've only just thought about this, but Billings chose number 7 because of David Beckham, didn't he? Lori in Queens, nice to see another East Coaster awake and listening to us, talking about Sam Billings' poshness, saying Pommy McPoshington Stuart Broad is still there. Jay Grover saying Tony in Speedos with a daiquiri has just given me the proper fear. Foster Del Sol saying Sam Billings is the 6th keeper used by England in Tests since March. Surely an unwelcome record. Knackle might have something to say about that. And we're back to play.
Kawaja's facing up as this next delivery is squirted off the edge. Broad is bowling, and there's no run as it goes backward a point.
Brian, may I just ask, and this is always a risky question, are you American or Canadian?
Well, which one are you more mad at the moment?
Neither. It's just I tend to find that when I ask Canadians if they're Americans, they get very annoyed, and likewise the other way around.
No, I'm American.
Well, may I say how fantastic it is to hear an American cricket fan.
Well, I appreciate it. I love cricket, as it's been, I guess. But back to Kat.
Yeah, Broad is around the wicket to Kawaja. He's playing this next one with soft hands. It bounces just in front of slip, where it's competently fielded on the bounce, and there's no run. I
think you'll find that I think I'm a misplaced Australian because I follow cricket, but I also work with Australian rules football as well.
Oh, interesting. That's an unusual combination for someone in America. Whereabouts are you from? We've never been on before together, so
no.
all sorts of questions.
Yes, and Philadelphia as is by the Eagles hat, I guess.
Broad bowls full and wide outside off stump, and Kawaja lets this one go. So Kawaja at the moment on 6, and Labuschagne yet to score, although there's been a lot of action. As usual, Labuschagne edging behind, the catch not being taken, and he survives a chance, which seems to happen very often for him.
So I do have a question for the two of you to ponder, to Jacob's point about how seriously this match is being taken in the grand context of things. I'll ask the question. I feel like as soon as I ask the question, the ball's going to be bowled. But
that's good. It gives us a chance to consider it, Brian, if you ask the...
Yes, well, here's the ball.
Broad coming around the wicket again, and Kawaja shoulders arms. So we've got time to answer it. That just went through to the keeper.
So the question is that under normal circumstances, this match would mean, whether or not it would be a whitewash or anything. But with the World Test Championship, there are points available here. And, England is still, I think, pretty far back in the pack. But it's still very much, there is still something to play for here. Does that enter anybody's mind at all? And is that something that really, I shouldn't say that anybody cares about, but are people thinking about this?
So we'll let Jacob answer that after this next ball is delivered by Broad, who's around the wicket. It's down leg side, and it's a long way down leg side. It's evaded the keeper, and I think it's gone for 4 byes.
Mm-hmm. I think we might have a jingle about that.
Dead ball.
Oh, no, it was dead ball. Dead ball signalled there by the umpire.
Just caught the end of the signal.
Possibly explaining why Broad sprayed it so wide down the leg. Oh no, it's off his
Came off his hip.
And no shot offered. So there's a dead ball there. In answer to your question, Brian, I think, I'm not sure if this is exactly the case, but I think I heard after this ball.
So Kawaja facing up to Broad, who's around the wicket, and he's edging. This time it's taken at slip, and that is Kawaja, gone for 6, and the score is 2 wickets down for 7.
How's that? You missed about, I caught you out. How's that?
Well, I must say it's nice to see it happen to someone else for one. But in answer to Brian's question, I think, to my knowledge, England in near record time have all but eliminated themselves from contention for the World Test Championship. I don't know where we sit entirely statistically, but I think we're not got much chance with the expected results of other series. However, I think England do have a lot to play for here. First of all, they have the first Test win in Australia in 10 years to play for, which is a big thing. And also people like Silverwood, his job's on the line. And if he can suddenly come back to England and say, oh, look, 3-1, first win in 10 years, not too bad, all in all, then he might cling on to power for a while, especially since Ashley Giles has effectively no moral authority to fire him. And people like, I know Bairstow's not playing, but Broad probably playing for a decent bit of his career, and lots of young stars could be made. You know, if Ollie Pope goes on and makes a century in the absence of Bairstow, that sets him up as England's batsman for the next bit, and Crawley solidifies.
Now, I think, Jacob, we need a jingle for our next batter.
Sorry, I've been going on and on.
Inevitable. You know Steve Smith's inevitable. He treats the fielders like they're not really there.
4 slips, and in fact a leg slip as well, as Steve Smith faces up, and he's off the mark straight away, sending a ball out through mid-wicket, and it's going all the way out towards the fence. This one's got plenty on it, and it's getting to a boundary.
1 2 ka 4, 4 2 ka 1. My name is Lakhan. My name is Lakhan.
Except it wasn't Smith, it was actually Marnus, I think. But anyway, it looked like Smith. They're indistinguishable, aren't they, Jacob? They're just little clones of each other.
Almost entirely indistinguishable, yeah. I apologise to our listeners for going on for so long. I just wish the list of England players playing for their role wasn't so long.
Labuschagne leaves this next one, allows it to hit his pads for some reason. He could have got out of the way of it, and he's having a bit of a laugh about that as well. The ball goes out square and they don't attempt a run. It would have been a dead ball again, I think.
The question I have is, if Australia are 11 for 2 on this pitch, what the hell would have happened to us?
Yep, that's a fascinating thought. Maybe the England top order are not competent enough to get their bats close to the ball. Wishful thinking. So we have, again, 4 slips. A leg slip, a short leg, and Labuschagne's turning this ball around backward of square. There's a lot of runs to be made. They're out in the outfield now. There's a few gaps, and the fielder comes around. They've run 1. So a little bit of scoring happening now. We're into it. We're into the double figures. It's 12 for 2.
It's all happening here.
Absolutely. And it's interesting now with Root, what does he do? Because Ollie Robinson and Broad are both bowling well. Robinson's had Labuschagne, I believe, before in this series, but Wood has had both of them and has had Labuschagne multiple times. So where does Root go with his bowlers? I mean, Robinson and Broad have both got through 4 overs now, I think. Robinson's into his 5th. Might be time for Wood.
Yeah, could be. So they have been bowling extremely well, both of these. 1 wicket each. As this next ball's turned around square, and there's no run.
It just would have been very nice to have taken that Marnus Labuschagne catch and have Australia 15 for 3 with, I think it's Cameron Green would come in next, isn't it? And he was under a bit of pressure early in the series for his batting. The ball's doing all sorts. That would have been nice.
I think Travis Head will be next, I think.
That does make more sense. Oh, yes!
So we have Robinson bowling, and Smith is edging to slip, and just as you predicted, Jacob, we now have 3 wickets down. It's almost impossible to believe, but Smith is out.
Then he waddled away, waddle, waddle.
Well, interestingly, the last Test match here, I believe, was Australia versus South Africa, and South Africa steamrolled Australia after bowling them for 85 in the first innings. And
yep.
Well, they're 12 for 3 now
Could be
how the
history
turntables
repeating.
turn.
Smith is out for a duck. Smith and Warner both gone for a duck. If you're just joining us and you're from England, you'll probably be really happy with this wonderful scorecard. It's really hard. The host broadcaster are putting a lot of replays up on the screen. It's really difficult to know what to highlight and what is the actual real-time play because there's so much going on.
I think if you see the score bug on the bottom, then it's real time.
I don't know if it's just an English thing, but when Steve Smith is caught out, you know it's on.
Yeah.
You know what's happening.
Let's get caught up real quick because we've got a little bit of a backlog here. Shammy Shamwa saying Robertson's towel fell out during his run-up. You never see amateur work like that from me. Jay Grover, hooray, Brian. Yay, or hooray, Brian, yes. No offense, Jacob, but you can't do a pitch-perfect count impression. You're special in other ways. Ralph the Wonder Llama, more shit slip fielding from England, for fuck's sake. Unacceptable. #doom. Well, that's changed a little bit.
No, it's been good. We disagree. It's good slip fielding.
Well, that was 10 minutes ago. He also says, always happy to wait for a Warner duck. Slightly prophetic. Mayank says, USA all day, fuck Canada. Only in hockey, mate. Only in hockey. Jay wants to know what the pitch is like there. Sure.
It's like a mud puddle.
It's very English and with a tinge of New Zealand green.
Now we have 5 or 6 slips here ready for Travis Head. Left-handed Travis Head is on strike as Robinson comes over the wicket and he turns a ball to short mid-wicket where it is fielded smartly. So lots of holes in the outfield, but will they be able to penetrate the outfield? They can only hit it to slip at the moment, Jacob.
I will wait for the jiggle.
It's just a sweet Travis Head. A sweet Travis Head. From transdimensional Travis Head.
Well, yeah, from an English perspective, this is as good as it gets. The man who made 2 centuries in the last test, gone. David Warner, averaging 40-odd, gone. Smith, over 60, gone. Although he might have dipped under 60 now, but, well, this is just brilliant. And nice to see it, as I said earlier, nice to see it happen to someone else for a while and not feel the weight of crushing depression.
I think the nicest thing about this has been that Crawley made a bit of a mistake diving in front of Root, couldn't hold then spilled the catch, but Crawley's now caught 2 at second slip and Root has also caught 1, so it feels like we can forget all of that bad performance from that one little drop.
Just not from the last 4 weeks.
So Steve Smith, apparently this is uncharacteristic ducks from him, only his second Ashes duck and first since the Gabba in 2013.
And speaking of the Gabba, it does make you think, what would have happened if Root had bowled first with Broad at the Gabba on a green pitch? But we can't think like that. We can't, or we'll cry.
There's a parallel universe, Jacob, where England are now 3-0 up in the Ashes.
Oh, don't do that to me.
There's also a parallel universe where I'm a millionaire, but we don't live in either one.
Exactly. We'll be lucky if we're 3-0 up in the West Indies.
Is that why Joe Root looks so sad? He really should be looking happier, but he doesn't look very happy at the moment. Anyway, is Broad resuming his bowling to Labuschagne, shoulders, arms, and leaves this next one through to the keeper.
I think Root's sadness might be something to do with the fact that this is just classic England. We wait until the series is lost, then we, with all the questions about character and bowling too short and so on. Now we're bowling fuller. We got a gutsy draw full of character, and now we're putting in a dominant performance in the first innings with the ball. Why couldn't we do that earlier?
It's like Eddie Izzard's bit about the Americans coming in at the last minute to save the World War.
Exactly. England always do it. We're always stronger at the end of Ashes tours.
Labuschagne facing up to Broad. He does another extravagant leave and almost spins around as he lets this one go through to the keeper. It certainly makes the commentator's job more interesting when there's a lot of dot balls and you've got Labuschagne leaving.
You become a ballroom dance commentator more than a cricket commentator. Jimmy Anderson
have
looking
those?
I think maybe. Jimmy Anderson looking suitably annoyed that after all the pitches he's been asked to bowl on, this is the one he's rested for.
So we have 4 slips in place as this next one is through to the keeper, and it's a wide. Too many short balls from Stuart Broad, I think, in this over. I think Broad was surprised that that one bounced as much as it did. We've had the variable bounce, as we were mentioning before.
Be interesting to see how Woakes goes on this pitch as well, seeing as he's been quite ineffective so far.
Now this is a peach of a delivery from Broad. It's swinging in the air and it just escapes the edge of Labuschagne's bat as it fizzes past and goes through to the keeper.
Now, as an England fan, I will always find a way to look on the not so bright side. And the problem is that if we do very well in this test, or we win in this test, and it's the first Ashes win in 10 years, it papers over the cracks. Silverwood potentially gets to keep his job, having lost something like 10 tests in a row. And everyone goes, oh, well, wasn't that lovely? We've actually done quite well. And then there's no fundamental change.
Another ball back of a length from Broad to Labuschagne through to the keeper. And who have we got in the slips here, Jacob? Because we've got Root and Crawley in first and second slip. Whoever's at third slip is standing up straight as Broad comes into bowl, almost like they're, scrolling their mobile phone or something. They're not squatting like the rest of the slips are.
Well, it's Rory Burns who's now in quite a pronounced squat, while Owen Pope is at gully. But Rory Burns has now stood back up again.
He squats. He only squats on. He's squatting this time as this next ball comes in. Again, a dot ball through to the keeper. He certainly was standing up, so I wonder if he was even facing in the right direction for those previous deliveries. But he's squatting nicely now.
Very nicely. Good form. But even if England do somewhat well in this test, and dare we say even win it, after having the Australians 13 for 4 or however much it is, I think we need to remember that this is a spicy pitch. We bowled first on it. It's a very un-Australian pitch, more English, and we do need to start seeing those fundamental changes in the county championship, in the way we run red ball cricket and the coaching.
So this next ball from Broad is full to Labuschagne, and he's driving this to the boundary. So it's 4 runs. The crowd is very happy that there's been some boundary action.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Knuckles like, just be happy, damn it. Let's catch up on YouTube really quickly because we've got some great conversation over there. Suitor Who doing most of the talking. Morning, folks. Cat is punchy today. Love it. Mark Wood meets, I think he meant Jurgen Klinsmann, not Klingsman, but I appreciate the American soccer reference. He also says, looks like a slow pitch. Barry Balsett, the shaving remark is about the company Manscaped that has been sponsoring a number of pages on YouTube, including Jared Kimbers. Sure. And Suitor Who protecting a draw, weather around and slow-looking pitch. When you have a beautiful cover drive, you can't help but excrete a sound like ooh.
Robinson is... Robinson's bowling to Head. Head is in the runs now. He's sending a ball out through square leg into the outfield. There's a chase on, and they are getting several runs here, I think, 3. And good start there. And Root here, Jacob, persisting with Robinson and not bringing Wood on.
Well, Robinson's bowled well, fundamentally, and if he can have a long spell and keep bowling like that, then there's kind of no reason to bring Wood on. And if the ball's going to keep doing stuff, Wood will be effective with the old ball, even though, as the commenters have been saying, this looks a little on the slow side. There's enough seam movement there to keep Wood interested at his pace.
When we get a second, I tweeted something and got 2 very different responses, so I want to make note of that. All right,
so we'll throw back to you, Brian, at the end of this delivery from Broad. He's bowling to Labuschagne, and another ball that fizzes past the edge. Labuschagne pretending that he meant to leave it And no problems. Look away, as no change to the score. So back to you, Brian.
Yeah, I tweeted out after that third wicket, Australia, what you doing, sweetie? And Ethan Wright, who's an Australian fan, says, see why we haven't played in Hobart in ages? And Anna Forsyth, who of course is an English fan, saying, their best, Brian. They're doing their best. So those are the two extremes in thought.
We can't afford to get cocky. We haven't batted yet.
Yeah, that's true.
So Labuschagne facing up to Robinson, and he's on the drive. It's out through the covers. It's in the air for a minute, but it's past an outstretched hand, and it's gone all the way to the extra cover boundary. Stokes can't drag it in. It is 4 runs.
1 2 ka 4 4 2 ka 1. My name is Lakhan. My name is Lakhan.
I think most England fans currently are sitting between the tweeters' complete optimism and what Messi Jez has described as every joy is a step on the road to doom interpretation, which I believed was the ECB's new motto.
Was that Stokes who did that dive? Oh, we don't want him to get any more injured than he already is. So look after yourself, Ben Stokes.
I think it might have been, and he's now stretching his side, but hopefully he's okay.
We know that he's not likely to be bowling in this test, or he's not going to bowl. He's in purely for his batting, which of course is glorious. So let's hope he can get up close to this pitch and work out how to play it. The Australians certainly can't. As this next one from Labuschagne, he's almost deciding to take that ball through his legs on the way to the keeper. That was almost a leave through his legs. Very awkward, but no bat offered.
He's leaving very well now after his scare, which Zach Crawley put down, unfortunately. But after that, he's gone back to his ways of leaving pretty well on length.
So far we've only had the 2 bowlers in this match. We've had 6 overs from Stuart Broad. This is the 6th from Robinson, as another defensive stroke offered by Labuschagne. He's been scoring 4s, and they're not very interested in taking the singles, just leaving wherever possible.
I think we'll probably have a change of bowler next over, or maybe one more from Broad, but after that a 7-over spell is fairly good.
And we're pretty happy that we haven't had any weather coming in, touch wood. It looks like the sun has been poking through the clouds from time to time, so let's hope Hobart keeps that up. Another ball slightly fuller from Robinson, and squeezed out into the leg side by Labuschagne. He's on 13. Head is on 3. That's the end of the over. 24-4-3.
You're closer to him than we are, Kat. Mark, never mind. Touching wood, never mind. Scooter Who, we're back on YouTube here. Scooter Who saying nothing is worse than a mullet. Deborah White, hello Deborah, would love to sit in the David Shepard stand, but maybe the Shep dining room would be more appropriate. Asim Hans, has the English team become even weaker than before? Lack of genuine spin options, no Anderson, no informed Bairstow, cause of concern. I'll let you answer that in a little bit. Suitor Who, was that a towel or white flag dropped by Robinson? Suitor Who, how is Mark Wood able to run after looking like he stepped on a landmine when he blasted last match by Cummins? Also saying Brian looks like he's on his way out to catch that white whale.
So we do need a jingle here for Mark Wood.
Yes. Sorry.
Do you know Mark Wood? Yes, he is an England bowler, quite good and pretty quick. So just a normal guy. Of course. Except for just one thing. What? He thinks that he's a horse. Right. What?
Mark Wood is coming into the attack. He's bowling to Travis Head, who drives into the covers where it is fielded and there's no run.
That was my horse, by the way, for those of you watching.
on Robinson's towel, by the way, I've had one even worse where I forgot to take my sunglasses off when bowling spin, and they fell off mid-delivery stride.
Yeah, it's possible Robinson was playing Drop the Hanky. Isn't that a childish game of some sort?
I thought
Anyway, Mark Wood's coming in again
the
over the wicket. He's bowling leg side-ish, and Head just defends away. Head's on 3. He's faced 4 deliveries. We saw before that Warner faced 22 for his duck. I'm not quite sure how many Smith faced for his duck. 2 balls. 2 balls.
In answer to your question, though, Brian, about the England team,
It wasn't mine, but go ahead.
The question.
Yeah.
Anderson's being rested for this one, obviously, and he's actually been in pretty decent form on this Ashes trip and has averaged decently well. I think we do have genuine spin options. They're not world beaters, but after this ball, I will carry on.
This next ball's back of a length, and Head decides he's going to French cut it down to fine leg. It is fielded down there. I think they've managed to run 1. That was a dangerous shot there, Jacob.
Absolutely, it was. But carry on, sorry. I believe we do have genuine spin options. Jack Leach is a decent spinner, especially in the final innings of the game. But he needs to be protected early on, and Root didn't do that at the Gabba, and I think that cost him a lot of confidence. Matt Parkinson averages 23 with the ball in county cricket, and leg spin does well in Australia, but we didn't even play him in the Lions game, and sent him home. So I think we've just heavily mismanaged spin, as we have been doing for the last 20 years. And the exceptions, like Graham Swan, have been very lucky and very good.
Labuschagne facing up to a ball back of a length outside off and through to the keeper. I think Travis Head was lucky to survive that last ball. He didn't know where it had gone, so maybe Mark Wood beating these a little bit for pace.
Well, Mark Wood could beat almost anyone for pace on his day, and it immediately is up in around the 140 range, and has been brilliant this tour. His numbers don't reflect it, unfortunately. His average has not been helped, but the heart he has shown, he's strapped the England bowling to his back and bowled his heart out.
We have a full-length, almost Yorker-length delivery, and this is beautifully clipped off his toes by Labuschagne. It's gone all the way out to the mid-wicket boundary for 4 runs.
It's me, says she. It's me, says she.
The other thing about Wood's bowling this tour has been, if you look at his, I think he's got 7 wickets. If you look at who he's got, he's had Warner once, Smith once, Labuschagne 3 times in 24 balls before this test. That's a big impact, even though he's not necessarily got the average to prove it.
Yeah. 2 balls left to come in this over. This is a little bit shorter to Labuschagne, shoulders, arms, through to the keeper. And we'll be having a commentary change at the end of this over, so get ready for a new crew coming in. It's been lovely commentating with you, Brian and Jacob. And you'll be listening to Brian Barish, Jacob Jaffa, I don't know if that's your real name or not, and Cricket Bat Cat. It is fantastic. And Brian Barish, is that your real name?
Yes.
Yeah.
Alas.
Good. I'm Cat Jones, by the way. I'm not Cricket Bat Cat. But is that the end of the over?
It is. So, thank you.
All right, that means I missed the last ball. So, anyway, we're over to Ian. Hello, Forthy. We'll leave you with the next crew.
Hello. I believe it's me on Ball by Ball. Hello to Ian Forth. Good to see you again. Hopefully no pigeon attack. And again, hello to Nakul M. Pandey.
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, and so on. What a start. The pitch, you could describe it as lime, you could describe it as smashed avo, you could describe it as barely visible, and England have bowled very well on it. They put it in the right place. Robinson's got the ball to move around significantly, so has Stuart Broad. We've seen Mark Woods skid one through, and I imagine Chris Wokes will be very much enjoying his time. We are at drinks on day 1 of the Hobart test, the first Ashes test in Hobart, and Australia are 29 for 3, having been put in by England. Could have been better potentially if Zach Crawley had taken that catch that he dived across Joe Root. I have no real issue with slip fielders going for chances. You'd much rather see someone dive at one and drop it rather than it going between 2 static slip fielders. But if you're going to dive, obviously catch it would help. And this looks like a game of, I don't know if it's a game of survival or judging by the way Labuschagne's playing, get some runs before there's one with your name on it.
Yeah, well, it's county championship style stuff, and as England have learned, if you're 4 or 5 down for not very many, it puts you well behind the game right from the beginning. And unless these two and subsequent partnerships can be big on a pitch which is not conducive to lots of run scoring, it looks like England are right at home, and actually it suits their style of batting of get a quick 20 or 30 before the one gets your name on it.
Yeah, although that doesn't really apply.
Get out.
That doesn't really apply to the top order, given that it's Rory Burns and Zach Crawley, and Darren Milan, who is even in T20 cricket, is not the quickest of scorers going around. We do sometimes see green-looking pitches deceive us, and the ball doesn't do particularly much. You usually get a bit more grass left on for day-night test matches for the pink ball to try and protect it a little bit. But the fact that it's just been so wet in Hobart going into the series means the pitch is a little bit soft, it's a little bit spongy. The ground staff haven't had time to prepare the pitches they might like and get it kind of a bit nice and hard. And England have used the conditions really well.
They have indeed. As
I think
Robinson to continue. Sorry,
I think Peter Siddle was on. No, it's fine. I think Peter Siddle was on record saying that don't let the colour of the pitch deceive you in Tasmania. Lime green doesn't necessarily mean it might be actually quite flat underneath, but certainly this first hour has. Well, let's hope it doesn't flatten out from here for England's sake. This
is a long spell for Robinson. He's into his 7th over.
It's not hot, which helps.
Yeah, and Robinson can bowl long spells in England, as he has done, and that's left alone by Head, going over the top of his off stump. It's seamed back a little bit, and the seam movement off the straight has been appreciable, more so than the swing in the air, you'd say.
Yes, I would say so, and it is... A lot of batters will tell you, and it makes sense if you think about the physics of it, that seam movement is harder to play than swing movement. You can't read it out the hand as much, particularly with the way that bowlers have used the wobble seam recently to introduce a little bit of extra variation, and it happens so much later, and Robinson has barely bowled a ball offline.
As he's in again to Head from right arm over the wicket to the left-hander, who clips off his hip and down towards fine leg. They'll just get through for a single as Stuart Broad, floppy hat atop his head, strolls in from the boundary and will throw back into the keeper's end as the field changes round to accommodate the right-handed Labuschagne.
All of the stats from the 13 test matches going into this at Hobart are largely irrelevant because it's the first time we've had a day-night test in Hobart. The last test in any case was 5 years ago, in a test that was so catastrophic for Australia that 4 of the players who played in that game haven't played for Australia again, and the chief selector got sacked.
How the turntables turn as Robinson is into Labuschagne, who leaves alone outside his off stump. Burgeoning partnership here between Labuschagne and Head. 18 from 23 deliveries. That's fairly quick scoring despite the conditions, and they've taken Australia from 3 for spit to 30 for 3, which is almost England standard.
It's recognisably a test score, isn't it? From 12 for 3. And Marnus Labuschagne has scored 17. 4 of them have been in boundaries. 16 of them have been in those 4 boundaries.
As Robinson in again to Labuschagne, who looks like he had a go down the leg side, but it's zipped past his leg stump with no bat on it, and Billings, the new keeper, takes it on. Interesting to see how Billings goes.
I mean, he took that well. He's moving nicely. Obviously, this is familiar-ish conditions, I suppose, for an English wicket keeper. But the ball's coming through actually quite nicely. Robinson's a tall man. He's getting a little bit of bounce from the river end, and that one was taken nicely. But yeah, Billings' footwork there was good.
As again, Labuschagne has a flick down the leg side, and Billings accommodates it nicely and gathers ball, but there was no bat on it. Billings an interesting batsman in county cricket. They were discussing before the start of play. At Canterbury, his overall average is 34, but at Canterbury he averages in the 20s, and he averages 42 elsewhere, which backs up Zach Crawley's point, even though he blamed the entire county system, that Canterbury probably not the best.
Yeah, I think Zach Crawley's not helped himself with a couple of his statements in the press.
That zips back off the seam from Robinson, but a little too short and over the top of the stumps. Labuschagne allowed to leave it on length. That's the end of the over with Australia 30 for 3, and we go to 40 with the social.
Thank you very much. Alec Patton, good morning. Glad to join you at this entirely reasonable hour to be conscious. Glad to have you aboard, Alec. Jay Grover, I refuse to accept this. Classic English response. Ralph the Wonder Llama, what do you mean we can't moan about English selection policy? Yes, we bloody can, because it's brainlessly obtuse. And of course, Scythe, I'm pretty sure Jimmy was doing a crossword. That's his concentrating face. Roger Melly, hello, good evening, and bollocks. Thank you for that. And Jay, he's out and about this morning. I think we just wank until everyone else lets us off on points on the third round. I'll break off.
As Wood is in over the wicket to Head, who's driving attractively and beating the man. I think Ben Stokes again diving at wide mid off, who's had put a hand on it, I think, enough to stop it, and now grimaces after that dive, holding his leg more than his
now
side,
he's clutching his hamstring, so it's one of those when different muscle injuries you start moving in a weird way. But he's actually saved 3 runs there. It was a lovely shot on the up by Travis Head, and there is a greater decisiveness and positivity to Australia's stroke play. It is a little bit like they've decided that just poking from the crease wasn't going to help them on a pitch that is doing plenty.
Well stopped by Stokes then, and I agree with our tweeter 40 that we can complain about England even though we're winning so far, as Labuschagne defends a nice ball from Wood, because at this point winning is actually slightly counterproductive, because unless we do it all the time from now on, it's not going to motivate change in the same way that a 5-0 whitewash would have.
There's no guarantee that Chris Silverwood will still be in post, and if the decision is being made on any kind of sensible basis, then the result of one Test match doesn't necessarily change that. I think we can park those conversations until after this series.
As Labuschagne puts Wood into the leg side, I think we can, but I fear that the decision won't be made on a sensible basis, as it seems very few are these days by the ECB. But I will, as you recommend, lay off them for a while.
I understand, although I don't. I do understand, although it seems a baffling thing to me that some people seem to prefer being unhappy. But there we are.
I don't prefer being unhappy, Knuckle. I just want change. I'd love for us to have come to Australia and done this in the first test and steamrolled them. I would have been ecstatic. But now that we haven't, I'd like something to change. As Wood is now round the wicket to the left-handed Head, who's driving flamboyantly and will beat the diving Ben Stokes, and that will go to the boundary for 4. But that is a dangerous shot on a pitch which does a bit.
Perhaps driving with plenty of slips in place, but it was a very full delivery outside off stump, and Travis Head did play it well. It was a good decisive movement into the ball. It's not easy to show that level of decisiveness when the ball is moving around and it's on a length, but all of the dismissals of Warner Khawaja and Stephen Smith was indecision about whether to come forward or back.
As Head flicks that one off his hip past the man at square leg, and it will go down to Ollie Robinson at fine leg. Head moves now to 11 runs from 10 deliveries, partnership 25 from 31. So after the early barrage, Australia thinking, bugger it, let's get the scoring rate up and try and put some pressure back on the bowlers, which is what England have possibly failed to do for quite a while.
And it's not been slogging exactly, but they have taken, when there has been a loose-ish delivery, if there's been one full and wide outside off stump, they've gone at it. England are trying to pitch the ball up and get the ball to move, and as you might expect, there's been some good driving, a couple of little clips off the hips as well.
And 7 runs so far of this Wood over as he's into Labuschagne, who's again flicking outside the off stump, and it will beat Chris Wokes at gully and wide point, and again run away for 4. An expensive over from Wood, 11 from it. He's now 0 for 16 from 2, and Australia 38 for 3.
Jay Grover is drawing an interesting.
41 for 3.
41 for 3, sorry.
Go ahead, Ian.
Sorry, missed that jingle. Jay evokes an evocative metaphor. It's like giving meat to an anorexic, toothless crocodile. It'll never be able to hunt, but it'll feel good about itself before the meat sinks to the bottom and then floats away. Fascinating, thank you, Jay. Joshua Letchford, Shane Warnick excretes a lot of sound in that he talks a lot of shit. Jay Grover recommends Brian should just sing all the jingles. Anthony Condon just turned it on, missed some action. Yes, you have. Jay says, has Forthy's room just changed colour? Fuck, I'm paper bagging it, got the fear. Don't think my room has just changed colour. Jay, I think maybe you are paper bagging it, although I don't actually know what that means. Jen Rowe, hi, I'm in LA, visiting family. I exist. Confirmed, Jen. Brian, morning from -2 degrees Northampton, 3 for 30 Australia. Was this from good bowling or the Australians not really on their game in this final test? And how is the crowd on there?
The bowling's been good in helpful conditions. Do have a change.
And we have a change as Chris Wokes is over the wicket to head, and the first ball is full and loose and thrashed away for 4. Well done, Wokesy.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Works his fit, got out of bed, went and had himself a net, found this way that his heel had healed, passed the test and he went to the tee.
Bit of a loose nerve from Wokes there, he's in again, and that's wide and cut in the air by Head. He sort of tried to pull it and it's gone straight up but landed safe between mid-off and mid-on. Wokes under a bit of pressure straight away after a lacklustre tour, and this is the sort of pitch where he should probably try and do a bit better, but so far 5 off 2 deliveries.
I mean that was a really badly played pull shot from Travis Head. It was actually a worse ball than the one that was hit for 4, which was a half volley, but drivable outside off stump. That ball could easily have been cut away, but Travis Head tried to play a pull shot, and that was a little reminiscent of some of Matthew Way's dismissals against India last year, where he'd look alright and then suddenly play an inexplicable shot and be caught at mid-off or something. But I think Chris Wokes went searching for swing in that first delivery. I'll come back to that.
As he's in now to Labuschagne, and Labuschagne leaves that alone outside his off stump.
But that is more what he needs to be doing. This, from what we've seen so far, and it probably will change if the sun does come out at some point, and who knows what the lights will do and all sorts. Pitch reading is a mug's game. You can just bang away at the top of off stump and wait for the pitch to do the work at this point. At least for a little while.
Wokes is a good swing bowler, but he can also seam it all over the place, and that's what he needs to try and do on this pitch, is that's taking the outside edge of Labuschagne but going straight down and along the ground towards 3rd/4th slip, and there will be no run. Better from Wokes there. He's found a length now, especially for the right-hander.
Yeah, that was a little full maybe. I think he's got to be a little bit careful. I have seen that for all of the ball moving around, you can actually drive on the up on this pitch. There looks to be a decent amount of carry in it, but yes, that just kind of keep it simple, stupid, I think is probably the way to go for a little while for England.
And over the last 4 overs, Australia have been going at 6 and over, as that's 2 straight and full, and well, it's beautifully timed away by Labuschagne onto the leg side, and 4. England losing control here.
2, 3, 4.
You can understand England getting a little bit carried away and a little bit greedy, trying to make magic happen when there's plenty happening. They've not been in this position at all in this series, but it just needs to be a little bit of a reset and just go back to just keeping things simple like that.
And that's left alone by Labuschagne. Outside is off stump, and his back hit comes through a little bit on that one, and that's the end of Chris Wokes over. 9 from it. Australia all of a sudden 50 for 3, and we go to Forthy and his dog.
Yes, I just put him on mute there. Fans of Toby might be interested to know that he got very excited because he hadn't seen my eldest son for a while. He just gave him a huge greeting, so you heard him in the background. Right, over on YouTube, Robinson giving Smith a send-off when his team are 3-0 down for the Ashes, says Suterhu, and also adds, imagine how annoyed Anderson will be right now. Rick Myfraps, let's not forget the Leach is on the hat-trick. When does he come on? Replied by Suterhu, he was on during the last wicket, Rick, but only with a drink.
That was a delightfully cruel declaration by Pat Cummins, declaring on Leach on a hat-trick. Incidentally, hat-tricks do not carry over across test matches,
It's just semantics, though. It's just semantics. We can call it hat-trick if we want to. I know technically it's not.
I'm sure we will.
Tom Morrish, where has this been all series? England or maybe Australia taken easy, given they've already had the Ashes?
As Wood back in for his third over. He's had 2 for 16 runs so far, and Head a rare leave outside the off stump. That was actually a little short and wide, but Head not taking the risk.
Yeah, as I said, England have got a little bit greedy. The lines and lengths have gone a little bit all over the place as they're just searching for... It can happen sometimes when the ball's moving around. You start bowling for a magic ball, and those don't happen all that often. Wood's role is interesting. I'd be interested to see how England use him on a pitch that is very unlike the others we've seen in this series.
As Wood in again to Head, who's driving off the back foot, and it's gone between the two men. Ollie Pope, I think, trying to chase it down, which he does very well, and that will save a couple of runs as they get back for, well, just save the one as they get back for 3. A good chase from Ollie Pope. You're right, Knuckle, England have got a bit greedy and have lost their lines, and as you say, it can happen, but I think the counterpoint to that would be all the times the Australians have got into these excellent positions in the series, it hasn't happened.
Well, that is what happens when you're a winning team compared to a team that's really up against it.
The Aussies keep their foot on the throat, as the classic line goes, and they do that exceptionally well.
And again, that's easier to do when you're winning.
As Wood into Labuschagne, who pulls high and hard, and that has taken one bounce and gone for 4.
That could have gone anywhere.
It could indeed, but it went to the boundary, and almost in no time, from 41 deliveries, this partnership has reached 45. And Australia, well, putting the pressure right the way back on England, saying, if you can get us 3 down for not much, but so can we. And if you want to try and finish us off, it'll be harder than you think. As Wood in again to Labuschagne, who's driving straight, beating the man at wide mid-on, and Stokes chasing hard, chasing valiantly, diving, and he's stopped it very well, but looks very ginger getting up, like more ginger than usual. Gets up gingerly, as that will be another 3 for the Australians. 10 runs off this over so far.
There was a period in English Test cricket, it calmed down a little bit this year, where every Test match in England seemed to have gone fast forward, where run scoring was quite easy, or quite quick, but you would also see wickets falling quickly. This game has been played at that kind of frenetic pace thus far in the first hour and a half.
As we see the replay of Stokes getting up quite slowly after his knee rolled across that boundary rope, unprotected by the spongy Toblerones of Doom, as we now like to call them, as Head faces up to Wood, who's round the wicket and defends, and they'll take a cheeky run. Ollie Pope didn't even make the attempt to throw, possibly a little deep there, and they'll get a free single off a defensive shot.
That's a good positive single from Travis Head. Dropped it into the infield, and Labuschagne responded pretty well to the call. Joe Root is not. I think he's a decent leader and very well liked, but he's not the natural sort of shouter. You could see him there shouting at his fellow fielders to just G things up a little bit, because Australia, England would absolutely have taken 60 for 3 for Australia, but they are in danger of letting this momentum slip away.
As Labuschagne has a swipe outside the off stump, and that'll go away for another 4, bringing the total of runs in this over to 15 off the over. They're now going at 11.67 off the last 3, and Root, as has often been his criticism, letting the game drift a little, with Australia 65 for 3.
Yeah, they need to get Mark Wood off.
Fourthie with the social.
Ravi Naya, I go for 45 minutes to drop my bike off with the mechanics. Come back to discover it's 29 for 3. If you'd warned me, I'd have stayed there all day. As it is, I don't go back until after close of play. Please tell me we'll take more wickets. Well, we aim to please, but so far, no joy, Ravi. Chris, good morning. Just woken up and did double take on who was batting after seeing the score. Jay Grover, I was pretty sure I was wrong about the room changing, but as an ad man, you'll know lighting means so much. Also, Genro, hooray! And Jay Grover, which one of you fuckers is running a dog-fighting pit? I don't think any of us are. Jay Grover, I gave up on Lord of the Rings when I hit 11th. I reckon Fourthie has returned from a Balrog ruck. Love Fourthie.
There are some very loud, very booming animal noises coming from somewhere in the vicinity of your microphone.
Well, it's not Toby, because he's fast asleep, I can assure you. So he's not to blame on this occasion. There's no pigeons that I can see either. I wonder why that is. It might be something to do with my mic.
Perhaps your feral children thought it.
They're past that stage.
As Head has a cut at that one and misses it short and wide outside the off stump from Wokes over the wicket, and he just missed the edge there. But this partnership, 53 from 45 deliveries, and a lot of good work undone.
Yeah, that was an interesting fielding position. They've taken out the 4th slip and put him in at a very short catching cover point, I guess for that cut short of that drive that goes in the air, because we have seen Travis Head drive on the up a bit. Yeah, Robinson and Broad 3 for 26 in 13 overs. Wokes and Wood none for 42 in 3 overs.
And Labuschagne 37 from 37 after being dropped on naught. How costly will another England drop be? That's pulled hard by Travis Head, too short from Chris Wokes. Stuart Broad and Mark Wood both chasing that. Wood gets to it first, and Broad gets the relay throw back in to Sam Billings, but another run 3 from Australia to bring Labuschagne back onto strike.
It could be that the pitch has just flattened out a bit as well, of course. Might just be a combination of those two things.
Yeah, it's a little bit. I mean, it's hard to tell because England's lines have gone a little bit, but yeah, it's not doing quite as much as it was in that slightly exaggerated first half an hour or so, where Robinson and Broad bowled beautifully. And what we've seen is that it's been a very interesting start to the Test match. We saw Robinson and Broad make full use of some slightly helpful conditions and some slightly tentative batting, and then as soon as England started straying in line, Labuschagne and Head have counterpunched really well.
As Woke into Labuschagne, who has an aim at one down the leg side again, but again misses it. Billings catches it and applauds, but less enthusiastically than he was, say, 40 minutes ago.
Just needs to be a little bit of a reset, and England just need to remind themselves that, 68 for 3, just over an hour into the day, and just England are winning this so far, and just need to kind of remind themselves of that.
As Labuschagne defends into the leg side, and there'll be no run. Yes, they are, but I think they're also very carefully aware that in a day-night test, which Australia have won all of which they've played, and on this sort of pitch, unless it flattens substantially, 300, 350 from the Australians will be a competitive game.
Well, maybe, but they're not going to restrict Australia to less than that by going away from what they've been doing.
No, indeed they won't, but they have gone away from what they were doing in the first 10 or so overs brilliantly, as that looks to have wrapped Labuschagne on the pad, but a muted appeal as it seems to be outside the line of off stump. He got a good stride forward, and it may have hit above the knee roll as well. We'll see on the replay.
Well, one interesting aspect of that. One interesting aspect of that first hour is that Robinson was actually bowling noticeably slower, even than normal. He was bowling around 124, 125, which seemed to aid him.
He's just trying to. He's not really trying to push himself that much, because he was concentrating on on line and length.
Also, he has just come back from a shoulder niggle as Labuschagne drives straight back to Wokes, who rather aggressively hurls the ball back towards the stumps, and it gets caught up in Labuschagne's feet as he turns away to try and defend himself. I think we will now have a change with the end of that over, and so I leave you in the capable hands of Knackle, Brian Barish, and Messi J.
Session of two rather unequal halves thus far. A good counter punch by Travis Head and Marnus Labuschagne. 56 they put on at 7 and over. Been in fast forward test cricket. 68 for 3 Australia, having been put in on a very green looking Hobart pitch. The first day-night test match in Hobart, the first Ashes test match in Hobart, and England's changed bowlers Chris Wokes and unusually in this series Mark Wood, who has been superb, have let Australia a little bit, I wouldn't say off the hook, but they've given scoring opportunities and Australia have seized on them, and as a result we are going to have a change at the Church Street end. Mark Wood, after 3 wayward overs for 31, is out of the attack. Stuart Broad, who bowled brilliantly from that end in his first spell, 6 overs 4 maidens 1 for 9, is back.
Sweep the leg, Brody. Got the best headband around. Something has gotta keep her down. Got the best headband around. Your ego ain't gonna be kept down. Got the best headband around. Even though your hair is thinning now.
I'm Knuckle and Pandey, taking you through the next half an hour until lunch. By the way, the GPL closes in half an hour. Our game of skill and predictive ability. I'm joined by Brian Barish and Messi Jez. Broad in round the wicket to the left-handed Travis Head. Always goes round the wicket to the left-handers in the last few years and has been so good at it. But Travis Head turns this nicely into the onside and they come back for 2. Yes, our game of skill and predictive ability, where you guess the number of runs that will be scored in today's play, and judging by the 2 very different bits of test matches we've had so far, good luck. You go to gorillacricket.com/competition, follow the on-screen instructions to log in or register. You pay £1 per guess, and what you're guessing is the number of runs that will be scored in today's play. All of your pounds go into a pot, and if you are bang on with your prediction, you win the pot, which started today at £24, as Stuart Broad is in outside off stump and left alone by Travis Head through to the keeper. There is no run. gorillacricket.com/competition. You have until lunchtime, so you have 27 minutes. The remaining 27 minutes of what's been a gripping session of cricket.
Just in that context, Knackle, I've just been looking at the rain radar, which has improved considerably, so I'd say there's a very good chance of getting pretty much 90 overs in today, unless there's a significant deterioration in the rain radar.
Oh, that's a beauty from Broad that keeps on coming in to him. Travis Head was playing for the movement away, but it just kept on coming in, and Head's very lucky to jab the bat down on it, and Labuschagne calls him through for a single. That is a cracking delivery from Broad.
It's interesting. I think Broad took a couple of overs at the beginning of the day to find his length and line really well. But he's spot on this spell. I think Wood and Wokes were frankly wanting in that. I think Robinson's been the bowler of the day so far. He's just been fantastic.
Yeah, he's getting that little bit of lift from the Church Street end. I haven't seen too much from the river end. Wokes' last over was decent. Wood has been a little bit all over the place.
I just so wish Jimmy was playing instead of Wood. I just got it so wrong.
Well, the England, it was talked about a few days ago that Anderson had been physically assessed and they were really worried about him getting through the test match, particularly with only 4 bowlers, as Stokes isn't able to bowl. We've got 2 fielders back on the hook for Marnus Labuschagne. We did see him very nearly hole out of a pull shot to Mark Wood, as actually did Travis Head, and how different things could have been, how much even better things could have been if that had found a hand. That Travis Head hack. This one's left alone by Labuschagne through to the keeper. There is no run.
I think this is the best I've seen Labuschagne bat in this series, actually. He's got some confidence back about himself, notwithstanding the challenging nature of the the bowling.
He's looked very fluent, hasn't he? I mean, it's been a deliberate decision that he and Head have made to seize on any scoring opportunities on a pitch where defending in the way that, and sort of accumulation and what's the word, attrition hasn't looked the way to go. This one's left alone on length by Labuschagne, which he's been doing well in this test. And for all of the pitch is doing a bit in terms of aiding seam movement, it does also look like a pitch with decent bounce and carry in it.
Yeah, I mean, a really good pitch to be watching cricket on, to be honest.
Yeah, a little bit
commentating.
A little bit all action and fast forward, but good fun stuff. I'd rather this than the dead pitch. Certainly, this one is semi-lightsaber left by Marnus Labuschagne outside off stump. 3 runs off that over. Australia 71 for 3 after 19 overs, and when 3 wickets have fallen in 19 overs and a team is going at nearly 4 and over, you will get a sense of why I'm talking about cricket on fast forward.
All right, let's go to Twitter. Jay Grover says, "You sweet summer child, Forthy. I had to threaten a beating in a section to my 74-year-old father this Christmas. It could happen to you." I'm not sure the context, but okay. And we're caught up on Twitter, so we'll head over to YouTube really quickly. Suitor Who, first ball from Wokes Lads, you should be expecting a world star first ball. I was wondering what happened. We our feed kind of... Anyway, thanks, Suitor Who, says Rick Myfaps, just tuned in and took for granted that the selectors had looked at spin on Bellerive in the past, my blue. Scooter Who appreciating, I think it was... Josh saying Stokes looks very
Hold that
ginger.
thought. We have actually lost a good chunk of the pictures from Bellerive.
That is what happened.
We cut briefly to a shot of David Gower and Simon Katic in a very, very unlit room that made it look slightly like they were filming a hostage video. Works' first ball, which we saw from over the sight screen from behind the wicketkeeper, was pushed into the offside for no run.
Wonder if they had a power blip.
Maybe, but we are back with the action. In fact, we are back with the action now and are seeing it properly. So whatever happened, it was brief. Chris Wokes continuing from the Church Street end is into Travis Head. This one's outside off stump. A little bit of movement, but full enough that it wasn't a bother wide enough to Travis Head. There is no run. Understand that all available tickets have been sold. Certainly for today, capacity reduced to 11,000. It's a smallish ground to start with, certainly by Australian standards. Much more of an English-sized ground, the Bellerive Oval in Hobart. Capacity 11,000, so 60% of overall capacity. Tasmania turning out for their first Ashes test. This one is hack-driven by Travis Head outside off stump. Not timed very well at all, and they go through to the barely mobile Ben Stokes at mid-off for a single.
Yes, they're sold out for the first 4 days, I understand. Although, hopefully it lasts at least 4 days.
Yeah, who knows?
They get value for it.
Who knows? Again, it does look the kind of pitch where runs can be scored. Be very interesting to see what Nathan Lyon does on this. Later, England going in without a specialist spinner. If you're just joining us, England made 5 changes from the team that scrapped to a draw in Sydney. Marnus Labuschagne facing up to Chris Wokes, one of those changes, and a remarkable shot from Marnus Labuschagne. Stepped down the track to Chris Wokes and flicked him with a short arm jab over mid wicket for a 1 bounce 4 that would not have been out of place. That have been Johnny Bairstow in a 1-day international. What a shot! Absolutely dismissive from Marnus Labuschagne.
That's elegant. That's the only word you can use to describe that, I think.
It is. I'm really torn about Labuschagne because as a personality I find him extraordinarily uninspiring, and yet when he plays a shot like that I can't help but like him.
I find his unabashed weirdness quite endearing. A little bit sick of people who aren't macho alpha types trying to be macho alpha types, and the culture that seemingly encourage that. At least Labuschagne is weird in his own way.
Yes.
Some of us are like that.
We're all like that in some way.
England are now trying to get the ball changed.
Somebody mentioned that on YouTube. Suitor Who said, how long before Root requests a ball change?
Well, it happened, and it was given absolutely no shrift at all by umpires Rod Tucker and Paul Blocker Wilson.
I think the pink ball is notorious for ceasing to swing quite quickly, isn't it?
Well, the ball's not been swinging today. It was seam movement that was doing the business.
Yeah.
They try and put more grass on the wickets to protect the seam on the pink kookaburra.
Yeah, I mean, it occurred to me that it was a bit like playing in Durham, sort of warm May day.
As Wokes is in full again and driven off the inside half of the bat by Marnus Labuschagne out to Darwin Milan, deep square leg. They come through for a single. Wokes has, if anything, been a little bit too full in his nearly 3 overs thus far. It is a pitch where you can drive through the line. He might just have to drag his length back a little bit and bowl basically the length that Broad and Robinson. I know he's not as tall as those two, but just slightly foolish of a good length rather than really trying to pitch the ball up and get it to hoop. It's been looked a little bit floaty so far. None for 18, 1 ball shy of his third over. Australia 77 for 3 in the 1 ball left of the 20th. Field has now gone back at deep square leg, or mid wicket, really sort of hanging 10 yards off the fence. We've got a long leg as well, 3 slips. This is left alone by Travis Head, through to the keeper. There is no run. 7 off the over. Australia after 20, 77 for 3. Yes, on those changes, Rory Burns got undropped for the redropped Hasib Hamid. Johnny Bairstow's thumb crack that he got was significant enough to see him miss the Test match. Ollie Pope came back in. Ben Stokes was selected just as a specialist batter. He looks very uncomfortable, but we'll see how he goes with the bat. Sam Billings making his Test debut, the Test cap number 700 for England. He's keeping in place of Johnny Bairstow. Josh Butler, who has a badly broken first finger and is now back in London seeing a specialist. And 2 changes in the bowling attack. James Anderson, England were worried that he could not get through the full 5 days, so he's been left out, as has Jack Leach, with England going all seam. Chris Wokes, who has not bowled particularly well, and Ollie Robinson, who has bowled superbly, have come in. Australia making just the 1 change, an expected change. Marcus Harris left out. Usman Khawaja, after his magnificent twin centuries in Sydney, back up to the top of the order, and Travis Head back in at 5. Stuart Broad is in, one who kept his place. Labuschagne walks at him outside off stump and down the track a little bit as well, and clips this nicely out into the onside for 2. Labuschagne is batting a long way out of his crease and occasionally walking at the fast bowlers.
Brown, if you want to squeeze in a few tweets during the over so we don't get too far behind, that's fine.
Yeah, Dave Wood after that 4 by Labuschagne saying, this is why I hate T20s. The Red Avenger said, bold shit in the last hour, to be honest. I guess that would be from England. And Jake River saying, apropos of not, my electric glider is rubbish. I blame Knackle.
Of course.
Right. 3
What has happened?
3 slips. We've got a shortish mid-wicket in position. A fielder back at deep square leg, a long leg. That's the field as far as I can tell it to you. Australia going at 8 and over in the last 6 overs. Stuart Broad is absolutely livid with proceedings as Marnus Labuschagne runs down the track at him, tries to launch him back over his head like a right-handed Rishabh Pant. It toe ends straight back to Broad, who flings the ball back at the retreating Labuschagne. All of that fun and games results in no run.
You can't mention Rishabh Pant without saying what a fucking magnificent century that was.
What an innings. I missed it because we were doing some important wedding-related admin, my partner and I. I missed the second part of it. I saw the normal first part where he was batting very calmly but still scoring very quickly, and I missed the absolute flinging the bat to point and trying to reverse sweep a fast bowler and all of that stuff. But he is a hell of a player, Rishabh Pant. This is outside off stump. Labuschagne looking for a single, not going to get it to point. He can score quickly by apparently not taking too many risks, and then he can play shots very few others can play. He is a generational talent, Rishabh Pant. And
Mark Nicholas described it as every shot is a piece of theatre, and it was. It was just drama.
And I think that slightly underplays just how good a batter he is. That test match is set up very nicely in Cape Town, with Dean Elgar falling in the last over before close of play. Back here in Hobart, this is back of a length outside off stump, rising through to Sam Billings, who takes hands off to first slip and then yells some encouragement in the general direction of Stuart Broad.
Yeah, it's been a luxury month in terms of Test cricket, hasn't it?
Yeah, we saw New Zealand roar back in the second Test match against Bangladesh after the magnificence of Bangladesh at Mount Maunganui. We've seen 3 excellent Test matches between India and South Africa in South Africa, and the Ashes has been by far the least interesting of the series, although the Sydney Test match was very enjoyable.
I should mention while we're waiting that Patreons... Oh, sorry, I'll go back.
Penultimate ball of the over from Broad, back of a length, and Labuschagne plays this with soft hands down to Rory Burns at third slip, or second slip rather, and there is no run. By the way, 15 minutes to enter the GPL. We only had 1 entry thus far. GorillaCricket.com/competition.
So we do appreciate it, and we need your support in any way you can offer it, but doing so through Patreon is the best thing from our point of view. And our patrons have thus far received 4 interviews with particular gorillas: Mulk, Tony Bishop, Cat Jones, and... Sorry, come back.
Last ball of the over from Broad. This is left alone through to the keeper. There is no run. The split between Broad and Robinson's figures and Wokes and Woods' figures continues. Broad conceding just 2 off that over. 1 for 14 off his 8. Australia 79 for 3.
And Gorilla Hendo, and later today I will be sending out another thing for all our patrons, which is an interview with the wonderful Nakalem Pandey for you to feast your eyes on. So if you want to be able to see the
if you want to hear yet more of me after a day of me.
Oh, but this is a different Nakal.
That sounds like a delight.
Yeah,
it really does.
And we're having another check on the ball. This time it seems to be being taken much more seriously. A little bit of the seam might have come away. Rod Tucker's got it in his hand and is picking at it. He's then pointing a long bony finger in the general direction of somebody or other. Oh yeah, a bit of the leathers coming away. There is something slightly scary about Rod Tucker.
Well, I was going to say he's pointing a long bony finger where they are. It looks like they are changing the ball. Yes.
He looks a little bit like the Grim Reaper.
Well, I was going to say he's pointing a long bony finger, but rest assured it is actually his and not somebody holding a severed finger. So they are. It looks like they are picking out a new ball. Let me very quickly catch up because we're almost caught up. Mayank saying Labuschagne is insufferable with his lightsaber bullshit, but I feel like if I met him, I'd want to be friends with him. I feel that way about most people. Just ideal. No shrift is short shrift taken to the next level, right, Knackle?
It was extremely dismissive. The first attempt to get the ball changed, Rod Tucker barely even gave it a second's glance, but now the ball has been changed for one of a similar age. The sun has peeped through the clouds at Hobart, revealing the hills behind the big pavilion as Chris Wokes is going to come in from the Church Street end.
But are they alive?
Indeed, with the sound of wickets.
Yes.
As this is on-off stump and this is pushed by head into the onside. There is no run. The hills are alive with the sound of jingles.
Before we depart, I'll tell you, good luck with the wedding planning. It's 9 months, at least for us, was 9 months of bullshit whittled down to 2 hours of absolute bliss.
We're getting to the fun stage now.
Yeah, okay.
My
wedding...
We gave notice of marriage yesterday.
Oh, nice.
As Chris Wokes comes in to Travis Head. This one's left alone through to the keeper. There is no run. Things settling down just a little bit now with Wokes starting to find his lines and lengths and Broad restoring some sanity to proceedings from the Church Street end.
We got married 6 hours from here down there where my in-laws live, and they all took care of everything, so we touched very little. But anyway.
Wokes the slips away as Travis Head drives, and that flashes past backward point Not sure if it was catchable height, but it was too fine of the diving fielder. A false shot for the first time in a little while from Australia, but it does flash past the fielder for 4. Bit loose from Travis Head. In fact, it bounced well short of Ollie Pope, as well as flashing past him at backward point.
Roger Melly saying to us that hat tricks do carry over to the next match. That's because I fucking said so.
Well, you can effing say so all you like, but you're effing wrong. As
That's
Travis,
true.
Travis Head pushes
there's
this.
There's no right or wrong that's something that's not in the laws.
Travis
It's
Head.
Convention
Fine.
rather
Travis Head pushes this to Darvin Milan at cover. There is no run.
It's a moral hat trick.
Can carry across innings.
Yes.
Yes. Yes.
You can carry many things across innings, but not that.
As Head faces up and plays a almost indescribably weird square cut. It looked as though he was trying to leave it initially and then decided, oh wait, it's square cuttable, and then flailed his entire body into line with the ball and ends up timing it quite nicely to back the point for no run, but it was all a bit last minute.
It's almost as if Head has sort of helped dig them out of a really shitty place by playing really attacking cricket. Now he wants to play sensible cricket and doesn't quite know how.
And it's an inside edge onto the foot of Travis Head. The third time he's had a big inside edge, in fact, onto the inside thigh, and that might have hurt a little bit. Decent over from Chris Wokes. Even the 4 in that was a slightly false shot. England just finding a little bit of calm, but Australia with this counter-punching partnership of 71 at a runner ball at 83 for 3 with Broad and Robinson wreaked havoc in the first half an hour.
Jay Grover saying Mark Nicholas is an utter Tuesday. I did show my Aunt G and her partner the Pant Coley pimple ad. It's the gift that keeps on giving. Also, Black Fairy, love to your wedding, Knackle, if I don't speak to you until then. Those are words.
I mean, the wedding's in July. I'm sure I will speak to you before then.
Yes.
Oh, God.
Goodness.
As Broad continues coming back for his second spell, and he's pulled
come
Labuschagne round his legs. Marnus Labuschagne got his body and his head and his feet into all sorts of weird positions. He came walking down at Stuart Broad, then walked outside off stump, then fell over, and even if he hadn't fallen over, he'd gone so far outside off stump that the little bit of induct from Stuart Broad might have taken it round his legs anyway. Labuschagne ends up prone on his face outside off stump as middle stump gets splattered. Stuart Broad has his second. England do strike back. Australia 83 for 4, and that is one of the finest pieces of comedy cricket you will ever see.
Oh, fuck yes.
What?
Go OUT the window, go OUT the window, go OUT the window, 'cause OUT spells out.
Good counter punch from Marnus Labuschagne ends in ignominious fashion with him going for 44 rather off 53 and needing to put his jumper in the laundry.
They turned it into a pretzel. What the hell?
Well, the fact that Marnus Labuschagne went to move outside leg stump when the line wasn't there for it, and then suddenly, as if he got his spikes stuck, couldn't get back, tripped over, fell flat on his face, and the ball slammed into the middle of the stumps. It was really good comedy cricket. I love that.
Really
sort of
outstanding. Really outstanding. And there was a slight panicked moment of realisation on Marnus Labuschagne's face, like the moment that Wile E. Coyote realises that the cartoon law of gravity has failed to work in his favour. Enter a man who's not had a great series with the bat, although he has done fine things with the ball, Cameron Green.
We are the Cameron Green Appreciation Society. God save Mitchell Marsh's brand of all-round variety. We are the Cameron Green Preservation Society. His injuries cause all of us excessive anxiety.
So that's
Yeah, Marnus Labuschagne walking outside off stump to try and clip Broad into the leg side, as he had done a little while ago, with one remarkable 4 off Chris Woke, shades of Kevin Peterson. Tried to do it again and completely lost his footing and his head position and his dignity. As Cameron Green has 5 slips awaiting him and a short leg, as Root goes all out attack. Chance to resurrect things. This is full, and this is meaterly pushed by Cameron Green. A good firm defensive push. Intersect with Ben Stokes rather than him fielding it, given that he can't really move at mid-off. There is no run. Stuart Broad was, to say the least, pumped after that delivery. As we see it again, Labuschagne's feet ended up crossed over, and then when he tried to get back into line, I'm not sure which foot slipped first. In fact, as he untangled himself, both of his feet lost contact with the ground. It was bizarre. I don't think he could do that again if he tried. As this is short outside off stump and easily left by Cameron Green through to the keeper. There is no run. He'd actually almost been bowled by the time he fell over.
That it needed that record scratch. I bet you're wondering how I ended up here. Well,
that is going to be at the top of the Ashes highlights reel forever. That is the most fantastic thing. I hope somebody can tweet that into our timeline.
I want it as a GIF. I want it as
get it as a shirt.
As a still. Yeah, absolutely remarkable stuff. Fittingly, Stuart Broad was involved somehow. This is outside off stump and easily left alone by Cameron Green. A bit of a waste of a delivery from Broad.
They keep showing it and I keep laughing.
This is going to be like the Glenn Maxwell leave or that Mike Hussey drop where he runs in a 360-degree circle. Rishabh Pant yesterday losing the bat in Johannesburg.
He was so far out of his out of the line of the stumps. He was on the ferry back to Frankston.
It was sort of like his front foot moved outside off stump. His back foot didn't want to come with him. And then when he persuaded the back foot to come with him, he had already been bowled and then ended up on his face. However you describe it, you need to see it to work out exactly what just happened. As Cameron Green is made to play at this and blocks the short leg, there is no run.
So there'll be 1 over after this before lunch. Well, before the break, whatever that's called.
What a very, very interesting session.
Wow.
Well, that definitely makes it England's session.
It really does. Of course, what's going to end up happening, they're going to end up bowling Australia out for like 200, and they'll end up with like 100 on their own.
As Cameron Green gets off the mark with a rather uncertain prod into the onside, and they come through for 1. That one plus the comedy wicket of Marnus Labuschagne ends Stuart Broad's 9th over, 2 for 15. He and Ollie Robinson have bowled beautifully so far today. Australia 84 for 4 in this all-action madcap 23 over first session.
Neil Franklin, morning, afternoon, sisters and brothers. Good fun this, depending on whose side you're on, yes. Jay Grover, Messers, a really sheet place. Is that a M.R. James reference? I can probably hold on till July. All the best anyhow. I'm not sure whether I dislike Cameron Green or dislike... Yeah, never mind. Jay Grover, please post that wicket, says Jay Grover.
I've just reposted it into our timeline from cricket.com.au. So hopefully it's not geo-blocked. You should be able to actually re-watch it over and over and over.
That
take up your whole lunch break.
Yeah, it really does.
It will be for people outside of places where it's geo-blocked. Because ESPN videos are geo-blocked in a lot of places.
But it should be like SportsCenter top 10, like that. That's something that's like, it's like, oh, there's this weird sport, and this is what happened. Yes.
Cricket on ice as Chris Wokes is in. This is pushed into the onside for a single. For no run by Cameron Green.
That's hockey, Knackle. Cricket on ice is hockey, but with more hitting.
We've seen this replayed, I think about 6 times, and it happened 6 balls ago. Stephen Smith and Pat Cummins are laughing as they watch the replay / watch it in real time. Marnus Labuschagne is never going to hear the end of that. Full from Wokes and blocked by Green solidly back to the bowler. There is no run.
Now, because they're up 3-0, they all can laugh at that. If they were down 3-0, or if this was a much tighter series, that would be like, wow, that was pretty stupid. But like this is, I mean,
if they'd still laugh, I mean, you cannot not laugh at that.
Wokes is in turned off the hips more stylishly and with more control by Green this time down to long leg. It is though the sort of thing that if this were a tight game, or that if that was the 10th wicket to fall in a tight game, or the series was on the line, that is the sort of dismissal that, not really through any particular fault of the batters, could get a batter dropped because of just how weird it looked.
Yeah. It's... Oh, dear. Anyhow, have a look at the
Wokes in, left alone by Travis Head, and Sam Billings drops it for no obvious reason. There is no run.
Can confirm that's not geo-blocked.
Yeah, good, thank you. I must say, with that exception, Billings has looked pretty good as keeper. He's looked like a real keeper to me, if you know what I mean.
He moves like a wicket keeper. He moves side to side like a wicket keeper. Alex Carey at times has got his feet stuck and ended up lunging at the ball.
Yeah, I agree entirely.
This is back of a length from Wokes. Travis Head, who does, you're right, Jez, look slightly unsure of exactly what to do with himself in the last 15 minutes or so. Blocks to mid-off, there is no run.
Yeah, it was like he was really at home when he was playing attacking cricket to dig out of the hole. And now he's not used to this position of just playing sensible cricket without taking risks.
As this one seems away a little bit from Wokes, and Head plays slightly across the ball and pushes to mid-off. And that ends a very entertaining first session of the first Ashes Test match in Hobart. Broad and Robinson were magnificent in the first half an hour or 40 minutes or so, reducing Australia to 12 for 3. Then there was a fantastic counter punch by Marnus Labuschagne and Travis Head, who put on for the fourth wicket 71 off 74 balls. Wokes and Wood were treated very severely, and England looked like they'd lost the plot a little bit, but Stuart Broad came back into the attack and induced a moment of the highest farce to bowl Marnus Labuschagne round his legs while he was in the process of falling over and face planting. Just watch it. It's absolutely astonishing stuff. But Travis Head is still there on 31 off 33. Cameron Green is on 2 off 8. And at dinner, as it were, Australia are 85 for 4. We only had one GPL entry, that from Ombre Nuevo 247. Get us through a few tweets, and we'll go to some archive footage.
Yeah, Just Ideal saying the South Africa-India series has not only been delicious Test cricket, but also reminiscent of the 60s and 70s when more than 250 was decent. And Mayank agreeing, he would know because he's American. SportsCenter has shown cricket catches in the past. This might be another instance. Just cleaning up on YouTube, Sutter who is heading off for his surgery. Hopefully to catch you later today, if not tomorrow. Good luck with all of that. Wonder if Head is about to try and play a special innings to out Khawaja. That's still possible. And Sydney Thunder fan says, hi. And with that, I shall leave you for the day. I have to be up for work in about 5 hours. So.
And what time is it there?
1:34 a.m.
Well done. Thank you.
Good night, sweet prince. And for the next 35 minutes or so, or just over 30 minutes, we'll hear from somebody who I'm sure, if he is up, would have been letting out one of those trademark chuckles of his at the comedy stylings of Marnus Labuschagne. We're going to have some words from Tony Bishop in conversation with the ever entertaining Gladstone Small, talking about the 86-87 Ashes and all things related to that. But please do join us again, and if the second session is anything like the first session, we are in for a treat. But in the meantime, here is a little bit of Gladstone Small.
Chairman Mao, Jamie Howe, Ho Chi Minh, Asif Din, Václav Havel, Graham Saville, No surrender, Percy Fender, guerrilla cricket.
Welcome to Guerrilla Cricket. I'm Tony Bishop. December the 3rd saw the release of Inside the Tour, the Ashes 86-87. It's the definitive story of that extraordinary tour, told to Mark Pugach by those who were part of it. It's a terrific listen, and you can find it via your usual podcast provider. One of those who was not just there, but was man of the match as England clinched the series at the MCG is my guest today, Gladstone Small. Gladstone, welcome back to Guerrilla Cricket.
Tony, pleasure, delighted to be back. Great to hear you guys are going from strength to strength.
Yeah, well, thank you for that. And yes, we are. So I'm going to start off with a fairly easy, gentle opener for you.
Little half volley.
A little half volley. Yeah. You took more wickets against Australia than anyone else, than any other opponent. Was there something special about playing Australia?
I just love beating them. I just love beating them. That was one. Listen, now obviously I played. That's probably because I played more tests against them than anyone else. But only out of all the ones I played against Australia, only one of them was at home in England. So obviously, the England boys, my captains and managers, obviously thought. First of all, I thought I was a good tourist. And I could take the heat of playing in Australia and all the stuff that went on with it. I just love. Listen, I've always loved the thought of touring. I love playing. I mean, I like home, but I like being away as well. And
you're making a career of it still.
If I didn't do it, someone else would do me. But no, so from a very. I mean, I went traveling. Obviously, a young cricketer. Back in the 80s, the season finished in England in September, and if you want to progress and learn and do things, you go play abroad. And I went to play in Australia, and my first season was 1982-83, playing club cricket in Melbourne, and that was my coincided with probably it was Ashes tour, Bob Willis Ashes tour. And I got called into the England team that summer. The summer and at home, Bob Willis called me up for the test match. Derek Pringle injured his back writing a note after practice on the day before the test match at Edgbaston against Pakistan. And Bob Willis called me up to the test match. And I myself wasn't feeling too well. But roll it forward, the England team went to Australia that winter. I was playing in Melbourne. So whenever the England team came to Melbourne, I was invited to go train and practice, and I got it. It was a great insight. It was a wonderful insight into Test match cricket and how the guys set themselves up in the psyche and the mindset that you have to be in. And I love that little bit that I got. I mean, and that Test match that was my very first Ashes Test match I saw, because I had missed in 1981 Ashes, both from Ashes. I was playing county cricket, so back then the county cricketers, we played a lot of cricket. I didn't get to see any of those matches at all.
One feels the England team might be better if that was still true, Gladstone. But well,
that's another thing.
I've got a question for you then. From arriving in England as a young teenager to winning the Ashes, that's some journey. Before it happened, before that 86-87 series, was there ever a point where you thought, you know what, one day I'm going to win an Ashes for England? Did it ever cross your mind?
Well, listen, I grew up. The guy that gave me the love of the game, my granddad, born in Jamaica but lived in Barbados, and then he never left Barbados until when he died in 1993 years old. But he loved English cricket. He loved England cricket, and as a young boy, I remember him coming home from work on the sugar plantations and tuning in his radio to find out wherever England was playing a test match. And that could have been at Lord's, at Headingley, at places like Old Trafford, places I didn't know. Only thing I know about them was that they had a cricket ground in those places. Didn't know where they were, and that meant Grandad would tune into England playing Australia in the Ashes. And so I'd heard about this thing called the Ashes from a little boy because of my granddad. So hence I knew the history and the tradition of it and the importance of what Ashes cricket was all about.
Wow.
And so then when I then got that to see it in '82 and saw what probably the best Test match that I ever saw actually was that 1982-83 Test match at the MCG, and then followed by the Edgbaston Test match in 2005, that famous one in 2005. I mean, and then interspersed with that all of the atmosphere, the tension, the players that plays in all those great matches, and it still makes the footnote that if an England player or an Australian player only could make 100 or take one fight, for who would the opposition be? The Australian would say England, and the Englishman would say Australia. It is still the iconic Test series played out in this great game of cricket.
Well, let's just remind people for a second about that 86-87 tour. England had unexpectedly won in Brisbane on the back of some Ian Botham heroics. They then drew in Perth and Adelaide, so a win at the MCG would give England the series. Enter Hugh Gladstone to be man of the match. But should we actually thank Elton John for making that little piece of history possible?
We definitely should thank him for many things on that trip. And he was our tour mascot, should we? But on more occasions than one, I must say. I mean, it's and yes, I mean that morning. I mean, luckily back then in '86-87. I mean, obviously, like now the guys have been in Australia, I think, for a month or so, and they've only played about 3 or 4 days against each other. Whereas in '86-87, we were in Australia for a month before the first Test match. But the clever Australians had started us in Brisbane. Then they took us around a tour of Australia. And as you well know, Australia is not Wales. It's not a small. You can't do it by bus. You got it.
For any Welsh listeners, what Gladstone is by no means inferring that Wales is small.
Well, I'm just saying the size of Wales. I mean, it's so yes, you got it, and they fly you all over from Brisbane to Tasmania, back up to Sydney, over to Perth, and then you end up back in Brisbane for the first Test match, and you play a lot of cricket. Luckily, the likes of Botham and the senior players weren't too keen on, should we say? They were saving themselves for the main contest. So the likes of myself and the other younger players, people like Neil Foster and Phil De Freitas, Jimmy Whittaker, those sort of guys, Bill Affey, Chris Broad, those guys. It gave us non-senior players the chance to get into the tour and make a step for your players. So hence on that tour, and luckily I'd played the previous summer. I'd played probably some of the best, my most educated part of my cricket career was playing Sheffield Shield cricket, South Australia, the previous season. And that meant I'd played at the SCG, the MCG, WACA, the Gabba, I'd had that. So when I got to these venues, I wasn't, the size of the Australian grounds, they could leave you in awe of because they're much bigger grounds than the ones we play, than our grounds here.
Like the MCG is
not just in capacity, but in the size of the playing area. So I'd seen all of that the previous year, so that I was already in tune of what was required, as obviously the conditions as well, the playing conditions, the heat, the ground, the firmness of the ground. I love playing in Australia because that's the other thing you get. The grounds in England, because of our lovely weather here, they can be quite soft. The grass is lush and green and soft and springy. And so you got to really get your feet into it. In Australia, the grounds are hard, and so you can bounce, you can slide across the surface and use that for your rhythm.
We are going to come on and chat a little bit about the differences and about the new Kookaburra ball. I've got a question for you about that actually. But the reason I mentioned Elton John, because wasn't it a very direct influence? Hadn't Graham Dilley created an opening for you, courtesy of attempting to bowl at Elton John, and all of a sudden there you were at the MCG on Boxing Day opening the bowling for England. Just tell us a little bit about how that came about.
Well, yeah, I mean, yeah, Elton John is obviously the guy as a superstar, hero, fabulous musician, and he was there. And he was in Australia that summer playing with the Melbourne Philharmonic Orchestra and getting involved. He'd met the England boys, Gower and Botham and Lamb, on a previous trip. And he's not a cricket fan. We all know his love for soccer, but he loves everything English. His flowers are English, his fruits English, his water is English, and then obviously the cricket team were. So he was around a lot, with partying and keeping us entertained at various points of the tour. And that Christmas, that Boxing Day morning, after quite a very lovely long boozy Christmas day where we all got dressed up in various fancy dress outfits and for our families and stuff. And that morning, the first time we'd been down to the MCG to practice on that the Boxing Day morning. But and Elton turned up, and so there he was on the outfield, and Graham thought, I'll have a little jog up and have a little Graham Dilly. This is pick a dilly, and he'll have a little ball to practice his outswingers to Elton, who couldn't lay a bat on anything, but on doing so, Graham tweaked a quad muscle, and sure enough, as I was there mixing the drinks down in the bowls of the MCG, as massive place, you can't down in the dressing rooms, you can't see what's going on the outfield. And Gatton came down to get his England blazer to go toss the coin. He said, "Hey, Stoney, stop mixing the drinks, mate. You're actually playing. Picker just did his leg bowling to Elton, so you're playing." So that was it. Half an hour to go. I was given the thumbs up that I was in the team.
So you sat out the first 3 tests, and Mike Gassing, he wins the toss, and chooses to bowl. So and with that very late call up to the game, did you even have time to be nervous?
No, not at all. Which probably helps, quite frankly. Because obviously, I mean, you play. If I was the night before, if I knew I was playing the next day in front of 75,000 people, I wouldn't have slept a wink. But I had a great night's sleep, probably because it was induced with lots of Christmas spirit from during the day. But I had a great night's sleep and got to the ground, and so but after Gat won the toss, put the Aussies in on a cloudy, overcast day in Melbourne. So the bowling conditions were the sort of things as a seam swing bowler you dream of picking in a nice green atmospheric conditions, and but still you got to come back. You walk out on the field, and it's not a welcoming crowd that greets you.
Nope.
It's the pommy bashing start, shall we say? And Gat's got a sense of humour, so he sends me down to this famous place at the MCG, a place called Bay 13. It was known as, and they're I think they just let him out for the day from institutions on the proviso to go to the MCG and just bash up whoever the opposition were. So that was Gat's attempt to sort of get me in the mood and stuff, was to send me.
Well, it did the trick.
13.
It did the trick. What was it? 5 for 48. Can you still remember who they were? Can you reel them off just like that?
Not all of them. I'm David Boone. I remember my mate Dan. David Boone, top batsman, great, and a top man. Boone. I see him now. He's now a match referee. So whenever he's in town, we always have a beer or two together. I can't keep it with his drinking though. He's the record he holds for the most cans of beer coming over from Australia. But he's a great man. So I got him out caught behind by Jack Richards, I think, caught him. And I also got a really good pal of mine, sadly no longer with us, and someone who I'd played a lot of cricket with in Melbourne back in the early days. Two of my biggest Aussie mates, quite frankly, was one is the ugliest man in cricket, Merv Hughes, and the other one was sadly no longer with us, is Dean Jones. He was a Melbourne son of Melbourne, and he loved the Melbourne people, loved him, and he loved them. So I remember getting him out quite early as well, and I think I got Steve Waugh.
You did. You got three of them. You're going well. I'm not sure.
A guy called Peter Sleep,
spinner, yeah,
who I'd actually played with the previous year. He played for South Australia, so great nickname. Sunder Sleep was his nickname. Sunder. Yeah, so I remember getting him out and one of the borders, I think. And then, but the thing with my five wickets were all, as I said, caught keeper.
Yeah.
Both of them caught one at second slip, caught Gatton at first slip.
Richard's got two, and I think both of them got 2 catches. Both of them might have got 3 catches, actually.
Yeah. So I got my 5 with 5, classic, seam up bowling. Both of them got 5.
Yeah.
I think one was caught, Jack Richards caught one running back towards me at that fine leg from a top edge pull. One was caught at third man. One was caught at deep long on, or one was caught at cover. So he got 5 as well. The great man. But this testimony of he was nowhere near fit, Beefy. I mean, no one else would have played that match. He was only about 67% fit if that. But he said, "Listen, mate, there's no way I'm going to there's no way I'm not going to play this test match. We're 1-0 up with 2 to play. Just put whatever you want in me. I'll get the doctor to do whatever he wants. I'm playing this test match." So he was nowhere near fit, the big man. But
70% fit, 20% guts, 10% pure adrenaline, I would imagine.
And just 95% heart.
And 95% heart. Do you know that was going to be my next question? Compare your 5 to both of them, but then you kind of as ever, you were able to anticipate me and get ahead. Now I'm going to ask you about the winning catch. So. So your 5 were Boone Jones, Dean Jones, Steve Waugh, Greg Matthews, and Peter Sleep.
Oh, Greg Matthews.
Yeah, Greg Matthews. But you also got that winning catch off Phil Edmonds.
Yes.
Tell us a little bit about that. And
the great Philippe Edmonds. He was always a wonderful character. Henry was his nickname in the team. And he was a smart fella. Well, he was a bit of an insomniac. Couldn't room with him because he was always listening to all obscure radio stations, Radio Russia or some radio Antarctica or something like that. He was always crazy, and then he was always he needed to amuse himself most of the time, and he spent a lot of time taking the piss out of Gat, quite frankly, on the field. Edmonds.
They played together at county level, of course.
It's the sort of things he would do. So I remember that he was bowling. By this stage, we were well in control of the game on that the third afternoon. We beat the Aussies on the third afternoon. Mm-hmm. And in comes Mervyn Hughes, the aforementioned Merv Hughes, the ugly Australian. And he comes, and I'm down backward on the sweep, bound on the sweep. Normally you're behind square of the square leg for the sweep shot. And Philippe, he keeps telling me to go square, keep to my left hand, go left. So by this stage, I'm now what would be about 30 yards out of position for the sweep shot. And he says, right, make a spot, make an X on the grass, so you don't move anyway, you guys don't move anyway. So the next ball he bowls to Merv, and Merv has this great big oik of a shot, and it top edge, and it's coming towards me. I steadied myself, luckily clear, and I took the catch first in, and when I took the catch, I looked down. I was standing directly above the X that Phil Edmonds told me to mark. Call it luck or call it a great piece of intuition or whatever. But and then I just took the catch, and normally you see the guys these days would put the ball in their pockets as a memento. I threw the ball into the stand at the MCG, and so that was it. Some dog has been chewing it for the last 30 years or so in Melbourne.
Let's hope it's still hopefully in a case somewhere, being revered as it truly
I've never seen it again, so I don't know.
Well, Martin Johnson, obviously, the late Martin Johnson, famously wrote about the team. Can't bat, can't bowl, can't field. Did that jibe personally motivate or inspire you?
It certainly rankled. It certainly got us our attention. Listen, Scoop, as he was known, was a lovely fella, and he was back in those days. Thankfully, I mean the press boys, the media boys, were the likes of Scoop and people like Chris Lander, they're great guys. And so we actually got used to get on well with those guys, because they used to get more expenses than we got. So we used to always invite us to come and go drink, to take us out for drinks and dinner, because they can afford it and we couldn't on the expenses that we got. So we got on well with those guys. But when that article, obviously it was definitely used as Mickey Stewart, the coach manager of that team. And he was very, very, very smart man, Mickey. He didn't have to say much, but the first person he saw that he showed that article to was Beefy. Was Beefy. So you can imagine let's just say the words that Beefy mentioned couldn't be printable. What Beefy said about Martin Johnson back then. But I remember that night before that Test match. And listen, we'd lost in that month before that. We'd lost. We lost to the Queensland rum drinkers up in Bundaberg.
Yeah.
The South Australian wine farmers beat us.
Largely by dint of giving you copious amounts of their product, apparently.
Yeah, well, there was that as well. But because we went, as well as playing the Shield guys, we played what was called country 11s. Yeah. We really ship ourselves all over the place to play these country 11s. And so because the guys weren't in Test cricket mode for the first, it was a good the warm up, should we say, was very more enjoyable than more cricket.
I will come on to that. Now I'm going to ask you about that eve of the series and what Ian Botham had said. The published version is that's it, the party's over, the real game begins tomorrow. Now, I asked Chris Broad that when I spoke to him. He had a version of it. Every printed interview I've seen, every England player's got a different version of it. What's yours? What are you even allowed to say what he actually said? Do you remember the actual words?
I remember it very, very, very vividly. We were, as I said, we weren't at the races for that month. Obviously, yes, the likes of myself, the guys who are the younger, the guys who are trying to play their way into Test cricket in their career. Obviously, you play for England, so you're trying, but it wasn't. We knew it wasn't a Test match. And then that night, the night before, we had a gathering. It wasn't a dinner. We didn't have a dinner. We just gathered in a team room, which was full of Castlemaine 4X and Beefy was sponsored by Lindemann's Wines or something like that. Some wine man. So there was lots of, and so he said, right guys, he just said, right, party is over. Tomorrow, the real serious stuff begins. This is where the England team come to play. And it wasn't a big Churchillian sort of speech or nothing like that. Oh, okay. It was just a stage of right.
Collective focus.
Test cricket starts.
Well, you snagged another fifer in Sydney, but the series was won by then. Was it a big disappointment to not close the series out, dead rubber though it may have been? I mean, you got that fifer. Did you feel slightly should have won that?
Yes, absolutely. I mean, it was one of those ones where we were still probably celebrating, because back then, after the Melbourne Test, we went over to Perth to play. There was an America's Cup tournament where the other countries, the other country, the West Indies and Pakistan and India had all flown in for that tournament, and we won that as well. We went and won that tournament, so we were full on celebration mode. Even more celebration mode when we got to Sydney for that last Test match. And then the Aussies picked. There was confusion in the Australian ranks, which tailor did they pick the right tailor? And some people thought the Aussies wanted to pick a guy called Mark Taylor, who eventually went on to captain Australia very well, an opening batsman. And they picked a guy called Peter Taylor, who was an off-spin bowler, for that Test match. And I think all of the England batsmen, including myself, tried to hit him into the Sydney Harbour, which is about 3 miles away from the SCG. And he ended up getting 6 wickets in the first innings and another 4 or 5 in the second, because we just tried to keep munging this guy out of the SCG on that Test match. So yes, the focus again wasn't quite what it could have been, but yes, I mean, but yeah, we're 2-0 up with 1 to play in the Ashes. England hadn't won an Ashes series since Ray Illingworth's team in 71 or so. So it was something that was definitely worth celebrating, that's for sure. So yes, it was disappointing that we couldn't quite finish them off and win the series 3-0 or 2-0. So we gave them a little bit of a
still an Ashes win in the record books.
We give the Australians a chance, they'll take it.
Yeah, well, I mean, a huge part of that story in '86 was not just the win, although that was fantastic in itself, but everything that went on around it. There was the build-up, wasn't there, with the Gower Gatting I'm in charge T-shirt handover. There was the return of Ian Botham after, shall we say, an enforced break. There was parting wine, you've mentioned it, rum, fancy dress. I mean, I think you were Zorro before you went and put Australia to the sword, which is kind of appropriate. Well, it tells me we're running out of time. We're going to have to. I think it was because we had Dan on at the beginning. How did you manage to keep focus? Tell me that.
Well, listen, again, you're playing for your country. You're playing Test cricket for your country. So there's lots of pride involved, lots of passion. You're playing against Australia, the arch enemy, shall we say? So that also is you know. And obviously you're playing. As I said, when you're playing for your shirt, you're playing for pride. So you can't take things for granted. And you want to set. If you can set a mark and set a standard that carries you through into your career, then the Ashes is a good one to have. So that's what it's all about, really. And I'm sure, as the guys in Australia. For this current series, obviously, and you know, they'll want to create their part of history, and that's when you get a quiet moment to think of what the Ashes is about, and that's what really makes you want to get up there and be the man and perform.
You haven't quite done with Australia, Glasser, because you came up against them again in '89 in England. Didn't you actually rescue a draw for England at the Oval there? Hero with the bat on that occasion.
Well, this just goes if only. Listen, I was on my way to my maiden Test match centuries, and I ran out of partners.
But it was a draw.
People like people like batting down the order with people like Nick Cook, the beast, and obviously, I think came in on 11 that Test match. Sadly, recently passed away. Was the Kent bowler Alan Eggleston. Sadly, just recently passed away. So he was making his Test match debut, that Test match. And I remember obviously trying to get him to stay with me, as I was feeling quite confident. Even on 59, I was sensing myself getting 100 on a good batting track at the Oval.
Just 41 short of that.
Oh, well,
so if we think ahead, then let's look ahead to the series coming up. Can our England side out there take inspiration from those heroes of '86, '87? Starting in Brisbane.
Absolutely, they can, because once again when you're in Australia, the Aussies aren't going to give them much chance. Obviously, you see the likes of typically Glenn McGrath will be saying it's going to be 5-0 to Australia, and that would be most of the Australian public would be saying that. So they'll hear that, they'll know that. But listen, it's. I think this is going to be a really good Test match series against two quite even teams, quite frankly. And it's the one who gets the leg up first in this series could be the one who controls how it goes. So that's going to be the challenge. That's going to be the challenge for the England team, and that's why the Aussies always take you to Brisbane, because Brisbane, the weather, it's hot, it's tropical, it's hot, it's steamy. The pitch gets harder and faster as it goes. Starts off a little bit tacky, but then it seems to get quicker and harder. And so the Aussie bowlers become more into the game. So you're going to be tested. You'll be tested if you're not just your cricket, your temperament, your ability, but they test you mentally, physically as well. They'll threaten you, you're upstairs, with all the bouncer stuff. It's a real, and it's a bit of a cake tin, the Gabba these days. It gets very steamy and hot in there, and so the Aussies, that's the reason why they love, and their record at the Gabba is quite formidable.
Well, England haven't won there since you guys, although you didn't play in that game, but 86, 87 was the last time. It's going to be a new Kookaburra ball. That sounds like one you'd quite like to have had in your hands.
Well, it's the Kookaburra ball. Listen, it's a new cricket ball. It'll be 5.5 ounces, But that's where the similarity ends. It always feels a little bit bigger than our Duke ball. It always somehow feels, that little bit more. You've got to really get it into your hands. And then the main thing in the cricket ball is obviously the seam.
Yeah.
And that seam on a Kookaburra ball, it lies flatter. It lies quite flat, as opposed to our Dukes, which always seems a little bit more. You can really feel when you hold a Duke ball, you think, "Oh, I've got a friend."
Well, good evening, good morning, good afternoon, wherever you may be in the world. You're tuned into Guerrilla Cricket Radio. We are live from day one of this historic Ashes Test match, all the way from Bellerive Oval in Hobart. I am Kieran Beefy Blake. With me is Ian Forth, and all the way from Singapore, and India Dutta. Good, well, happy Ashes 5th Test, day one to you all.
Thank you. Good afternoon from me.
And good afternoon from me.
Fantastic first session. Good toss to win. The pitch is a bit green. Australia about 85 for 4. They were 12 for 3. Could have been even more if Zach Crawley hadn't spilled a little bit of a catch when Marnus Labuschagne was on a big blob. Lads, have you seen the first session?
I saw part of the first session, and you're very generous, or understating when you say it's a bit green. There isn't anything else but green.
Yeah, it is. It's New Zealand-esque, I'm going to say. I think it's a county track in early April, to be completely honest. Or if you're a lawn bowler, it's a lawn bowls green.
Yeah, England must feel they've come home.
Yes. Actually, we've just been listening to Michael Vaughan do a little bit of commentary here in Australia, and he's just said that it is kind of one of those, nice of the Australians to prepare a county pitch for the England team to make themselves at home with just before they are going home.
Yeah, that's exactly what India felt like in the World Test Championship finals about England providing the pitch for New Zealand.
Yeah. Does anyone want to explain Marnus Labuschagne's wicket there? That was quite possibly the funniest thing I've ever seen for a long time.
Well, I was thinking of comedy dismissals, and the only one that's comparable was the occasion when Inzamam, about 10 years or so, maybe 15 years ago, completely lost his balance, like Bambi on ice, and crashed into his own stumps. It really, I think his foot slipped, to be generous to him, but he was thought out as well by Stuart Broad, who was targeting round his legs at medium and leg.
Yeah, it was the fact that he was 2 yards outside off stump though when he fell over just made it worse. He went so far across. Hilarious. But middle stump, 2 overs before lunch. could well be a turning point. We're going to wait and see as the England players come out to Bellerive Oval to start the second session.
Lovely ground.
We are the Cameron Green Appreciation Society. God save Mitchell Marsh's brand of all-round variety. We are the Cameron Green Preservation Society. His injuries cause all of us excessive anxiety.
It's just a sweet Travis head.
A sweet Travis head.
From transdimensional Travis head.
Australia.
I turned down my volume. That was very loud.
Australia going to resume 85 for 4. England have bowled a paltry 24 overs in the first session. Travis Head is 31 not out off 33. Cameron Green 2 not out off just 8 balls. England, interestingly, are going to start with Mark Wood, that has conceded 31 runs off his 3 overs so far. Been very, very, very expensive. In fact, turned the tide a little bit back in Australia's favour. Bowled very, very full, and it was easy to drive. And Travis Head and Labuschagne got after him.
Do you know Mark Wood? Yes, he is an England bowler, quite good. And pretty quick. So just a normal guy. Of course. Except for just one thing. What? He thinks that he's a horse. Right. What?
Yes, he is a horse, and he's going to be bowling from the river end of his long run. Though I noticed the wind has just got up down in Hobart, so that could have interesting effects on this wicket. Might dry it out a little bit. Wood is going to come into Cameron Green, right arm over the wicket, charges in, and that is full wide outside off stump.
What's the crowd capacity today?
It's got up to about 20. Oh, you mean in terms of COVID? I'm not 100% sure. It holds about 18 to 20,000 Bellerive.
Thought I read it was capped at 10,000. I could be misremembering that, and I think it's masks on as well.
Yeah, well, looking at the stadium pictures, it does look half full, so you could be right on the money there, Forfey, to be honest.
60% full Nakultanga.
Ah, there you go, 11,000. So Mark Wood in again, right arm over. Hits the crease hard, and that is full. Green drives through the offside. I think that's already Burns there. No, it's not. Out of point. Runs, and they get a quick single. 86 for 4. First 4 days were sold out, according to our sources there in the studio. So it's great to see Test cricket, especially the Ashes cricket in Hobart. Although the weather probably not up to normal Ashes standard for overseas tours. Wood going to come in again, still bowling over the wicket to the left-handed head. This one is short, it's wrapped head, probably in the grill or up around the upper chest area. That's a great delivery from Mark Wood. That was quick.
Yeah.
Oof. Painful.
I love Mark Wood. I just love watching him bowl.
I think the one thing about this tour is, even though England have obviously been smashed, Mark Wood has taken every opportunity to do interviews and everything else. He's come across very, very well, very honest, very upfront about the whole thing. As he comes in again, right arm over. This one is just short length. Travis Head moves on the back foot, defends out to the offside. No run. Jiggles his box around a bit. You all right?
The thing about I was just looking at the replay of the Labuschagne dismissal, and the way Labuschagne plays, someday that was bound to happen, right? I mean, his hands and legs and bat and gloves, everything's flying in different directions all the time. So,
yes, we just wish it was 44 runs earlier, unfortunately. Wood, he's coming in again, and again it's short the length. Travis Head rocks back and defends near enough the same shot out onto the offside. Chris Ropes jogs in, picks up, no run.
A very skittish 24 hours in Test cricket in the India-South African match. Rishabh Pant played a cut shot for 4, but his bat, he hit it so hard, he let go of his bat, which ended up 25 yards away at square leg. It's an extraordinary shot.
Actually, the ball didn't go for 4. The ball went to point, and his bat went to square leg. So it was a lot of drama without much result in the end.
Wood in again. This one is swinging just a touch. Head gets 4, drives through the onside this time. Stuart Broad has got about 3 jumpers on. Charges down, and they get a 2 to finish off Wood's over. Australia 88 for 4. Fourthie, we got any socials from the break?
Yes, we have. We've got a few. Excuse me. Quite a lot of comments about Marnus Labuschagne's rather comical performance, but Pale Ale wants to put it in context and says, and still only half as funny as England's batting performance all series. Oh, thanks for that, Pale Ale. Thanks for that. Jay Grover, oh lordy, skittish hubris. And also adds, now you're using exclamation marks. Neil Franklin, Marnus is not of this world. That's what makes him the greatest batsman on the planet. There might be a sort of slightly inherent illogic in what you've just said there, but let's not pursue it any further. But he is technically the best batsman in the world. Yeah, which, he's actually, since he became #1 batsman in the world, he's looked less so, I would say.
True. Well, Ollie Robinson is going to open the bowling in this second session from, I don't know what the other end's called, the river end and the other end, and he bowls wide of the off stump on a full length, and that is left alone, no run. Thanks, Knackers.
Church Street end.
Yes, thank you. Ollie Robinson from the Church Street end, ambles in, and this one is very full and driven by Green out through the offside. Beats the chasing Ben Stokes at mid-off, and that rolls away for a boundary.
1, 2, 3, 4. 4.
Good shot there from Green. Full,
nice
uses the full extent of the levers and just hits through the line. Makes it, when he's batting well, Cam Green, he makes it look so easy. He really does.
Middle of his bat, it's a beautiful counter.
Yep. Takes Australia up to 92. Robinson in again. He's got the inside edge of Green, and that rolls down to fine leg, and they get a single. Green looked out of sorts.
What I find interesting about Green is because he's so tall, although the ball comes off the middle of the bat, it's almost always from the bottom middle of the bat. but he just has really great timing when he gets those.
Yeah, he does. With bats today, though, I mean, the middle does run from the bottom of the sticker down to near enough the toe.
This is true.
Robinson in again. This is very full, and head flicks off his legs, and that's gone 2 bounces, 4 out to mid-wicket. 4 runs for Head, looking to attack again, as he did when he first came out.
4.
Robinson at his pace is always going to be a bit easier to get away.
Yeah. He did bowl a very, very good length in his first spell. Robinson in again. That is full and driven to mid-off. No run.
I guess the thing with Robinson is at his pace, he's got very little margin for error bowling at 125. You would normally say that Mark Wood, who's actually been quite profligate today, has much more margin for error at 145, but actually probably stood him in quite good stead when the ball was moving around earlier today.
Yeah, very true. Robinson in again. That is just short length, and that is left as the ball rises and clears off stump by about 2 or 3 centimetres. So that's a good leave from Head. Fourthie, socials?
I was going to say that ball was bowled at 112, which is a bit concerning. Jay Grover wants Beefy to calm it down, mate. I just got the fear. And he's also added, we've just been listening to Michael Vaughan, inverted commas. Right, I see where you went wrong there. Mayank has clarified the gate. SEN Radio did an interview with the head of Tasmania Cricket, and he said 14,000, apparently. That might be us up to date on Twitter. Let me just have a quick look, see if anything's happening on YouTube. Stephen Kelk.
Just going to let you know, Robinson has just left the field, so he has gone off for a bit of treatment as Wood comes in again. This is short, and Cam Green ducks under a less than threatening delivery. A bit like my delivery now. I'm just going to calm it down.
That was just one man's point of view. They've only gone in with four frontline bowlers. They've got a little bit of bits and pieces with spin elsewhere. If Ollie Robinson has got a problem, England have got a massive problem here.
Yeah. Mark Wood is going to be in over the wicket to Cameron Green, who just leaves this alone. It is a good length. It is, I can't quite read the speed, 149 for Mark Wood there. Pretty quick. Interesting decision in India to not pick Anderson on the green top. What your thoughts?
I was very surprised. I have to say, I was very surprised. I mean, the last test of the series is probably not the necessary time to give him rest.
Yeah, you don't really need to rest when there's no upcoming game. As Wood comes in again, this is short. Cameron Green flashes outside our stump and doesn't quite take the edge as Sam Billings, making his debut, takes that very easy. And that was half a chance there. Cam Green losing his head a little bit. Not the shot you want to play, although the Aussies are mounting a bit of a comeback.
Yes, sorry. I think there was a little bit of noise at my end. I just came off mute, and then you probably heard Toby. So there we are.
That's okay. Toby's always welcome in the.
Again.
Thank you.
And that is full to Green, who tucks it on the leg side out to deep mid wicket, and they do scamper through for a single. Australia up to 99.
It's a hard one with Jimmy, isn't it? If you'd have, I mean, God, if this pitch isn't tailor-made for him. What pitch? Imagine what havoc he might have wreaked. What's the word? Wreaked. But there again.
And I don't get this thing about him not lasting 5 days. The bloody match is not going to last 5 days. How does it matter? It's not like he's going to be bowling for 5 days.
No, that's right. I agree with that totally. Mark Wood in again, right arm over to the left-handed Trevor's head. That is full outside our stump. Head drives, doesn't quite get all of it, and it goes out to a wide mid-on, and head gets another single up to 39 now.
I'm guessing they were probably they knew that Ben Stokes couldn't bowl, and that's probably what swayed them in the end.
Yeah, that's probably.
Yeah, but when there's no next game, I mean, it's not as if Jimmy's got a history of. I know he did a calf one test when he pulled up in the first hour, but I reckon throughout a 20-year career, that's the only time that's ever happened. Wood in again. This one is full to Cameron Green, who goes on the back foot and tucks it into the leg side. That seems to be a signature shot at the moment. Cam Green gets another single. That brings up the Australian 100.
Not sure. Have we got a jingle for that, Michael? Maybe we have. Maybe we haven't.
As we delve into the resources.
Maybe we have.
We should really have a Team 100 jingle just for England.
We should. Josie Oak, morning. We've let this green top go. We're doomed. Where is Anderson? That's a good summary of what we've just been talking about in some ways.
Yes.
And Michael Wagner. I've just got time before Ollie Robinson doing a bit of running repairs. Worst bizarre cricketer injury: A, broken hand from punching bat in disgust after getting out. B, broken foot from dropping gear bag on it in dressing room. C, broken fingers from diving into hoardings to try to save a boundary and the opposition needed 3 to win off 4 overs. Yeah, that's great.
Well, in answer to your question, Forthy, we are not going to see Ollie Robinson, who's obviously taken a little bit more time off than he should have. We're going to see Chris Wokes.
Wokes is fit, got out of bed, went and had himself.
So Wokes in, and it's just short of length, and it's left very well on length by Cam Green, who has moved up to 10 off the 19 deliveries he's faced.
It's a bit of a puzzle this morning. Chris Wokes, a bit of a puzzle, wasn't he, this morning? It should have suited him perfectly well, but they got after him.
He's gone for 23 off 5, so 5 and over, just short of, is not ideal on a green top in a test match. So, yeah, you're right there, but, I mean, he was in the middle of the Australian counter-attack as he comes in again, right arm over, and then it's defended out on the offside. No run.
What's your take? What's your judgment on Wokes and India?
I like Wokes. I just don't think he's using the conditions well. Unfortunately, I mean, which he should be, because as you said, it can't get more ideal than this for his style of bowling.
Right.
Wokes, he's in again. This one is very full and driven out to the offside, straight to an extra cover. No run.
I mean,
yeah, you're right.
He needs to be just that little bit shorter than what he's bowling right now. And, otherwise, he's got no chance of doing anything.
Is he a swing bowler or is he a seam bowler? I mean, this is the question, I guess, of what he's trying to do. He's trying to swing it with the length he's bowling, but yeah, I don't know. I'm still confused about Wokes as he's in again. And this is full and left alone outside off stump. No run.
I basically go with the assumption that every English bowler is a seam bowler, unless proven otherwise. Which is, not the greatest assumption to make, but I mean, you would think people would just grow up bowling in the favourable conditions, right?
Yeah, but there's an art to being a seam bowler, and there's an art to being a swing bowler, and it's to do with lengths and how you move the ball. But Wokes in again. I'll go into that in a little bit. And that is defended, takes the outside edge, not a chance, rolls through the fourth slip gully area, and they come back for a pair of runs. 102 for 4. Cam Green stands tall when he defends, so the ball does have a tendency to go straight to ground. Wokes looking for that just short of length delivery in India, so it's, yeah. I think he varies his length too much for me. Chris Wokes, he's very either too full or too short, as this one is very full, driven back down, and Wokes spectacularly saves runs.
I really like him as a cricketer, though. I mean, as an all-round cricketer, he's very valuable to any team. Yeah, he fits very well in the squad. I mean, that's just my view.
Yeah, I tend to agree with that.
Yeah.
Is that the end of the over?
Yes, it is the end of the over. Sorry, I wasn't paying attention. I was just watching Chris Wokes bowl.
Quick one from Michael Wagner. A New Zealand player got trapped, in inverted commas, in a pub toilet after being too drunk to figure out how to open the door and injured himself trying to climb over the wall.
Is that Paddy Ryder?
Sounds like Jesse Ryder, doesn't it? Yeah.
Jesse Ryder, yeah.
I'll tell you a story about a friend of mine after this one.
So Wood in again, right arm over to the left-handed Travis Head. This one is short. Head gets up on his back foot, defends, and a bit shaky actually. Back to the leg side. Mark Wood runs around, and they do grab a single.
There was this friend of mine who used to go to Jakarta from Singapore 4 days a week on work. He used to stay there 4 days a week. And the third night typically was when they would get really, really drunk. And he tells me about this one night where he found himself at 3 a.m. holding his passport in the toilet, and he had no idea where the hell he was. All he knew was he had a passport, but he didn't know what to do with it, and he didn't know where to go from there. So,
Mark Wood in again, and this one is short and easily ducked under there by Cam Green. No run.
And eventually he realized he was actually in the toilet of the hotel next to the bar, exactly where he was staying. So it all got worked out at the end.
I've got a good mate of mine. He's from Yorkshire, and he used to be a pig farmer. Big shout out to Rob. He had to miss a game of cricket when one of his pigs actually bit him in the area you don't want to be bit, basically, and I had to miss a game. As Wood comes in again. This one is short. Cam Green kind of fends it out towards backward point. No run. Australia still 103 for 4. We're in the middle of the 29th over.
So every time now he goes to his pig, he takes a box.
He should do. Joe Root style, yes. Yeah,
Derek Pringle once missed a test match because he put his back out getting up from writing a letter.
Oh. There's a few stories about people sneezing and injuring themselves from violent sneezing. Mark Wood in again. This is just short of length and defended out on the offside, and the Aussies run through for a cheeky single. Cam Green beats the throw by Ben Stokes, who attempted a run out. I think he was home anyway.
They don't have to worry about run-outs. No fielder in this series can hit the stumps. It's been the most ridiculous display of close-in fielding I've seen for a long time in this series. Both sides of golf ball, England shading it in terms of... It was only that one run-out of Warner when they were both stranded in the middle of the pitch in the entire series for England.
Yeah.
But yesterday, I mean, talking of dismissals, yesterday those 20 catches was just incredible. I mean,
yes.
Wood in again to Travis Head over the wicket. This is very full. Travis Head leans forward and drives straight down the ground, beats Stokes easily, who chases after the ball and saves it from going over the boundary. Saves one run. Australia get another 3.
So that's the first time in Test match history that a side from entirety of a Test match has had all of their dismissals down to catches, 20 out of 20.
Oh, wow. I mean, it happens quite a lot in one-day cricket, all 10, but both teams, or both innings, 20 catches. That's remarkable.
Apparently it's happened 6 or 7 times with 19, so we've read... For stats aficionados, it was very exciting when the last wicket went.
Catch! Hit in the air! Come on! Wood is coming in again, and this is full. Oh, it takes the outside edge of Cam Green again. It's flown along the carpet, and that's gone all the way down to the third man boundary for another 4. That is the end of that over.
3, 4.
And Australia have moved along swiftly to Nelson, 111 for 4.
Roger Melly, here's an idea, lads. When the score reaches 180, have a jingle ready from a darts referee. 180! You may even have one of those, I'm not sure. You may not. Let me see. I think that, yes, Jesse Ryder, that seems to be the consensus on the guy who got stuck in the loo. And with regards to Jimmy Anderson, I think it's general knackeredness. I think that's a reply to why Jimmy isn't playing. And Stephen Kelk over on YouTube says, morning gorillas, all and sundry.
Morning to you, wherever you may be on the planet.
Well, at the age of 40, you're playing Test cricket, so you're going to be knackered anyway.
Yeah, that's it. Fourthie, where are you positioned on the globe?
On the globe, in front of the bookcase, but also in Melbourne.
Oh, you're in Melbourne as well. And Ninja, you're in Singapore.
I'm in Singapore. And you, Beaker?
I'm this test. I'm in Brisbane in the sweltering humid heat. As we have got Wokes in again. This is just short, and Head has a bit of a swish outside the off stump and misses, goes through to the wicketkeeper. Unfortunately,
Wasn't so far from him.
No, it was an interesting shot from head. I've got to wish my old man, it is his 80th birthday today, so Beef Senior.
Fantastic.
Yes,
Happy birthday.
congratulations. Yeah.
Yes, happy birthday to us.
Well, we will pass that on as Wokes in again, and this time it's square cut all the way, beats the field, easily flies through to the boundary for 4.
1, 2, 3, 4. 4.
Nice shot by Travis Head there. That's the one shot he does play very, very well. The old square cut, square drive in between those two. Wokes in again, and that's been the outside edge of Travis Head's bat and flies through to Billings. Billings making his debut today very quickly. He's looked very, very competent, which has made a change from the first 4 tests.
His footwork's been excellent, hasn't it?
Yeah. He's been playing well. Green's been good as well.
Even Pope was an immediate upgrade in the last test.
That is very, very true. That is, as Wokes in again. This is full driven straight back to him, who defends and stops 4. Does Chris Wokes? May not have got to the boundary actually, but Australia 115 for 4. We are midway through the 30th over. Chris Wokes none for 29 off 6.4.
What is England's next series? Test series?
West Indies.
When is that? Summer?
March, I think, in West Indies.
Oh, March in West Indies. So do you expect by that time England will have found a couple of openers?
If only there was a transfer market for cricket.
But there is, right? There's New Zealand, there's South Africa.
These jokes.
West Indies. Come on.
Wokes comes in again, he bowls full. Pitched outside leg stump, Head tries to kind of glance it through the leg side, miss it, and wraps him on the front pad. No run.
There would be from India if you allowed the immigration. That's a problem.
Well, I'm sure, presumably the Nawab of Pataudi's grandson is available, hopefully.
But Tendulkar's son could be available.
Well, you never know.
Yeah. Although he's a bowler, he's not a batsman. So.
Oh, right.
He's a left-arm pace bowler. And believe it or not, he's 6 feet 2 inches tall.
Is this the end of another over? I assume it is.
It was the end of the over.
Right.
Please.
Couple of tweets. Josie Oak, Anderson not getting to the end of the game. Robinson looks like he won't get to the end of his run-up. Very true. And Michael Wagner, I'm not sure enough that the story is true to name Jesse Ryder publicly, but yes. No, we've got one more over to go, I think, haven't we? Our team.
We're going to see Mark Wood bowl. Australia 115 for 4. We've had 30 overs. Mark Wood none for 46 off 6. His partnership is up to 32 off the 47 deliveries faced. Wood still bowling over the wicket to the right-handed Green. Is a bit short. Green goes on his back foot and glances out to deep mid wicket, and they get a single. I did miss the last ball of the previous over. My feed just stopped, so I couldn't bring it to you. It was a bit short, hit Travis Head on the gloves. There was no run, so I do apologise for that. It's a bit iffy up here sometimes, the old internet, which seems to be the way of life in Australia, judging by some of the previous commentary from Perth and everything else, where internet is cut out because it was too hot. As Mark Wood comes in again, this is quick on the leg stump, and there's a leg glance from Travis Head down to fine leg, and they do get a single.
The National Broadband Network was meant to solve all our problems in Australia, but since we've had it installed in our house, it's actually made things worse, I would say.
Just for those who are interested, Novak Djokovic's visa has been cancelled, and he's going to be going.
Oh, that is big news in Australia. Yeah. you know what would have been? I think what they should have done is waited till he got through to like the final and then deported him about an hour before the final, or as he was warming up in the final. It would have been fantastic.
I think Hawk had a time limit to his decision, so
yeah,
he waited until the 11th hour.
As Wood is coming again, and that is flicked around the corner by Green down to fine leg. They get another single. Wood, very, very expensive today. 49 he's gone for. He's in his 7th over. He's gone for 3 singles off this over so far, the first 3 balls. It is it's disheartening, really, the way he bowled in the last test, and now he's coming in for a bit of tap today as he comes in again. This one is short, head up on its tippy toes and cuts out to point. No run.
Yeah, it's I don't know, Ninja Beef, what you think the problem is today. I haven't noticed him bowling significantly terribly. It's just I think they decided to launch a counter-attack, slightly rode their luck, and it worked.
Yeah.
I think his length was just a little bit too full, to be completely honest. So he was able to be driven, and then obviously Head and Labuschagne did have a go at him, and I think that threw him off a bit, to be honest. But he's bowling quick. I mean, so his pace isn't down. I mean, he doesn't look injured, although he is having a look at the crease right now.
I think he's slipping a bit there, so he's a bit worried about that. But you're right, it hasn't affected his pace yet, but it's probably there at the back of his mind. Yeah, they're putting sawdust on it now.
Yeah, although saying that, well, they've shown him a bit of feed now for him walking back to his mark, and he is walking very, very gingerly. But as we all know, he will keep charging in until he can kind of charge in no longer, until he does a fetlock. But he's going to come round the wicket, so perhaps there is something in the crease. Round the wicket to the left-hander. This one is a full toss right on middle stump, and Head kind of drives, but he doesn't drive that well to Stokes at mid-off, and they do run through for a single.
Yes, I think that's changing of the guards. Is that the end of the over? Maybe I'm wrong.
No, 1 ball to come.
1 ball to come, yeah.
1 ball to come. Just on Djokovic as well, I did notice this morning they did send another 2 tennis players home, and this is kept quite quiet because they had also not complied with their visa conditions. So if they've done 2 today, I think Djokovic was the 3rd. There could be more. So that's no surprise in the end, to be honest. As Wood, it's going to stay around the wicket to Cam Green, and this is full. Cam Green drives to mid-on, and there is no run there. That was 149.6. This was the last ball from me, so Forthy is going to, I think, possibly do some socials before the new guys come in. I will see you all a little bit later.
See you later, Weekly. Hi, Jason.
Good morning.
Hey, good morning to you.
For me, at least. Although it's getting less good as the morning goes on, because I think England are letting the opportunity slip through their fingers slightly.
Well, you should really go back to sleep then. Might improve by the time you get back.
It's the masochist in me. I want to see this bad thing happen in person.
As Ian Forth has feed problems, Chris Wokes bowls one down the leg side, which Travis Head works away off his pads to bring up a third 50-plus score of what's been a very good series for the Australian number 5. 52 or 53 balls, full of adventure and skill as well. His 6th boundary, a good 50 for Travis Head. Forth, are you back with us? No, apparently.
It's 50.
The next ball is punched to cover for no run.
Yeah, it's 50, and you know you should be glad.
Looks like he's looked very good this series, Travis Head. It's been a personal triumph for him.
He's a very attractive batsman to watch when he gets going, and today he's clearly got going. Yeah, he's playing really well.
Very good cutter of the ball. It's really strong outside off stump, and he's driven that with some power. It was full and floaty from Wokes, but a full-blooded swing of the bat. The bat ending up over his shoulder, absolutely smashed to the cover boundary for 4. It'll be interesting to see Travis.
That was a Rishabh Pant shot.
Yeah, the full cover drive, except he kept hold of the bat. What an innings that was from Rishabh Pant in Cape Town yesterday.
Well, indeed. I think I'm reconnected again now, but it seems to be a little bit iffy, so don't be surprised if you have to step in, Knuckle. There we go. Fourth ball of Chris Wokes' over. It's not been a great over for him so far. It's gone for 8 runs. And that one's a dot ball, so so far so good. Partnership worth 44 off 57, green 19 off 31, head 56. This is it's quite a big pivotal moment in the match. A couple more wickets here for England and everything changes. But Chris Wokes in again. 5th ball of the over. That one's good line and length, just defended down by Travis Head. He's going to get a runner ball. The strategy of the counter.
Very, very comfortable.
Working. Does look very comfortable.
Very comfortable. I think there was just one delivery where he switched outside the off, but other than that, it's just been very solid.
Camera trains itself on a whole load of KFC buckets, which I honestly can't stand that promotion. Last ball of the over. There's a shy at the wickets as the ball's played out to gully, but as with all the other shies at the stump in this series, it doesn't hit the wickets. That's the end of the over. Australia 127 for 4 at the end of the 32nd, green on 19, head on 56.
Mr. Jess asked the question of Beefy, but he's no longer here. Is Beefy's dad known as Big Beef? Joe Goer says, Gorilla Cricket just got vexed on my computer. He must have precipitated yours, Beefy. Fourthy. Had to change it. I blame Fourthy and his horrid whitewash. Happy 80th.
Summary.
And just
hello, Jason. Yeah, go ahead.
Says Beefy. Brisbane in January. Goldie perhaps, but never Vegas in January.
Jason, hello. Sorry, there's a little bit of a technical kerfuffle there. How are you?
I'm good, thanks. Getting up at a much more suitable hour than the.
I suppose it's all relative. What time is it there? Is it?
It's 7:40ish for us.
Oh, that's fine. That's fine. Well, I don't know what word to make of this, but Joe Root in the first hour after lunch, we're going to jingle him up.
He's Joe Root, and his home is ever on the ground. Joe Root, wherever there are runs, he will be found. It's Joe Root.
First ball, that's forward defensive from Cameron Green to Joe Root. Just plays it out on the offside for a single. He moves on to 20. I think England have got, to be honest, real problems here. Don't know whether Ollie Robinson's okay. Let's hope he is. Mark Wood's going at 7 and over, and they're only fielding 4 bowlers, and Joe Root's come on half an hour after lunch. That's good to see. But
the lights are on, so maybe he fancies something for himself.
Yeah, maybe it's let's look on the bright side. Oh my word! Travis Head came down the pitch. He missed the ball entirely. And Sam Billings, who's kept immaculately until this point in the Test match, clearly missed a possible stumping there. Or did he? Maybe that's not generous towards Sam Billings, because I think he got an inside edge, which made it difficult. So, okay, let's give him the benefit of the doubt. It may not have been a stumping opportunity. It may have come to him too slowly because of the inside edge. Second ball. That's in fact third ball, and that's played out for a single by Travis Head. He's probably quite happy to get off strike, and Cameron Green faces that. Big forward defensive from the big man, no problem at all. Dot ball He stays on 20.
Roots only got about 12 feet to deliver the ball in when Cameron Goran steps forward.
It's very true, very true. Fifth ball of the over, that's played down to mid-on by Cameron Green, and with 8 huge strides, he gets up the other end. Travis Head to face the last ball of the over. I don't think that was a stumping opportunity. I think I did
The ball stopped on him.
Disservice there. Yeah, that's true. You need to calm down. Joe Root round the wickets, Travis Head, who plays it out into the covers. Looks like that's possibly Ollie Pope out there. As a single, Travis Head maintains strike, 131 for 4 at the end of the 33rd. What's happening on socials, Jason?
Leah's joined us. She says, "Morning everyone, we'll go on a podcast about Cape Town later today, to which I foolishly agreed before start to play yesterday. Wish me and India luck on that one." Well, good luck, Leah. Daniel Foreman says, "That's been an issue all series. Stokes bowling is a big mess in this respect, as he's always so intense." I think Stokes has not been at the races partly for reasons of the mind, but also reasons of the body in his bowling. Imagine says, "Typical of this gutless Conservative government, the Djokovic decision was announced at 4:55 p.m. AEDT, I think that's Australian Eastern Daytime, on a Friday. They can now clock off for the weekend."
Well, you'll get no quibble from anybody else from the Australian end on Guerrilla Cricket about the sheer gutlessness of this federal government, that's for sure. Chris Wokes, he's got number 37 off his first 8 overs. Maybe fortune can change for him. It's the sort of pitch which ought to suit him. Lime green in colour. Maybe not doing quite as much as the colour suggests. He's in to Travis Head. And that is played out for a single on the offside. The partnership moves to 49. Head 59 off 62. What do you make of Chris Wokes, Jason? You're just discussing his performance in the series.
General today's performance. Today's performance looks
perhaps general in the series.
Non-threatening, slightly underpowered, but generally economic.
Good headline PowerPoint summary. Thank you very much. Big forward defensive from Cameron Green. No run. Cameron Green, he's signs of batting life in the second innings at in the last Test match in Sydney, and he finally got I think it was 75 or so, and his potential just beginning to be realised. Those of us who thought, well, he's not really an all-rounder, is he? He's had a superb series with the ball, though.
It took him a long time to get his first wicket, but now that he has...
his economy rate is remarkable. 2 full from Chris Wokes. It's essentially a half volley on off stump. Superb bit of relay fielding out on the cover boundary there. But that superb piece of fielding, it was Mark Wood who did it, which he won't particularly be thanking Chris Wokes for. That'll exhaust him just that little bit more. Only saves 1 run, that's 3 to Cameron Green. Slightly get the impression there's been more 3s in this series than don't know why I think that. Perhaps slowish outfields for more. 52 partnership off 68 balls between Green and Head. They're turning this around for Australia, and there's some ominous warning signs perhaps for England. That's a leading edge from Travis Head, but not in the air, no real problem. Fielded by Ollie Pope. Scampers through for a single. Score moves to 136 for 4. Ominous signs, wouldn't you say, Ninja?
Very. I think you're going to have a 350 to 400 score here.
Considering Australia were 12 for 3 or 3 for 12, depending on where you are in the world, that would represent quite some turnaround. Chris Wokes in again. Just 130 kilometre an hour, dead straight, but it's accurate enough on off stump. Defended with aplomb by Cameron Green, no run.
And I'm assuming that these two are going to stick around for a while because otherwise, of course, it doesn't happen. There's only Alex Carey to come, and Pat Cummins can, get a few runs, but.
Pat Cummins isn't really in a great deal of form himself at the moment, is he? That's the completion of the 34th over. It's a dot ball to finish with. Green remains on 24, head on 60. Australia 136 for 4 at the end of the 34th over.
It was a controversial. Roger Bailey says the effing convicts should have the Australian Open taken off them. It's an international embarrassment. And we thought Boris was a fuckwit. I think everyone's got their own particular national version of an idiot. And Boris is just ours. Jay Grover says, what on earth? I was doing computer stuff and then head hit a 50. Good lord. Yes, well, he seems to have gone to it in pretty good time. Connor says, so glad he's made number 5 his own. Selectors have backed him from the start of the series and he's repaid them handsomely. I presume this is Travis Head. Hope he goes on with it.
Joe Root on for his second over. Might just get back to that thing about being backed by the selectors in a moment. Round the wickets. And that's an easy run down to deep long off. Yeah, it's easy to say, isn't it? Oh, see what Australia do? They back their players. That's easy to do in a winning team. But how long were you going to back someone like Asib Hamid? You just couldn't do it, could you? It became, as it were, unpickable.
The thing is, Australia, I think, has a history of doing that. I'm not sure England does, other than Mike Braley, and just because he was the captain. So you remember Steve Waugh? How long?
Yeah,
he was in the team for 4 years before he scored his first century.
Yeah, very true. Yeah, that's true. I think at that time in the late 80s, they were so desperate, Australia. They said, well, we're going to pick you 3 or 4 guys, and you. Whatever you do, we're going to stick with you, which gave them a certain amount of surety, but it works. Joe Root over the wickets to Cameron Green. They think of a run, then they think better of it, as there's a bit of tight fielding there.
And I'm watching. I was reminded of that because I'm watching currently the Warren documentary, which I think is officially releasing tomorrow, maybe, because I was asked to write a review for it, and I'm just reminded of the fact that. His first test match, I'll go on this.
Yeah, that's a quick single out into the offside. That moves Green along to 25 and the partnership on to 55. Yes, Ninja.
Yeah, so his first test was against India, and he had 1 for 150. Not the greatest as far as Indians go.
Of course, there have been some spinners for England who've got 1 for 150 and never played for England again. Yep. That is played out to mid-on by Cameron Head. There is no run, and the 5th ball is pitched a little bit further up from Joe Root. I suppose if there is a slight ray of light, Joe Root's proved himself an adequate rather than merely part-time bowler in this series, which is just as well. And he bowls a quicker ball there for the last ball of the over, but Travis Head, who's now got his eye well and firmly in, is equal to it. He remains on 61, Green on 25, and the score on 138 for at the end of the 35th.
Og says the Australian government, in quotes, always likes to dump its contentious news out on late Friday afternoons. I think it's the same for every government, to be fair. Leah says, well, at least England got both sandpaper enthusiasts out for naught in the same innings. The moral ashes is firmly in England's hands now, I think. And
nice, yeah.
Grand Theft Auto says, so what's the consensus on Billings getting picked before Folkes? Folkes has done well when picked and has a higher first-class average, like Billings, but England's selection... Sorry, I like Billings, but England's selection criteria is mysterious and enigmatic. I think the selection criteria at the moment is having to be in the same country is probably a good start. So
yes, I think had Folkes been in the country and Billings not, the pick would have been the other way around. We've got jingle time.
Sweep the leg, Brody. Got the best headband around. Something has gotta keep her down. Got the best headband around. Your ego ain't gonna be kept down. Got the best headband around. Even though your hair is thinning now.
You'll have spotted that Stuart Broad has come into the attack, who's sitting on the magnificent figures of 2 for 15 off 9 overs so far. Makes a false start. There seems to be a little bit of unsurety as to whether everything was ready to go or not. We're getting into that stage, you used to get to with Ambrose and Walsh, and then Daylight, and then Ilford seconds in this today, anyway, so far. Big lunge at the ball from Cameron Green. He connects with those big levers, plays it wide of the man who's Ben Stokes at mid-off, comes through for the single. First ball of Stuart Broad's over. Joe Root's got some real headaches here. No problem at all when Stuart Broad and hopefully Ollie Robinson, if he's fully fit, are bowling rather, but big problems with no control whatsoever from Wokes, who, as Knuckle points out, is going at 3.77 runs an over, which is higher than Mark Wood's.
You also see Stokes wincing as he fielded that, so he's clearly only about 50% fit.
Yes, I think that's right. That ball pitched a little wider of the off stump to Travis Head. Left-handed Travis Head plays it neatly enough out to point. There is no run. You sort of get used to Ben Stokes just wincing all the time, don't you?
In terms of picking people who were in the country, remind me, who did the Lions have opening the batting? Wasn't there someone they could have picked?
Jake Libby, I think.
Third ball of the over. Line and length from Stuart Broad, met with MCC textbook defensive shot by Travis Head. There is no run.
Yes, I think the people who could potentially have gone on the tour, i.e. Jake Libby and Rob Yates, I think was also on the Lions tour. Who were the two sort of top order batsmen that would have been potentially considered.
Stuart Broad comes in for his fourth ball. It's accurate, but no threat. Easy to rock back onto the back foot for Travis Head, who's seeing the ball like a football at the moment, just biding his time until the next loose ball, which inevitably will come along. Maybe not from Stuart Broad, though. I think, Ninja, you're having a bit of trouble with your feed at the moment, aren't you? It's bedeviling.
It's been very frustrating today. I mean, it's just I haven't been able to see two successive deliveries at one after the other property. It's just.
And you blame the Singapore government?
No, I never blame the Singapore government.
Okay, then. And that's another dot ball. That's another dot ball, and they have decided, the Australian batting strategy is to see off Stuart Broad. Don't worry about him. There's plenty of runs to be had elsewhere from this English bowling lineup. Just one run from your over so far. Stuart Broad comes in for the last ball. Again, it's absolutely accurate. Line and length, not really a threat though to someone like Travis Head, who's on 61 of 72, which is where he remains with the dot ball. Australia 139 for 4 off 36.
Drake over with his tongue firmly in his cheek says, I am deeply offended by the disrespectful treatment you're giving to Scott Morrison and demand you treat him as you would treat Sir Boris Johnson. Have some humility. These men are your wealthier betters.
Yeah, great. Thanks, Jay.
And Roger
Did
Malley
you say wealthier
says...
betters? That would be true.
Yeah. Roger Malley says, Steve Waugh was originally selected as an all-rounder. Initially, his bowling was more valuable than his batting. He was actually selected
as a batting all-rounder, but his bowling kept him in the team.
There's definitely one eye for the future in that selection as well.
Yeah.
Joe Root starts his third over, and he might well be in for quite a long stint, granted the situation England find themselves in. Starts with dot ball to Cameron Green. Zoom in on his face, full of concentration. Joe Root over the wicket, and that hurries Green just a touch, but he plays it out well enough onto the offside. Comes through for the single. Sam Billings, who's been, I won't say a revelation, but much more chatty and much more animated than Joss Butler behind the stumps, just as a good wicket-keeper should be.
Yeah,
Joe Root round. Always be happy if you're a keeper, absolutely. Round the stumps comes Joe Root, and that's a leg bye to the score, which moves on to 141 for 4. Been a notable absence of it, hasn't there, during the Joss Butler reign?
He's got Vokes holding his shoulder now.
Oh, great! No, that's great news for him. And that's a straight break from Joe Root, but accurate enough to Cameron Green, who just defends it. This could be one of those occasions when things could, I'm not saying they have yet, get quite nasty for England. With only 4 frontline bowlers and Joe Root.
Does Billings bowl?
We're maybe about to find out. A fuller ball from Joe Root, right up in the block hole, defended by Cameron Green, not to be sucked into any pyrotechnics just yet. Last ball of the over. And that's a shorter one, which is pinged through, and Cameron Green's able to play it off his hips quite nicely. It's going all the way for one of these.
Eins.
I'm going to guess the jingle may be over about now. Green moves on to 30. Australia 144 for 4 at the end of the 37.
James Humston says, Morrison is to Johnson as poop is the ninkum. And looking quite quickly on YouTube, Stephen Kelp says, morning gorillas, all and sundry.
Morning, Stephen.
And also says, just saw the Labuschagne dismissal. What on earth was he doing?
Well, he was doing Labuschagne. He just slipped.
I think he probably backed himself to see the ball, even though he's a foot and a half or outside the return crease.
Yeah.
Stuart Broad's turn to get turned off his legs this time for a ball that was on middle and off. And Cameron Green knocks one off it. Travis Head on strike now.
I was looking at who else Root could call upon to bowl in this lineup. So you could call, I guess Crawley, of course, who has bowled a number of times in the past, an off spinner. You got David Malan, who can bowl leg spin when required.
Yes, he can. He's not at the same level as Root, though, in terms of bowling prowess, one would say. Joe Root, has taken a 5 for in Test match cricket. He's almost a decent spinner. I do remember that. And that's played nicely. It's played nicely by Travis Head for a single wide of the man at mid off, who I imagine is Ben Stokes. 2 singles so far of the over.
The 2 most unlikely spin bowling performances by visiting players in India, Joe Root, right? One of them. The other is Mike Clark taking 6 for 9. Mistake, something like that.
5 for against England in Australia that time as well to win a Test match. Michael Clark must have been sick of the side of Michael Clark. That's another single played off his into short mid wicket by Cameron Green. He moves on to 32 or 48. Travis Head is on strike on 62.
I've got an update on Ollie Robinson. Apparently, according to Chris Stocks, he's got lower back stiffness.
Right.
Which, probably not a good thing for a bowler.
I think Ollie Robinson's general fitness levels must be called into question for back-to-back Test matches in the demanding arena of Australia. He was a county cricketer up until a year ago, so maybe not entirely surprising. That is played very nicely as a cut away to the boundary by Travis Head for one of these.
Head is batting really, really well. I mean, that's lovely. Really enjoyed that.
He is as well. Yeah. And considering Travis Head was not even was the borderline pick at the start of the series, to a degree it shows the riches of Australia compared to England in terms of batting in this series. 2 balls for our team to go. That one is hit very nicely, completely middled by Travis Head, but straight to the man at mid-on. He hits it so powerfully and so well that there's no run. One of the anomalies of cricket, that the harder you hit it sometimes, the less successful you are. Just seeing a replay of Pope diving around on the boundary. That's all England need. Injury to Pope, he seems to be okay.
He's got previous for doing that type of injury on the boundary as well.
He has as well, hasn't he? Yeah, it was a really bad injury that time as well, to his shoulder, I think. Last ball of our spell together goes for 1, cut away by Travis Head, who retains the strike. Australia move to 152 for 4. Their 150 is up. Green on 32, Head on 67, and we're going to have a changing of the guard in the commentary box. I can see a cat, I can see a Messi, and I don't know who number 3 is. But we're about to find out.
Max. Okay. See you, folks.
Hi there.
Hello. I got a question for you, Kat.
Yeah, go on.
Who is winning the comedy Ashes? Well, who's winning the comedy scene today?
Oh, I think today it has to be. Well, I think Labuschagne took it over the edge. It has to be Australia winning the comedy, I think, today. But, this will all be decided by Dan's podcast at some future point. Who knows? The Comedy Ashes has a regular podcast, and we've done a number of different series, and you need to go find that if you haven't found it already.
I think Labuschagne's put in a very strong performance. I thought Stuart Broad made a good effort on the very first ball of the day too.
Yes, well, that's the slapstick comedy Ashes. There's also, there's longer possibilities of more subtle types of humour that I think, Pat Cummins missed his chance. He could have, as Dan mentioned, he could have declared when Australia was sort of 3 for 12, and had a bowl at England.
Plenty on the board.
That would have been fabulous. It would have been, a really good, strong application. So we've got Max. Yeah. Hello, Max.
Hello. I think England's Ashes series has been a bit like a, I don't know, probably a series rather than an episode of The Office. So that you could argue from the dark comedy stakes that England have got a pretty good shout.
Oh yeah, that's true. I've got to say, I was worried before the series that Hendo's absence would take away the natural pessimism that we expected. But I think people like Jacob and Forthy today have done a really good job. When Australia was 3 for nothing, there's Jacob saying, well, this is really bad for England. I thought, whoa.
It was very funny. Yep. Yeah.
Every cloud has a darker lining.
The worst bit is the disappointment after that wonderful start of 3 for 12 in the first hour, and then another 60 runs for no loss in the second hour, or whatever it was. Yep. I think Jacob was right. Jacob is absolutely right to be pessimistic here.
Yeah, well, when you also consider that Ollie Robinson suddenly stopped being able to bowl properly. After
well, he's caught the side strain. Now we had Hazelwood was the first one who had the side strain. We're presuming this is a type of COVID, by the way.
Yeah, a new variant.
A new variant. He had the side strain, and now he's passed it on to Stokes, and he's also passed it on to Robinson now. So it is spreading.
Well, at least we know that Djokovic isn't going to be spreading it around now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So we've got some good entries in the chat here. I think it must be Knackle who's telling us England reducing Australia to 12 for 3 and 83 for 4, and ending up with 2.5 bowlers in the same half day is pretty funny. So yeah, definitely. Yeah. Definitely. And a lower back strain for Robinson is the ouch variant, apparently. Yep. It's definitely contagious.
Oh dear. It's the taking the piss. Sorry, I'm just trying to find the right spot. terms of.
Are you the
tweets.
the tweeting? Are you the tweeting
I'm
expert?
the
I can never
tweeter,
tell
yeah.
Messi because you always comment as well as tweeting. I can never tell
Yeah.
what your role is.
I'm very sorry.
Wind your neck in, messes.
I can't help myself. I really can't. I mean, something.
But that's good. It's good for it's good for Max as long as you can bounce off Max as well.
Absolutely.
I'm just here to describe the balls for the first half an hour. Am I doing the balls? I think I am.
You are.
You are.
Oh, that's good. So we have root bowling to head, and it's a back foot defensive shot, and there's no run. And I've worked out that I'm sitting in a different place today, and I need to put my glasses on in order to see the television, which is a long way away. So this next delivery to head, he's on 67. He's on the back foot again. He's punching it into the covers, and again, no run taken.
Yeah, Travis Head, in comparison to his earlier swashbuckling forms, ground to a halt.
Well, it's funny you should say that because his next delivery is swashbucklingly driven into the covers. It gets all the way out to the boundary. There's a great save there on the rope. I'm not quite sure who that was, but it was
Roaring
done.
Burns, the ponytail gives it away.
Oh, of course. Well, you're very kind calling it a ponytail, but anyway, they've run two. I'm not quite sure what it is. It's some kind of offensive slug or snail on the back of his head, I think.
It doesn't look good.
This next one is dragged a little bit from root. It's a little bit short, and again, it's sent out into the deep. They get, I think, probably one run there, so that turns over the strike, and we'll have green facing up next.
I mean, from 12 for 3, I think Australia would have bitten your hand off at milking Joe Root for a few singles. 155 for 4, wouldn't they?
Yeah, it's good. Well, it is 155 for 4 at the minute, and green awkwardly pokes at this next ball. He's sending it out. It is actually heading out to the sweeper out in the covers, and they're getting a sharply run single. 2, in fact, as the return comes in and they scurry through to make it just in time. A good throw, good return throw there from the rope.
Obviously, Joe Root's not your frontline spinner, but even so, that looked ever so easy there, just to prod that into the offside with real pressure in the ring.
Yes, root balls again, and green this time, head this time is watchful and defending this next delivery. That's the end of the over. There were 5 runs from it, and Australia 157 for 4.
Grand Theft Auto says, I want to criticise the right-wing tosspots or Australian government, but Djokovic is such a wank puffin. Joe Grover says, I'm getting horrible flashbacks from about 2013 when I defended Wokes against Hender. I will now grass Aninda up to the Singaporean authorities because he once forgot to clean up after his dog. James Humberson is with us. For anyone who really enjoyed watching Labuschagne's wicket today, my third grade team are playing at Miller's Oval, North Manly, from 1 p.m. tomorrow, and similar incompetence is guaranteed.
Well, you've got to have at least one bowler and one batter falling over, or we're not going to believe you. And you've got to get it on film. So the stakes are high here. We want to see this footage.
James. Yeah. Actually, that would be a great segment, wouldn't it? Where gorillas send in footage of the incompetence.
Yes.
Gorilla Village. Yes.
I'll tell you about the best footage. I got it out. We mostly go to junior cricket these days, and I'll tell you about the Friday night match in a minute. But at the moment, we do have Mark Wood coming in, and he's bowling. In fact, he's not bowling. He's just going for a slow jog to have a chat to Travis Head. Just straight through the crease to give Knackle time to do a dingle if he wants to.
Yes, he is an England bowler.
That was the falsest of false starts.
And pretty quick.
So just a normal guy.
Of course. Except for just one thing.
What?
He thinks that he's a horse.
Right. What?
Very kind of Mark Wood to allow that jingle to progress. Mark Wood looks like he's been rolling around in this very green outfield. He's got quite green pants at the moment, hasn't he?
Hope he does his own washing.
Yeah, presumably they do. And this one's over the wicket, and Head's having a wild swing at this. He's trying to cut it, and instead he's kind of edging it, and it's gone down to the third man boundary for 4 runs.
That has pierced the gap between the slips and gully perfectly, straight through the middle. Couldn't have dissected it any better.
Do you think he intended that one, Max? Did he know where that was going?
I think that was a big old edge, but
Yeah.
you know, why not?
Driven competently through the Anyway, this next one, Head's also trying to have a bit of a go at this. He thinks it's a power play, and he's having a swing down leg side, misses, and it goes through to a very good keeper. What do you think of the keeping in this match so far, Max?
Yeah, I mean, Sam Billings is, he's kept for England for quite a while in the white ball arena, so it's not bad having a specialist keeper around, is it, in the Test team? Just shame it's a few injuries that have brought it on, but I think as it was pointed out before, it probably would have been Folkes had he stayed in Australia, but.
So Wood is over the wicket, and this ball's chopped down. It's going out towards point, and they take a single. Head is on 75 now, and Green 34, and the total 162.
It would be a very England thing to do, to have Sam Billings sort of accidentally become a Test player for 2 years as a result of this Ashes series.
Well, it depends on all their injuries, doesn't it? I mean, it's quite likely that he could be around. And he loves playing at this time of night. He's always playing at this time of night when he's been playing for the Thunder. He's used to it, playing under lights.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I know he's made a lot of runs. Is he a convincing Test batsman yet?
I mean, well, he averages 35 in first-class cricket, which is, it's okay, but...
So this next ball, it's one of the two batters. I'm not quite sure which one. Green having a bit of a poke at this and sending it down to third man, and they've run 2. So Green's really keeping on with the score as well. These two batters doing quite well.
Yeah, it's been a really good partnership this for Australia, but I think they've targeted England's bowl as well, haven't they? Woke's got on top of him and not allowed Wood to settle, but also it's that period with the pink ball where it just doesn't do as much, and they've timed their counter attack perfectly, I'd say.
Yeah, that's right. Travis Head to be eyeing off a century, so it's a bit like everyone when you drop a player for a time or they can't play, they come back with a vengeance, and that seems to be Travis Head. I don't want to curse him. The left-hander is on strike at the moment. He's flicking a ball through the square, and there is a man out there who's trotting over in order to pick it up inside the rope, and they've managed to probably run 2 again, so lots of runs so far from this over. I think, is it 9 so far from it?
10 now.
10.
Double figures with 1 to go. Yeah, so please do curse Travis Head. That would be absolutely fine.
Yeah, we need him to. Actually, I'm heavily barracking for England not to win, but I want it to be a draw because I have a bet on. So let's hope that.
That's the best sort of bias. Self-interest.
Travis Head facing up to Wood again. This is a lovely, quick flick, beautiful drive through the covers, and that is going to be another 2. So just absolutely hemorrhaging runs off that over, and the score is 4 for 169. And over to socials.
Okay, Leah corrects me. She says it's not the comedy Ashes, it's the ridiculous Ashes. Should I tell Dan that you don't pay any attention to the things he likes and does? Cat. It's not Cat. It wasn't Cat. It was me that said comedy Ashes. Jay Graver says, I'm interested in some Beckett type of comedy Ashes. Labuschagne is the Three Stooges. Roots interview were just depressing. Just ideal. Says, Jesus, Max is settling in for a guerrilla cricket stint when the real cricket is about to commence in Cape Town.
Oh yes, we should.
Yeah.
Hopefully, I can finish my my stint here so that I can watch both matches at once, because that's going to be great to watch.
Yeah, that's a split screen thing. There you go. Peter Ward says that Djokovic nothing to declare episode is going to be quite the watch.
I can't wait for Djokovic to leave. I'm sick to death of hearing about him. I mean, since when has tennis been more important than cricket?
Well, the only really good thing that's happened from that is that at least it's brought some attention to the appalling detention of so many genuine asylum seekers and refugees in Australia by governments over the last 10 years, which makes me really angry. Sorry. Philip Sterling says, waiting for Wakesy. And Mayank says England need to start praying for rain to save the test. Oh God.
So we know that our producer has Cape Town on the phone, ready to give us updates on a regular basis. And
Good to know.
one of our other commentators, Jason, is saying, really enjoying Kat doing a Victoria Corin Mitchell Hignify with her glasses. I don't even know what that means.
That's how
I
I
don't know
got
who that
news
is.
for you. That's
Is that an
a BBC topical comedy panel show that's been running for many, many years.
One of about 300.
Yes, but one of the originals, I'd say, and one of the better ones. At least it used to be.
Yeah.
Can we
Sounds
give
good. There's a lot
can we
to
give an
watch.
honorary title of the Ridiculous Ashes to Coley and Ashwin for shouting at a bit of wood?
That is good. So we have Stuart Broad. He's going to be bowling to green. It's outside off stump and pushes into the off. No run.
Yeah, that was pretty good. I'd given it out absolutely plumb, that ball, I must admit.
I mean, it wouldn't be the first time we've seen DRS do something a little questionable based on what you've seen with the naked eye. But
Did you see Jimmy Neesham's comment though? It was glorious. He's tweeted it out and said, "Look, if you've got a 6'4" bowler, 6'4" bowler bowling on a pitch with lots of bounce and it goes over, why is it such a dramatic thing?" So go have a look at Jimmy Neesham's tweet, which I poorly paraphrased, as this ball is sent out square by Green. He gets a single, and that takes the score to 170. We're in the 41st over of the first day of the 5th Ashes Test.
And the scoreboard shows that Australia is 2 overs behind on the over rate.
It's pretty good, actually.
That's after Joe Root's come on and bowled 3 or 4. Isn't it? So that's a clue as to why Joe Root's brought himself into the attack.
So what other spin options do we have here for England?
Well, David Milan, he's seen him bowl, haven't we? He's a bit of leg spin.
Ollie Robinson.
Yes. Yeah. If his back's not working properly, we just saw him throw the ball back underarm there to highlight that injury.
Yeah. So Broad bowls around the wicket to the left-handed Head, who's absolutely creaming a ball through the covers. That's gone all the way to the rope rapidly, and it's 4 runs.
1 2 ka 4 4 2 ka 1. My name is Lakhan. My name is Lakhan.
Yeah, bit of width there, not particularly short, but Travis Head gets into a sort of crouched position to play that cut. It's a beautiful shot. Ollie Robinson at the backward point boundary doesn't even bother pretending to try and chase that.
Yes, he really whipped that through wristily. It was beautiful. Whereas this next one's more of a lazy drive into the covers. There's a tumbling dive to stop it. And that's, oh goodness me, it's not Ben Stokes again trying to injure himself further. But anyway, they've run 1. So the runs are coming freely in this over as well, 6 so far.
Maybe Ben Stokes could bowl some spin if his side lets him do it.
Yeah.
And the talk was about Sam Billings earlier, wasn't it, jokingly? He does have 4 first-class deliveries. I assume he engaged in a bit of declaration bowling.
Yes, that would be good. So Broad now over the wicket to Green. Green's on the drive. He's on the beautifully on the drive. It's gone all the way out to the boundary, and they get another 4.
Wide half volley and beautifully put away by Cameron Green. That's straight out of the textbook. Check drive, high elbow, hold the pose. Lovely stuff.
Yes, he's sending them all to all boundaries, isn't he? He's all over the cartwheel.
Looking a bit desperate for England at the minute. There's not really much they can do. They just have to try and keep the runs down until the lights come on, or till at least sunset.
So 10 runs so far from this over. This next one is defended, and that is the end of the Broad over. And it's 179 for 4, Messi.
Richard Jarman says it's Head's Ashes. James Humberson says this ball is rubbish. Not getting England any wickets. Change it immediately. Granfith Arthur says first saw Victoria Corin Mitchell on TV when she was a regular player on Late Night Poker. That was before she married David Mitchell, I suspect. She was a professional card sharp before she was an erudite and witty panel host. Jay Grover says, I think I've said this before, but I'm nothing if not dull and repetitive, he says. Whilst in Chapel does me nut in on commentary, I found out he has been campaigning for Australian asylum seekers, so now I nod no matter what Bobbins, he says. He's actually been really good on homelessness as well and a number of things in Chapel, so yeah, I've got a good deal of respect for him.
That was Ian Chappell, was it?
Yeah.
Okay, so Roots balled a dot ball so far to Travis Head. Travis Head's on 84, the left-hander, and he's facing Root, who's around the wicket. And he's flicking a ball down to fine leg. It looks like the keeper's going to have to chase. No, it's not the keeper in chase. It is, in fact, the slip, and they are running two. Was that leg buys? It was buys, actually. It's been signalled as buys.
They got a third, too.
Wow.
One of those buys that's very harsh on the wicketkeeper.
It's just clipped his leg, hasn't it, on the way through?
Yeah. Can you review that as a wicketkeeper? I don't want those in my column.
Not fair. It should have been a leg buy.
Yeah.
Anyway, either way. Not nice. So Cameron Green remains on 42. There's one slip in place as Root bowls, and he pushes it into the onside. No run.
There was a period when either Bob Taylor or Alan Knott went for a very long time without conceding any buys, and everybody said it was good wicket keeping. I think it was just dull bowling, so.
Dull or good? One way or the other, you know.
So Cameron Green takes a single of this next delivery from Root. He turns it to square leg and just lazily jogs through. So again, Travis Head on 84. It's sort of a fight between Travis Head getting to his century and Cameron Green getting to his half century. Let's hope we can get a wicket before either of those things happen.
I thought you were just...
And this time, Head is beaten outside off stump, and it's taken very well by the keeper. Yeah, nice little bit of bowling from Root.
I was going to say is I thought you were just going to see who wins the race rather than whether we can get any of them out.
Head's on the drive. He's trying to get it through mid-on, but Stuart Broad is there, and Fields sliding, adding another green stripe to his pants. And so Head remains on 85 and Green remains on 43 at the end of that over. That was a quick over from Root.
Yeah.
Gotta be.
That's bollocks, says Djokovic is in strife in Spain also. Lying to immigration is never a good idea wherever you go.
Especially
that's bollocks. Says, I look at Green and I can't help but see a star in the making. He says they're letting it slip away again. If this pair get another 40 to 50, it'll suddenly look ominous at 4 for 200. And Stephen Kelk says, good morning, Messi, Cat and Max with clapping hands. Thank you, Stephen. Good to have you on board.
Good morning. And if you want to compare Messi and Max to various TV personalities that I've never heard of, feel free to go ahead and
no need for that.
Fair enough, yeah.
I do watch a lot of British TV, but there's just so much of it. It's hard to keep up with all of your personalities.
Do you know David Mitchell?
Oh yes, definitely know David Mitchell.
Victoria Cara Mitchell is married to him.
Okay, I just can't picture her, but I probably do know who she is. If tell me which panel shows she's on.
She's been on Would I Lie to You from time to time.
Okay, all right. Well, I've definitely seen her on that. As this next delivery is around the wicket to Travis Head, who defends, and there's no further runs. Stuart Broad's done quite a bit of bowling. I will have to put on my glasses in order to find out how many overs. He's in his 13th over.
Yeah, I think the main thing that Victoria Cara Mitchell's known for would be only connect the highbrow quiz show. Although less highbrow since it moved from BBC 4, I'm told. It's very difficult.
Highbrow doesn't do Australia.
No, we don't even. We barely even get reruns of Mastermind, and that was a long time ago now, wasn't it?
Yes, we've got our own form of crap Mastermind.
Oh, terrible quiz shows in Australia as Head drives gloriously. It's got all the way out to the cover boundary for 4 runs. What a beautiful shot.
He smoked that.
Deserving of a jingle. Absolutely beautiful. So, well and truly taking up the pace of who's going to get to the milestone first.
England's previously most economical bowler, I suppose. Now also coming in for a bit of tap. His economy rate's shot up to over 3 and over now since his opening spell. Which just tells
We were talking about some of the England players bowling spin, and apparently Stokes has also bowled spin at some point. As Head tries another glorious drive through the covers, but there is a fielder there. And he tumbles and collects, and there is no run.
Nestlers says, in other news, Andy Murray reaches first ATP final in 27 months. There you go.
Well, at least it's going all right for one Brit in Australia.
Well, he's a Scot, isn't he?
Yeah. Dan Evans is in the other semi-final. He's English, so you know.
I thought you were going to say 27 years for a minute there. It feels like a long time. Head takes a wild swing and a miss at this next delivery from Stuart Broad, and relatively economical for Stuart. Only 4 runs from it so far.
Just Ideal says, Ian Chappell and Malcolm Fraser rewriting the 70s. Good on him. Yeah, well, Malcolm Fraser's been dead for quite a while now, so he stopped the rewriting, I think.
Yeah, whatever he wrote, he's set, and that's it.
Yes.
But I do listen to the ABC in Australia. Ian Chappell is sometimes commentating, and I love some of their commentators. I particularly love Christian Beams. She's absolutely fantastic on commentary and on the ABC. But whenever Chappell comes on, I have to switch it over. I cannot listen to him commentate.
He's hard to agree with a lot of the time. I still like the fact that he says what he thinks. Speaking of commentating, you're going to be doing some soon, aren't you, Kat? You'll have to share that with us.
Ah, yes, yeah. Well, I was going to be commentating last week on some of the women's National Cricket League, the one-dayers, but it got put off because of COVID. So unfortunately now, hopefully that'll happen in the next month or so, sometime in the future. They'll catch up.
It was a rare dot ball just there from Stuart Broad.
Amazing, and is that at the end of the Stuart Broad over? One to come.
One to come. Over in Cape Town, Keegan Peterson's got his 50, so things looking good for the South African chase over there. That would be quite a turn up, I think, wouldn't it? A series win for South Africa.
It'd be fantastic. So Stuart Broad is over the wicket to Travis Head, defensive, playing with a very straight bat, and Broad looks tired and hot and a little bit cranky, and 4 runs from that over takes it to 188 for 4.
On Brendan Waver says, morning, fantastic Guerrilla Cricket. Root just summed up his realisation of the current, while I'm typing, situation whilst bringing himself back onto bowl by mouthing the word shit when taking his jumper off.
I can think of a few stronger expletives that might better describe the situation than that.
And Brian 001 says, can you please do all of Australia a favour and play your fuck off, just fuck off jingle to send off that wanker tennis player? That's a good idea. Yes, I've got to say thank you, Brian. Brian very kindly sent me some beer and some wine through the Dan Murphys, but the only problem I have was when I got there, they wanted me to produce photo ID for messy chairs, which was a bit of a problem.
That's very amusing. As we have Joe Root again, and he's bowling to Cameron Green, who almost seems too big for his bat as he offers a defensive stroke to this ball. He's on 43. There's one slip in place, and we have Travis Head up the other end. And again, he's watchful and turning a ball down to short mid-wicket, and there's no run. And they all look a bit hot out there, so maybe it's not as cold as we imagined in Hobart.
This one's for you, Novak.
Fuck off! Just fuck off! Aye, thank you.
Hooray, I think he's gone. Another dot ball. So this is turned away by Green to short cover.
Wouldn't mind one of those jingles just to represent the general feeling of how this test has gone since over number 5. But
yeah. Cameron Green dancing down the pitch to Joe Root, but just offering a very closed defensive stroke, and Root picks it up and back to the top of his mark already, and he's bowling again. He bowls this a little bit shorter, but Cameron Green's not interested. He's just having a bit of a rest at the moment. He just
gone a bit
brings another
here
ball.
into white ball bowling mode here, Joe Root, just firing it in at Cameron Green.
Yeah.
An awkward.
He sure is. It feels like Joe Root is trying to increase the pace deliberately as this next one is defended as well. And in return, Cameron Green is equal to this, and he says, "Thank you very much. I'll just see you off. I don't mind facing 6-dot balls," which is what it was, a maiden, and it's 188 for 4.
I can tell you it's 19.3 degrees in Hobart at the moment. Farong says, yesterday was a day of mixed news for Marcus Harris. Bad news is he was dropped from 5th Test team. Good news, his 70-odd in Melbourne has been officially upgraded to a Test 100 under the Duckworth-Coley method. Good stuff. Welcome to the 100 Cup. It's true, isn't it? I mean, some hundreds are so much. Some 70s are worth so much more than some hundreds.
Indeed, and this will probably be the last over of our commentary stint, I think, as Stuart Broad bowls over the wicket to Travis Head. He's on 89 and he defends another ball. Broad's figures 2 for 38. He's in his 14th over.
Yeah, so interesting stat I've seen, which sort of highlights how fortunes have changed for England so drastically. The amount of seam in the first 20 overs compared to the next 20 overs, it's probably, the ball's done literally half as much as it did at the start of the game. So it's the classic pink ball factor. It goes soft very quickly.
Yeah. So the left-handed Travis Head is pushing a ball into the off, and they've gone through point almost all the way to the boundary where it's fielded, and they've taken a single. So that moves into the 90s from only 100 balls faced, which is quite remarkable.
James Humberson said it really is a sign that we're fucked when you lot are discussing which other batters can chuck pies.
That's fair. That's a very fair comment.
Yeah.
Well, you know, none of England's frontline seamers can really seem to be able to extract too much out of the soft ball, so it's sort of an irrelevance, isn't it? I suppose Ollie Robinson's the one who's been the most threatening, I think, throughout innings, and he's got a bad back, and Mark Wood's bowled like a drain.
Does Ollie Pope have a bowl in his arsenal? This next ball through to the keeper, and no interest from Cameron Green.
I've not seen it, but you know, everyone's got a bowl in their arsenal when it comes to the nets, so why not? He might unearth an unknown gem. He's been, you know, spent a lot of his time growing up being a wicket keeper, so he maybe just hasn't had the chance to show his talents.
Well, apparently he hasn't bowled since juniors, because we have the word from our producer that he hasn't bowled in professional cricket, first-class cricket, so maybe he can debut.
He's not the stature of a bowler, is he? Let's be honest.
Yeah, absolutely. Broad bowls, it doesn't do very much outside off, back of a length, and Green just watches it through to the keeper.
Since
He's been on strike. Has he actually just gone on strike and he hasn't told us? He hasn't played a shot for a while.
No. Gary Naylor makes the point, Travis Head couldn't buy a run in that third-rate county championship last season. It seems he's better at creating Australian Test cricketers than English ones.
Well, facing Darren Stevens in April is a very different ball game, isn't it?
Yeah, but he really couldn't make a run for Sussex for a long time.
So Broad bowls to Green, and we thought Green was just seeing out Joe Root, and now he's just seeing out Stuart Broad as well. So he's relaxing there.
England are maybe taking the wrong approach to their selection, and we should be looking at people who average under 25 rather than 35 and over. Is that where we need to go? If you can't do it at Sussex, maybe you can do it in Australia.
Yeah.
Oh, and Keegan Peterson's reached 50, Knuckle tells us.
Fantastic. This next ball from Stuart Broad, Green feels like he has to play at this. He has a poke at it and sends it to cover point, and there's no run. And Dan and I were speculating, we did a podcast yesterday, we were speculating about the preparation of going on a long road trip. Is that a good preparation for playing cricket in Australia? Because it is something that a lot of Australians do. So maybe all of the England cricket team should go on long road trips before they start. And that could be, they might play a lot better if they're cramped up in a car for 12 hours and hop out and have a bit of a bowl.
Yeah, you can only try, can't you?
Should be a requirement. We know that we've just got some stats through on how many balls. Green scored 1 run off his last 13 balls. So he's having a bit of a rest, but that's fair enough because they were going at quite a clip. And Green is now 43 off 60.
Due a change, are we not?
Yeah.
I believe so.
We are. I'm not sure who that is though. And Joe Root has just bowled to Travis Head.
We're swapping,
single.
Cat.
You two are staying, and Jason's taking my chair.
Yeah.
So someone is taking over the ball by ball. I will let you take over now if you want.
All right, I'll go for it. Joe Root is continuing. It's full and straight, and Cameron Drew drives down to mid-off. They scamper through for a quick single, and there is 1 run that moves Cameron Green on to 44, brings Head back on strike. He's on 91. Do you reckon he can get to his ton off this route over, or a couple of lusty blows? Really
feels like Head is still moving along at quite a clip. I mean, his strike rate's almost 100. I have faith.
Root comes in round the wicket. It's shortish and in at Head's waist, and he just hits this away into covers. There's no run.
Feels like Root does have to try something different. Maybe Milan should come on and have a bowl.
Round arm from Root, and Head is forward and flicks this into mid-wicket region. It dribbles away, and they trot through for a single. Yeah, I mean, they've got to do something, haven't they? I mean, down Robinson, Woods bowled poorly, Broads come back and knocked down a lot. Root
is bowling as if he's got his Siri in his earpiece going, you haven't exercised enough today, increase your heart rate, get on with it.
Yeah, there's a lot of energy going into these deliveries, and this one's sort of leg stumpish and back of a length, and there's a little bit of bounce, there's no run. And this one's fuller in the same sort of direction, and Cameron Green blocks this back down the wicket to the bowler. And that is the end of the over. There's 3 from it. 192 for 4. Welcome, Jason. How are you doing?
I'm doing well, thanks. On YouTube, That's Bollock says, this innings by Head is sneakily good. If we get to 10, we're going to suddenly realise just how good it was coming in at 3 for 16 and going on the attack. And also, Emily Elizabeth says, I love the Big Fat Quiz and the other 2 that's talking about UK TV programmes. Wish we had good quiz shows on TV in Australia, in US. We have some on radio.
Oh, you're very welcome to take a couple of our spare ones. I think we don't need Mock the Week. You can have that if you want.
There's a lot of good comedy panel shows in the UK. Sometimes they're a bit too niche for us in other countries. We don't understand the jokes so much about your politicians. But anyway.
Right, there will be a change in the bowling. It's the hitherto expensive Chris Wokes is coming back.
Wokes was fit, got out of bed, went and had himself a net, found this way that his heel had healed, passed the test, and he went to the team.
Lovely stuff. No questions there. What that jingle's been inspired by. So England are going to be trying something different, but it's not quite so different as bowling David Malan or Ben Stokes bowling off spin. We're sticking with the actual bowlers that have been picked for the Test match, and it will be Wokes round the wicket to Travis Head. This is full on his legs and slapped away over mid-wicket with impudence for 4 runs. Welcome back to the crease, Chris Wokes. And off you go.
That was a glorious shot, just absolutely beautifully timed, and he's on 96 now, which is pretty exciting. Good work, Travis Head.
Yeah, I think this is the over, isn't it? If Wokes is going to bowl any more like that, that's a lovely one to get you towards your 100. It's better from Wokes. It's just outside off stump, but Head plays this away into the offside, and they come through for a single. 197 for 4.
And Cameron Green on 44. He's 44 now off 70 balls faced. So both of these, as you said before, I think playing like white ball cricketers. Really, this is a very fast rate of scoring.
The pink ball's doing about as much as the white ball. The lights are on. It feels a bit like it, doesn't it? It feels a bit like the middle stages of a white ball game for Australia and England. They've just got to hang in. 197 for 4 is not the worst position they've been in as a bowling side this series. It's just
and the partnership is 109 runs, 23 overs, 24 overs, run rate of 4.6, which is really quite glorious.
That is rapid. That's sort of the early 2010s of one-day cricket. Wokes into Green. This is full outside of stump, and Green comes forward, prods it to the man at short cover, and no run.
Just get the feeling that England are being milked at the moment, like you would get done in the middle overs of an ODI. It just there's not a lot of risk for the reward of the runs that they're getting.
It's all very comfortable, isn't it? And it's I think it's probably a bit more than milking. It's quite fast milking. Wokes in again. This is outside off stump. Ooh, Green is prodding at that far away from his body. He probably wants to be leaving that alone. It's quite wide. He was lucky not to get a feather on that as it goes through to Billings, but I think that's just a loss of concentration there from Cameron Green, the kind of thing England will be hoping for.
It is strange that he would have a prod at that when he's let so many balls go through. He faced 14 dot balls in a row or something. It is remarkable that he had a go at that.
And this is slightly straighter, and Green comes and drives, but again that's fielded by the man at short cover, and there is no run. Wokes has pulled the over back nicely after the first 2 balls went for 5 runs. 1 ball to come with the over.
In the absence of Stokes, it just feels like England don't have enough bowlers, and I know they do have enough bowlers, but it kind of feels like they've run out.
Well, Robinson being injured is the real problem there when you go in with a 4-bowler attack. Wokes is in. This is fullish, and just a little sign of doing something as it's angled in towards the stumps, but Green is forward and defends competently to end the over. It's 5 from it. 197 for 4. Over to you, Jason.
Just going to say to that, it doesn't matter how many bowlers you've got if their gas tanks are empty, and I think they are empty at the end of a very, very long series. Sachin says, I'm scared to tweet talking about the Proteas game in Cape Town. Farong says, well, if England need to go on a long road trip, they'll need a driver. The bear is the obvious choice. I'd be very wary about going on a trip anywhere with the bear in his missile.
I thought Zach Crawley was squarely in the team for his driving. This is Root round the wicket to Head, and he's back foot and just flicks this away into the leg side, and they come through for a comfortable single.
And Ramsay Feltow says, England have failed to press advantage at every opportunity this series. So depressing.
I'll just take having an advantage at any stage, to be honest. Root in over the wicket to Cameron Green. This is leg stumpish, and Green is back, prods this into the leg side, and they come through again for another single.
How are you keeping up with the tweets, Jason? Because it's quite hard when the spinner's on, isn't it, to get anything in between?
Yes, I managed to take an opportunity then, but I don't think they're going to have an opportunity giving Root bowling for the rest of the over.
Well, there's a slight change in the field, so you might be all right.
Yeah.
Well, if Ombre Nova says, if we bring Milan on to bowl, it's definitely time to get on a newly purchased Get Wickets t-shirt in the hope that it proves, as more often than not, true.
Well, it's been England's plan so far, when players have been in the 90s, is to bring Milan on and let them get their ton, but so far not done that. And Root's in, back of a length, and Head tries to play this again into the leg side, but there's a fielder there, and there is no run. That field change I just mentioned, they brought someone over to sort of a very straight mid-on there. And Root's back in, and this is flicked away on the front foot into the leg side. Don't think about coming back for the second, so Head comes on to 99 from 108 with 2 balls left in the over.
And he's just taking off his gloves and taking off his helmet and wiping his brow. So
Well,
I
he's
think,
just,
you know,
he's
they
just
have been doing a bit
practicing
of
the
running.
quick helmet removal for when he celebrates. This is full and straight to Cameron Green, and he shuffles down and prods this down to long on for 1 run. That was the 200 was up, by the way, on that previous delivery. 201 for 4. Head on 99, Green on 46. 1 ball left for the over for Travis Head to make his way to his century.
He looks nervous. He's fidgeting quite a bit here.
Yeah, playing
on
with the
98.
gloves. Are England going to try and do something here? They're going to bring the field up, try and induce a sort
Toss
of
it up.
panicked response, or is it just going to be, here you go, have a seagull? The field is up and it's wide. Head tries to play at it, but it wasn't convincing, and dribbles to the fielder. No run, end of the over, 4 from it. 201 for 4, Australia. How are the socials, Jason?
Steve Kelker on YouTube says, Prayers for Rain, talking about praying for rain, is a song by The Cure from the album Disintegration. You can guess how happy that song is.
You're thinking of replacing
All the
Jerusalem?
Cure songs. Can you find a happy one?
And Sachin, talking about the Proteus game, says, "We will get there!" Exclamation mark. Pumped fist and everything. Go quickly on to Quick Tracker. Shout outs to After the Ball.
Full and straight from Wokes. Cameron Green prods this forward, and they come through for a quick single to get Head back on strike.
Yes,
So the crowd would be loving this. We can't hear them here in our commentary box, but I'm sure that they're going crazy. They were basically encouraging each other to scull beer before.
Yeah,
That's all.
Sure,
all we
the
could hear.
60% full while making them sound like 100%.
What, to skull beer and be ejected?
Yes. Yep.
So that's the disappointing thing about a 60% full ground. It's much more difficult to make a big cup snake, isn't it? You need extra cups to bridge between you and the next group.
I think they've solved that problem now in England with the snakes, which is a bit of a shame, by having these deposits on the glasses.
Yeah, making you pay for your cups. But very briefly during the COVID time, they didn't have those deposit cups because of obviously for the COVID reasons and people sharing out cups and things. So they did go back to the paper cups briefly. So there was a renaissance of the snake. Wokes is in over the wicket, it's back of a length on off stump, and Head defends back towards the bowler, and there's no run.
99. He's on 99, everyone, and it's always nerve-wracking. I don't care which country is batting. I always want the 99 player to get the 100.
Always?
Yes, always. Even when doesn't matter who it is.
Oh, I wish I could be so magnanimous. Wokes is in, it's full, and bounces over the head of Chris Wokes as the mid-on fielder comes around to collect it. And again, no run. A tiny modicum of pressure starting to build on Travis Head as he tries to get that one elusive run.
I feel like Chris Wokes would have said to him, there's a bit of banter there, and it's just gone past his outstretched fingers by by about 10 centimetres. I think he said, look, if that had been Cameron Green bowling, you would have been out, buddy.
It is the closest England have come to a wicket for about 2 hours, I think, so take what you can get. And this is back of a length, outside off stump, and Head says, thank you very much, I'll rock back, play this away to backward point boundary, and hasn't quite timed it, so it will only be 2 runs, but 2 runs is all that he needs to bring up his 100 off 112 balls. Well batted, Travis Head. A very, very well timed counter attack from him, and once again putting making me look like an idiot when in my preview of the Ashes I suggested he was a forgettable cricketer. I'll fully admit that I've made that mistake.
10, 20, 30, 40, 60, 70, 80, 90, 100.
Congratulations, sir. You are a centurion.
A fitting tribute. And Wokes is in. This is Well, he's out next ball. Would you believe it? It's just sort of back of a length outside leg stump. He's tried to flick it away and got a leading edge, and it's looped straight to the man at mid-on. As easy a catch as you would like, and head no sooner as he celebrated his century is that a lapse of concentration?
That was so innocuous. There was absolutely nothing, ball.
Why did he do that? Unbelievable!
Ollie Robinson comes around to take the catch, and I think we're all a bit stunned by that, aren't we? That came out of absolutely nowhere.
That is crazy. I mean, he did loft a previous delivery just before he got his century. It is a bit like the pressure built and he managed to make it to 100 and then lost it.
Yeah, almost a bit jittery before the 100 and early on it, and then I don't know, perhaps a lack of concentration afterwards and having done his job. But nevertheless, the milestone was reached, 101. And both of Travis Head's centuries in this series have come at pretty important times, haven't they, in sort of the context of the Australian innings. So
they come at a quick rate as well.
Yes, absolutely. So it's 101 off 113 in the end for Travis Head, which is pretty quick by test.
I think it'll be Alex Carey out next, right?
Yeah.
He's the next cab off the rank. And Alex Carey is his name. Wicket keeping is his stride. And he's not bad with the blade. Only a cricket bat.
I must say that 100 jingle is glorious. I hope we get to hear that again when England's batting.
I'd like that. That'd be nice. Wouldn't put too much.
Who do you think's most likely, Max, to get a century out of all the England batters?
It's surely Joe Root. I know he hasn't hit one in Australia before, but he is far and away England's best batsman. As this is first ball to Alex Carey is full and defended, and there is no run. I mean, you got to go with the odds, haven't you, on that one?
Definitely.
Mog says...
Well, that's it for the over.
Yeah. Mog says in the tweets, I made a mistake of turning on a Channel 7 commentary, and the first thing I hear is Pricky Ponting saying Launceston. The little idiot can't even pronounce his hometown properly. Bloody outrage. Just Idea says, come on, Max. Time for a run of Cameron Ponsonby's line of England's Make-A-Wish best day ever. Helping hand. And Jago says, oh no, lost me phone. Happy cure day. Friday, I'm in love.
Roots in,
which is
again
about
really
happy cure song.
Trying to keep the pace up in these overs. He's clearly considering that when it comes to bowling seamers again, we're going to lose. So he's trying to get ahead of the rate. First ball was a dot ball, and the second one is it's taken a bit of a bounce outside off stump, and it's come off the out. Has it come off the outside edge of green, or has it just gone straight through and off Billings' glove?
We'll have to wait for the replay on that one. I think
that's an edge.
Sure.
I thought that was just played down with his hands. He followed it with his hands.
Yeah, it is indeed 2 runs to Cameron Green, but a little bit of something out of the pitch there from Joe Root. He's in again. This is back of a length, and Cameron Green is back, playing this away into the offside for 1 run, and that is Cameron Green's 50. That's off the comparatively slow rate of 80 balls. But again,
50, 50, 50, pretty nifty on a bowler's pitch.
Yeah, as well timed a 50 as Travis Head's 100, no doubt. But hopefully England, from England's point of view, he'll be out the following delivery. It's the second consecutive 50 for Cameron Green. So finally, proving his worth as the batting all-rounder that he was in the team to be. Joe Root round the wicket to Alex Carey. It's outside off stump, and he's lunging forward and defending away into the offside.
Well, no point wasting your energy. He has to bowl in a minute. Well, later on. So save your energy.
Let's
and go
hope
out.
so. Yeah. This is in a similar area from Joe Root, outside off stump. A little fuller though, and Carey's able to find the gap and drive this away for a single. 1 ball to come in the over. I mean, 208 for 5. England, possibly if they could sneak another one, then there's a they're in with a shout of a reachable total, but lots of ifs. Last ball of the over, it's full on off stump, and this is driven sumptuously by Cameron Green. Another hold the pose stroke from him, and that whistles away to the boundary for 4 runs to end the over. That's the 50th over. Australia 212 for 5.
There you go, it says. Everyone on 99. Everyone on 100 needs to get. Everyone on 99 needs to get 100, or I'll cry. And Josie X says, "This is a power puff bowling attack." I think you mean powder puff, but.
Nice with the power puff.
I like power puff. That's good too.
Jago says, "That were a bit fucking English." Talking about, I think Travis Head's dismissals, the ball after getting his 50. And looking on YouTube,
I must say I agree with whoever said the Cure song "Friday I'm in Love." That is a good happy song from the Cure, but is that their only one now? The challenge goes out.
First
That was a good call though. I thought they were all pretty dismal, but there is a few that are good.
First ball of Wokes' over is full, and it's defended by Alex Carey. In between days, that's reasonably upbeat, isn't it?
Yeah, not too bad.
we're getting love
They
cats,
did
which
the
is
love
very,
cats,
very
didn't they?
upbeat.
Yeah, that's very upbeat. That's
almost
saccharine. This is leg stump line from Chris Wokes, and Carey tries to play this into the leg side, but stopped in the mid-wicket region, no run.
There's also a vote
thumbs
for Boys Don't Cry because it has happy guitars, even though it has sort of sad lyrics, but it's that's a good call too.
So yeah, they're practically a birthday party band here now. 5-song set. Wokes again over the wicket. This is left alone by Alex Carey under the armpits. It's short, back of a length outside off stump. Carey refuses to play at that one, and wisely, I would say.
And for Cameron Green, that is his second consecutive 50. So well done, cementing his place there in the Shane Watson all-rounder position.
Yeah, and better at reviewing, I'm sure.
Mm.
This is back of a length from Wokes, and Carey leaves that on length as much as anything. I think it just passes over the off stump, and again, no run.
I feel like it's a sign of a good reviewer if you cannot remember them ever reviewing anything, right? So if you can remember even a single review, it probably means it was poor. So Virat Kohli, for example, I can still remember Kohli reviewing quite a number poorly.
Well, we'll always remember Ashwin reviewing being bold, won't we? That's This is Fuller from Wokes off stump, and Carey is forward, defends down into the offside, and again no run. 5 dots from the over so far, so that's possibly the most dots England have strung together for quite some time.
Yeah.
I've just realised it's 130 runs in this session.
That's pretty quick, isn't it?
Wow.
Final ball of the over coming round the wicket now, and it's full, driven by Carey, but straight to the fielder, and Wokes completes a maiden over, that most elusive of things. From an England point of view, Australia remain 212 for 5.
Max is getting some love on YouTube from Stephen Kelp saying, "Good jinxing of head there, Max." And
that's 1-1 for me for the series.
Barry Balsett says, "Got a similar leading edge from an attempted run turn to leg, the ball before he got his 100.
He did indeed, yeah.
In any case, great Ashes 100 from Travis Head.
Although, Max, you told me that was his second 100 for the series. I can't remember the first one.
It was the first test.
Yeah.
Long time ago.
It's back to Joe Root now, and this is, again, bouncing quite high on Cameron Green. He's back foot, turned away into square leg for no run.
Joe Root's definitely
We also can't underestimate how hard it is to get a century after you've had COVID. I mean, honestly, most of us probably can't even go to the fridge and get a drink after we've had COVID.
Again, this is a dot ball, full outside off stump. Cameron Green is still back foot and prods this away into the offside. Yeah, I assume it was the new COVID though, which is supposedly not quite the same.
The T20 COVID.
The T20 COVID.
The man COVID isn't the way that man flew.
Root's third ball of the over was another dot. It was straighter and again defended and back in again. And Cameron Green shuffles down the wickets to try and mess up Joe Root's rhythm, and he manages to flick this away fine down to leg side, but doesn't get all of it. And Zach Crawley does the chasing as they come through for 3 runs.
Well, that was quite amusing though, because Zach Crawley did the chasing and he was pretty slow, and Ben Stokes overtook him. So that was quite good. Good work, Ben Stokes.
Ben Stokes is just desperate to injure himself as much as he possibly can. 2 balls remaining in the over from Joe Root. He's round the wicket, so Alex Carey bowls wide of the crease, fired in, and Carey is forward, defending back towards Joe Root for no run.
And presumably we're nearly finished with our commentary stint, and the next group will be in a minute.
The last delivery. As Joe Root's in, it's back of a length and hurries on to Alex Carey. Takes the inside edge, but takes the inside edge down towards square leg, and again no run. It's a decent over from Joe Root, apart from the 3, but hurried Alex Carey that one a bit.
Interesting to think about whether or not Alex Carey needs to score in this this match, because he's not particularly set the world alight with his batting. His fielding's been fairly exemplary, but
yeah, well, he's averaged 15, I think, with the bat. So yeah, definitely needs to do something. But yeah, that last Root delivery was the last ball before tea. So we're coming off at the tea break, the dinner break, because it is a day night, I believe. Is that what they call it, or it'll be a breakfast break for me? And Australia trot off 215 for 5, and that wicket at the end of the session, extremely necessary for England for it to be, well, not a complete disaster.
But it's still Australia's
such a slow scoring rate in that first session, and such a remarkable turnaround this session. It's really a crazy change in the way the game's paced, isn't it?
That's just the wicket going, the ball going soft and the wicket going slightly flatter. I think. Kat, does this wicket get much lighter and drier as it goes on?
Well, no. Apparently, I think it was Peter Siddle who was talking on the TV commentary earlier today. He said, "Look, it often looks green and it looks like a bowler's pitch, but it actually just flattens out and doesn't do much." So he was saying that it's not that great to bowl on necessarily. So we'll have to wait and see, I think.
It wouldn't be the first time England have been caught out by a green-looking pitch that doesn't do as much as the green pitches in England tends to do.
Yeah. So I'm not sure what we're doing in the break. Are we?
We just get through.
Take us through the card. Take us through the card, Max, or?
Yes, yeah, absolutely. So yes, at the tea break, Australia 215 for 5. So the first man to go was David Warner, who was caught by Crawley, bowled Robinson for no runs off 22 balls. A long vigil for nothing. Shortly followed by Usman Khawaja, who fell to Broad, caught Root off 6. Marnus Labuschagne, as we all saw, hilariously bowled by Stuart Broad after stepping a little bit too far outside off stump and slipping and landing face first to see his stumps rattled for 44 or 53 balls. Steve Smith lasted only 2 deliveries. He was caught by Crawley in the slips off Ollie Robinson to a rising delivery, which will please England fans. And then the counter-attack from Travis Head, 101 off 113 balls, as we saw, caught by Robinson in the most innocuous of fashions off the bowling of Chris Wokes, leaving Cameron Green not out, 57 off 85, and Alex Carey, who's faced 11 balls for his 1 run. England's bowlers, Stuart Broad, 14 overs, 2 for 39, who brought things back slightly after taking a bit of tap in the middle. Ollie Robinson, the injured Ollie Robinson, 2 for 42 of his 8 overs, bowled very well up front, but just after the end of the first session, hurt his back and left the field and has not looked good since. Mark Wood has been going at a T20 rate of 7.75 and over, 0 for 62 off his 8. Chris Wokes, 1 for 50 off 12. He again brought things back a little bit in the end of his spell, picking up the wicket of Travis Head, and Joe Root has bowled 10 overs in the blink of an eye, 0 for 35.
Yep, he's definitely had the plan to bowl sort of flat and fast to Cameron Green and on slightly on leg stump to get it bouncing up sort of onto his tip, so that he can only really play a sort of work around the corner and setting a field for it appropriately. But it's more to do with getting up with the over rate, I think, more than anything else his bowling.
Yeah, and sort of. I mean, it's the only thing we've sort of seen from England so far in terms of their attempts to try and keep the runs down, which is sort of the key thing you need to do in this second session with the pink ball not doing a lot and not looking threatening. You just got to try and keep the pressure up. And Australia, to their credit, have counter-attacked well and put away the wide balls brilliantly and scored very quickly. But England have just been, with that missing Ollie Robinson, no Ben Stokes able to bowl and do that sort of leg work. England has sort of run out of ideas after the early surge, and it's, even with Australia 5 down, you fear, don't you, for England, this is going to get away a bit quickly.
Well, you fear.
I fear that no one is listening to us now because everyone's gone to watch India and South Africa.
Yeah, that's a good point. Maybe I should do that.
They only need 90, I think. Let's have a look. Bumrah's bowling. Peterson's on 59, Van der Dussen 12, and the target's 212. They're under 90 runs now to win South Africa.
Strong favourites, surely.
As tempting as it is to commentate on that during the tea break, I think we should give people a little bit of a rest, and we'll go back to some archive footage. Let
me just get through the tweets that we've got left. Message says, if Omicron is a T20 COVID, then this is the only time we've been looking forward to the T10 version. Jay Grover says, early cure, love cats, 10-15, etc. It's pretty danceable, never found it to be depressing. Nestle says, Sunny's burning. I think that's about the birthday party, which is another band that was mentioned. Grand Theft Auto 2 says, after 2 hours I took a break from cricket to Wordle and missed a wicket.
I think that most people who love cricket also love Wordle. I feel like that Venn diagram is a fairly large one.
Strong crossover.
And Brian in Brisbane says, nope, still here in Northampton and still bloody cold and foggy on YouTube. And that's up to date on that.
So we'll have a bit for the next 12 minutes or so. As Keegan Peterson is dropped at first slip by Cheteshwar Pujara of Jasprit Bumrah.
Improve the mood of Virat Kohli.
And Virat Kohli, who's already got angry about a close run DRS thing today as well as yesterday.
Oh, really?
Spontaneously combusts. It wasn't quite as bad as yesterday, but it was close. Yes, have a bit of Tony Bishop talking to Chevy Green from the ACE programme.
Chairman Mao, Jamie Howe, Ho Chi Minh, Asif Din, Václav Havel, Graham Saville, No Surrender, Percy Fender, Guerrilla Cricket.
Welcome to Gorilla Chat, and today I am delighted